What's up, people? What's going on with you people? Oh, I just got up. So I'm still tired. And you know what? I'm not out. I have 1 monster left. I need to save it for tonight. Oh, we reached 200 followers on Twitch. Well, I was not streaming. Hell yeah. Phantom HT, who followed like 2 hours after I stopped streaming. Big win. Let's go. Nicaragua to Uruguay. Honduras. I'm dumb. Costa Rica. Panama. Colombia. Brazil borders both, actually, right? Yeah. Oh, the challenge is still that. Fuck. I don't know. Libya to Malaysia. Egypt. Israel, Syria, Iraq, Iran. Or, wait, no. Turkey, probably. Turkey, Georgia, Russia, I'm guessing. And then China. Laos. We're gonna need Thailand, and yeah, they border. Okay. Easy was never hard. Josh music starts playing. True. Okay. We gotta read a few things, and I wanna organize my notes after that. So far, hello there, Panelverse. Welcome back. So far, I've reached out to a lot of the people who were in that Destiny Jubilee video. One of them, well, two of them have agreed. One of them we actually set up a time for, or general time for. We don't know the exact day yet. The other one just reacted with a thumbs up message and has not replied to my next message asking, hey, what time zone are you in? And, when would you be free? So, hopefully we'll set something up. But not 100% sure about that one. But at least one of them should have something set up. Okay. Guys, The Economist endorsed Harris. Who could have foreseen this? How about that NFL? What? Bro. Don't care. Sorry, hockey better. I don't watch any sports, bro. MMT is fake. True. Glad you finally accept it. Bro, is archive? Is it? Did they get fucking hacked again or something? What? What? Kill me. Money is a social construct owned. Oh, damn. Didn't fit. Crazy. Money's not real, but it's real enough. So true, Iron Zodiac. Welcome back. Bro. What happened that this archive link worked like literally fucking yesterday, bro? What about, isn't there like archive.is? Does that just redirect? I'm assuming this isn't going to work either. We can sniff farts together in space. Okay. Civic Discourse, what's up? Sup, guys? What is it? What is in the butt? What? Why are the YouTube chatters obsessed with? I'm here on behalf of the Empire. Based. Jedi suck. A second Trump term comes with unacceptable risk. If the economists had a vote, we would cast for Kamala Harris. Thanks for the stub, Keen. Oh, I'm gonna have to say this a lot, isn't it? Because it's so delayed. Hold on. Also, that needs to be gone. Oh shit. The economists had a vote. We would cast for RFK. You know, the sub thing. You know, I haven't streamed, and when I do stream, it like, you know, cancel the subs from when I wasn't streaming. So most of these people are not, if not all of these people are not watching the stream right now. So I'm not gonna bother thanking every one of them. But if you are watching the stream, thank you. Subs really help out a lot right now. Can we talk about revenge was good? Anakin wasn't evil, he was good? I don't know if that's true. Is that, I can't tell if it's lined up. I think it's lined up. It's fine, right? Oh, well. No, I think it does a little bit of overlap. Fuck. What's up, Politica Unplugged? Why is your sub notification a gay guy dancing? Don't know what you're talking about. It's kind of, I mean, you're the one who assumed he's gay, you know. I think that's a bit of a you thing. You know, not everyone else thinks that. I think he's just I mean, maybe he's gay as in, like, you know, happy. Like, where should I put this? I don't know. I'm gonna do that. Or you know what? I'm gonna do this. Hold on. I can get rid of the overlap. Chat back. All right, I think we're good. Okay. Next week, tens of millions of Americans will vote for Donald Trump. Some will do so out of grievance because they think Kamala is a radical Marxist who will destroy the country. Some are fired up by national pride because Mr. Trump inspires them in the belief that, with him in the White House, America will stand tall. Yet some will coldly opt to vote for Trump as a calculated risk. This last group of voters, which includes many of the readers of The Economist, may not see Mr. Trump as the person they want to do business with or any kind of role model for their children, but they probably think that when he was president, he did more good than bad. They may also believe that the case against him is wildly overblown. Central to this calculation is the idea that Mr. Trump's worst instincts would be constrained by his staff, bureaucracy, Congress, and the courts. Vote for Trump as a... Where's the calculated risk? I don't want to type that. Believing the case against him is overblown. And why didn't Yoda get a new phone? Because he couldn't find the Force. Yeah, good one, bro. Worst instincts will be constrained by Congress. And the Congress, the courts, and the bureaucracy. Why did Stormtrooper buy an iPhone? Because he couldn't find the droid he was looking for. Oh, good one, bro. Why is everyone at YouTube chat so obsessed? Why did Anakin become a Sith? Because he couldn't find any light at the end of the tunnel. Okay. This newspaper sees that argument as recklessly complacent. America may well breeze through 4 more years of Mr. Trump. As it has the presidents of other flawed men from both parties. The country may even thrive, but voters claiming to be hard-headed are overlooking the tail risk of the Trump presidency. By making Mr. Trump the leader of the free world, Americans would be gambling with the economy, the rule of law, and international peace. We cannot quantify the chance that something will go badly wrong, nobody can, but we believe voters who minimize it are deluding themselves. Some will dismiss the alarmism. It is true that our worst fears about Mr. Trump's first term did not come to pass. At home, he cut taxes and deregulated the economy, which has grown faster than many of its rich world. I don't think the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is responsible for the fucking high growth we've seen post-COVID. Are you kidding me, bro? Bro, we have studies on the effect of tax cuts and growth. It's not very strong. But the fiscal stimulus we did was obviously way more responsible, and most of that happened under... Well, actually, 2 of the bills happened under Trump, but the last bill, the American Rescue Plan, happened under Biden. And that bill is the most based. His administration deserves credit for funding vaccines for COVID-19, even if he refused Americans to get vaccinated. He refused to urge Americans to get vaccinated. Abroad, he projected strength, shifting the consensus towards a confrontational posture on China. He helped broker the Abraham Accords, which formalized relations between Israel and some of its neighbors, a peace that has survived a regional war. He brought us some of America's allies to increase the defense spending. Even Mr. Trump behaved abominably by fomenting an attack on the Capitol. To try to stop the transfer of power January 6, 2021, America's institutions held firm. Dude, Mike Pence and Jeffrey Rosen held firm. And the DOJ who threatened to quit if Jeffrey Clark is put in the office. The economists failed to foresee so much in 2016. Why heed the warning now? The answer is that today's risks are larger. That is because Mr. Trump's policies are worse in the world, more perilous, and many of the sober, responsible people who reined in his worst instincts in his first term have been replaced by true believers, toadies, and chancers. However, now, Trump's policies have gotten worse and more extreme. Most of the people who constrained him in his first term have been replaced by, I'll say, loyalist. Make America great again. The case against Mr. Trump begins with his policies. In the 2016 Republican platform, in 2016, the Republican platform is still caught between the Mitt Romney party and the Trump party. Today's version is more extreme. Mr. Trump favors a 20% tariff on all imports and has talked about charging over 200% or even 500% on cars from Mexico. He proposes to deport millions of irregular immigrants, many with jobs and American children. He would extend tax cuts even though the budget deficit is at a level usually seen only during war or recession, suggesting the I don't know how to pronounce this.
Blythe
indifference to sound fiscal management. These policies would be inflationary, potentially setting up a conflict with the Federal Reserve. They would risk igniting a trade war that would ultimately impoverish America. The combination of inflation, out-of-control deficits, and institutional decay would bring forward the day when foreigners would worry about lending the U.S. Treasury unlimited money. Unlimited money? Okay. Unlike in 2016, the Republican platform. What is this? Not available. Oh wait, this is G. Doesn't work, dude. Why did Democrat get elected at own house? I couldn't find a key to compromise. True. Now, fully aligned with Trump. Trump favors 10 to 20%. Universal tariffs. You can't view that. Yeah, I just tried. I click on it. It doesn't work. I add the G that you have at the end. It still doesn't work. Can only see it because I'm overseas. Okay. What's the left's favorite game? Monopoly, because they love to pass go and avoid paying taxes. True. Mass deportations. It also favors continuing tax cuts. Despite the high levels of debt. America's economy is the envy of the world, but that rests on it being an open market which embraces creative destruction, innovation, and competition. Sometimes it seems as if Mr. Trump wants to return to the 19th century, using tariffs and tax breaks to reward his friends and punish his enemies, as well as finance as well as to finance the state and minimize trade deficits. Politics could wreck the foundations of America's prosperity. Another reason to fear for Trump's second term is that the world has changed. In 2016 to 2021, it was largely at peace. Mr. Trump's supporters chalk that up to its unpredictability and willingness to take strong, unconventional action, a combination that can indeed keep awkward countries in line. When the foreign policy elite warned of dire consequences after the assassination of Soleimani, one of Iran's main generals, Mr. Trump was vindicated. But as the next president takes office, two wars will be endangering America's security. In Ukraine, Russia has the upper hand, putting Vladimir Putin in a position to threaten further aggressions in Europe. In the Middle East, a regional war creeping towards Iran could get stuck in the United States. Don't lie, it's not good for you. Lord, that's Trump to you? What? What, Russia? I knew you were a spy. I am a spy, yeah. I'm a spy for Israel, actually. You know, they have a lot of spies here, too. Okay. '17 to 2021. That made Trump's willingness to take strong and unconventional action. Karma's so bad he working 2 jobs. True, dude. Could keep other countries in line. But there are now 2 wars endangering America's security. Russia has the upper hand. In Ukraine. And Israel is creeping towards a regional war with Iran. I used to play piano by ear, but now I use my hands. Much less awkward. Lol. These conflagrations?
Conflagration.
What tests Mr. Trump in a way that his first term did not. His glib promises to bring peace to Ukraine one day and his open-ended encouragement of Israel's offensives are not reassuring. Even worse is the contempt for alliances. Although these are America's greatest geopolitical strength, Mr. Trump sees them as scams that weak countries scrounge off its military power. Bolster and threats may see Mr. Trump through, but they could equally destroy NATO. China will be watching as it weighs how aggressive to be against Taiwan. Asian allies may calculate that they can no longer trust America's nuclear guarantee. Some concerning promises about ending the Ukraine war. And encouraging Israel. concerning. As are his. Or as is his. Contempt for alliances. This should work now? Okay, give me a second. He often used them as just a way. What did I just start typing in? What the fuck? Poor countries. Each off the U.S. Not real. Bro. The risks for domestic and foreign policy are amplified by the last big difference between Mr. Trump's first term and a possible second one. He would be less constrained. The president who mused about firing missiles at drug labs in Mexico was held back by people and institutions around him. Since the Republican Party has organized itself around fealty to Mr. Trump, friendly think tanks have vetted lists of loyal people to serve in the next administration. The Supreme Court has weakened the checks on the president by ruling that they cannot be prosecuted for official acts. If external constraints are looser, much more will depend on Mr. Trump's character. Given his unrepentant contempt for the Constitution after losing the election in 2020, it is hard to be optimistic. Half his former cabinet members have refused to endorse him. It's more than half now. The most senior Republican senator describes him as a despicable human being. Both of his former chief of staff and former heads of the Joint Chiefs call him fascist. If you were interviewing a job applicant, you would not brush off such character references. Over half of Trump's former cabinet members used to endorse him. Are you sold? We hang Max into Sith Order. I don't know what you're doing. Former chief of staff and former head of Joint Chiefs call him a fascist. Second term. There'll be less people. Stand up against him and constrain his worst instincts to say bomb Mexico. Good president unites the country. Mr. Trump's political genius is for turning people against each other. After the death of George Floyd, he suggested the army shoot protesters in the leg. America's prosperity depends on the idea that people are treated fairly regardless of the politics. Mr. Trump has threatened to turn the Justice Department on his political enemies. Next to Mr. Trump, Kamala Harris stands for stability. True, she's an underwhelming machine politician. She has struggled to tell voters what she wants to do with power. She seems indecisive and unsure. However, she has abandoned the Democrats' most left-wing ideas and is campaigning near the center, flanked by Liz Cheney and other Republican exiles. She has ordinary shortcomings, none of them disqualifying. Some of her policies are worse than her opponents, for example, the taste for regulation and further taxing wealth creation. She walked the unrealized gains tax back. Some are less bad on trade and the deficit, but some on climate and abortion are unambiguously better. It's hard to imagine Miss Harris being a stellar president, though people can surprise you, but you cannot imagine her bringing about a catastrophe. Presidents do not have to be saints, and we hope that a second Trump presidency would avoid disaster, but if Mr. Trump poses an unacceptable risk to America and the world, if the economists had a vote, we would vote for Harris. We should abandon socialism and embrace laissez-faire liberalism. True. Harris, of course, has shortcomings, but none of them are disqualifying. Don't get involved. Can you? What if you link the video over Discord? I have no clue. I have no clue what you're doing where you can't just link the video. Just you click on the video and you click here and you hit Control C. The link you're giving me is weird. Like it's a YouTube Watch a question app equals desktop. Like what? Like what if I just do this? Question mark. It's just a video ID. How are you guys not capable of linking a YouTube video? Go to New York Post and maybe removed in USA. What is it? If I just search the New York Post, it's not gonna come up, is it? There's actually a lot of New York Post things, believe it or not. Like what? It's been censored. What? What's up, Inverter Mystic? Welcome back. It's called Tensions Boiling in South Carolina Polling Station. Well, why don't just tell me to look for that? What did your name come from? I really don't remember at this point. I made it when I was like 10, and I played PewDiePie Tuber Simulator. I did not have the YouTube channel Non-Fun at this point, I don't think at least. And I somehow came up with the name NoFon. N-O-F-O-N. I don't know when the extra N got added exactly. But I've just been using Non-Fun ever since. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a word that is unique and still sayable. I don't know what you guys are doing to this link. You somehow... If I paste it in Twitch chat, I can just click it. You guys are just stupid. You guys were like combining this into these two dashes into something else. It's just people yelling at each other in polling stations. Because I'm on mobile? It's because Twitch chat is stupid. Wow. Owned. Wow. 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 Why is she like a reaction streamer? Wow. Wow. This is me when I watch Jubilee. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. What polling stations ought to be like? True, you should have to fight your way through a mob of the opposite side just to get the chance to vote. To know you're truly desperate. You skipped? Yeah, I'm not interested in watching all 4 minutes of just people yelling at each other. It's not like that particularly interesting to me. Beginning? What happened in the beginning? Democrats fixed many of the problems of the early 2020s. Why are Trump voters all low IQ hicks? Like, just stay at home and don't vote, you moron. True. According to Google, it may mean non-brown. Dude, there's like some fucking Thai bitches or something that use the name non-fawn. I made my channel first, but if you look up non-fawn and like filters channel, why the fuck am I not first, dude? I have more subscribers than all these people combined. Some people, there's like a basketball player that has it as his last name. There's like these people. Then it's like this weird Thai girl. Someone on Instagram has the name non-fawn, and they have not posted in like 5 years. Like, if I just search non-fawn. Look, this girl I think had... Nope. Okay, what if I just go to my profile and remove the 420? This girl she has not posted in like 5 years. You can see there's one comment on this post from 5 years ago, and it says, it's from me, and it says, give me non-fawn back. Here, let me comment. This was, over a year ago by now. Can I please have non-fawn back? I like how I'm saying back as if I ever had it when like she made this account years ago. It's so many. Why? It's just so many pictures of her baby. 2013, she made this account. That's like that's before I came up with the name non-fawn. Someone has it on Twitch too. I don't know who. It's some totally unknown random person. They have one follower and it's me. She's pretty nice looking. Have you enjoyed the clip of Biden munching on the baby tweet? Yeah, I did see it, Malibu. Welcome back. I voted? Good. Did you vote for Joe Biden? Better voted for Joe Biden. Just like me. There's a debate out there over whether politicians should focus on doing policies that are popular or policies that deliver tangible results to voters. These approaches sometimes go by the name of populism and deliverism. Personally, I've always been skeptical of the idea that there's a real trade-off between the two. In general, the stuff that sounds good to people is also the stuff that they end up liking. And it's important to combine emotionally resonant rhetoric with real results. But in any case, the Biden administration largely thought to have embraced deliverism, focusing on substance over sizzle. My guess is that this was not a conscious choice, but was forced on the Dems by the fact that the president was very old and not the most articulate speaker to start with. The Biden administration was a collective enterprise out of necessity, but our collective enterprise really delivered. During his term in office, Biden's policies competently and effectively addressed our main short-term economic problems, first unemployment and then inflation, while making real progress on the long-term issues in manufacturing weakness. Do you believe in punching Nazis at non-fun? Not, I mean, I could imagine a case where it's acceptable, but not intrinsically. Why is Biden biting babies? I don't know, he's an old man. Tell us something about the best ideas you think are libertarian and best ideas you think there are in libertarian economics. Most of it is just the best idea in libertarian economics is like government intervention, like generally, it like has to be justified because the government lacks information, right? Like the free market aggregates information pretty well, and the government doesn't have the information that all the market participants have. I would say like that's generally the thing there. I don't know. I'm thinking of doing. I am probably gonna like read after the election. I'm probably gonna read a few. Probably gonna read Peddling Prosperity, and I'm probably gonna read, which is a Krugman book. I'm probably gonna read some essays. Like we have this one, What's Wrong with Libertarianism. Probably gonna read that. I'm probably gonna read some more of like Social Democracy and the Market is the All-Knowing God. It's all priced in. True. Probably gonna read a lot of the Social Democracy in the 21st century. And then I'm just gonna do like some more debate instead of like, you know, Biden or Harris v. Trump is gonna be like, oh, you know, is counter-cyclical stimulus good? The real, actual policy debates. We'll see. We'll see if we get there. But I don't know. I don't know if there's an appetite for that anymore. But I'm done in BK now. Okay, Battleverse here. It's good. Biden's old. It was not. Oh, 07 Panelverse. Isn't it depressing that the choices between Biden surrogate and Trump when POTUS vote happens? I don't think it's that depressing. Not really. Communicator to begin with. Because of that, what's your Biden's policies? Focus on delivering results rather than just appealing to a populist. Baseball play. Am I? Is there any chance I'll see some state split in one or more states in the next decade? What do you mean? I'll see some state split. I don't know. The Greater Idaho thing seems like that potentially could go somewhere. I still doubt it, but that'd be the most likely state to kind of split. I know about Idaho thing, yeah. Oops. Indeed, his policies did address many of our short-term issues, like inflation, or like unemployment, then inflation, unemployment, then inflation. Then made strong progress on long-term manufacturing issues. Now some progressives who are largely considered to be the advocates of deliverism or populism in the first place have declared the approach a failure due to Trump's continued popularity. Democrats gave the U.S. the best economy in decades, yet they are currently locked in a 50-50 race against a range fascist. So we can confidently say that deliverism didn't work, right? The theory has been decisively refuted. Can we agree on that? I think these progressives are failing to consider the counterfactual. If inflation and unemployment were still high or violent crime was still running rampant, Harris probably wouldn't even have a chance right now. Sure, you can do more than just quietly deliver results, but running the country into the ground will probably tank your popularity. Trump is going to bring back manufacturing jobs, cheap bullshit to sell, so the poor and dumb people can have jobs too. I know, yeah. We're going to keep reading on tariffs. I think I mean, like, for one, like, universal tariffs would not even... I don't think universal tariffs would even accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, which is like they're bringing manufacturing back, and like all the like Econ 101 lays out a model for why it probably wouldn't work to do that, and like all the studies that like all the empirical evidence from both Trump specific tariffs on steel and like just like for example IMF studies that looked at a ton of different tariffs in a ton of different countries over like 50 years, like all find the same things, like they increase unemployment and reduce overall output. But, like, I don't know. Like, like I said, I reached out to a lot of the people in that Jubilee Destiny debate. So far, 1.5 of them has agreed to come on, so. But I think, I want to start drilling down on some of the tariff stuff more. This is but I think this is where I'm gonna have to start now, because after that debate with the ticky tack dude, I realized I literally have to start. These are like the 3 things I'm gonna start with. 1, do we acknowledge that trade allows a country to consume outside its production possibilities curve? Hopefully those words have meaning to them. If they don't have meaning to them, then I'm gonna have to explain it, which is fine. I'm gonna have to quote fucking Greg Banke at them. Dean should debate Parker on Kamala Harris versus Tim Walz. What is it? What do you mean? Aren't they aligned on that? What? And then 2, if you tax something, you get less of it. Should be obvious. I'm hoping they don't need much to get that. And then 3, tariffs function as a tax on trade. Not only do they tax imports, but they end up taxing exports too, essentially. Basically because, don't you need to understand, like, the whole trade model to prove that trade expands the PPF? Well, it doesn't expand it, but allows you to consume outside of it. But you should, I'm hoping, it's not that hard to grasp. I mean, it's not that hard to explain what the production possibility frontier curve is. You can say, oh, it's everything that a country can produce itself. And then you can just, you can do, like, a basic, like, comparative advantage thing to be like, hey, you know, a country can specialize in producing one thing and trade and get more of both things than it otherwise would have been able to produce by itself. I would hope most people know the basic model, but like, if they don't, it's easy to just be like, hey, production possibility curve is what it is. Hey, comparative advantage, opportunity cost. Okay, so clearly, we could see how trade allows someone to consume outside of production possibility curve because you can specialize in one thing and trade and get more of both things than you would have been able to make on your own. Okay. Still, can't deny being frustrated at the general lack of recognition that real substantive accomplishments in the last 4 years. I recognize that most people are not wonky, policy-oriented nerds like me. That's fine. Most people want a lot more than line go up from their leadership, and they deserve it. But line really did go up under Biden. In the case of bad things like crime, line went down. And I wish other people are as happy about it as I am. So although I understand that people care about more than this, I'd like to go through some of the substantive ways that Biden with some help from various Democratic and moderate Republican politicians, really delivered substantive results in the early 2020s. Biden helped fix unemployment. I don't know. The Ricardian model is not easy and straightforward. That hard. Farmer Bill, Farmer Ted, Bill can make. I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to be able to come up with numbers that actually show comparative advantage off the top of my head. Farmer Bill can make fucking 10 pounds of potatoes with 1 acre of land. Farmer Ted can make 20 with 1 acre of land. Farmer Bill can make 5 carrots with that same acre. Farmer Ted can make 10 carrots with that same acre, and you can calculate who has a competitive advantage in what. And the boss made a new video. I'm gonna watch all of it.
Nope. This time we will not be choosing a winner and
comparative advantage is easy to understand. I just need to prove it arithmetically. I'm hoping they. And obviously, it'd be hard to do that without writing it down. Like, I mean, you just saw, like, off the top of my head. I can't really do the arithmetic in my head to, like, come up with an example of comparative advantage. I'll just have, like, a, yeah, I need to come up with, like, a general example, yeah. We've gotten so used to full employment in America over the past few years that we forget how dire the situation was during the pandemic. When Biden took office, there were 10 million fewer Americans with jobs than before the pandemic. By the time he leaves office, there will be 7 million more. Trade does not let you consume outside of PPF if you're a large country trading with a small country in the Ricardian model. If you're a large country trading with a small country in the Ricardian model. Why? I mean, it would depend on... I don't see why the same thing wouldn't apply. Biden took office. $10 million. Fewer Americans with jobs than before the pandemic. Time he leaves, there will be 7 million more people working than pre-pandemic. Some of that is population growth, of course, but if you look at the percentage of prime-age Americans who have a job, you can easily see how far we've recovered since Biden took office. Some of that can be attributed to population growth. I think it's spelled even worse that time. Attributed to population growth. Prime age employment shows similar. How much of this was a natural recovery and how much was due to Biden policies? We'll never really know because macroeconomic effects are very hard to assign to specific causes, but it's definitely true that the U.S. economy grew much faster than the economies of other rich nations starting around 2021. Biden takes office and line goes up. True. And based. This is what powered our job market since growth is tightly correlated with employment. And its growth has also been come of falling inequalities as the working class has taken a disproportionate share of the gains. The unexpected compression. I love this paper. No. Hard to know exactly how much of this is due to Biden's policies, but the U.S. has had a much stronger recovery than the other rich nations. This growth strengthened our job market. And the working class has taken a disproportionate share of the gains. What did the U.S. do differently from other rich countries? All had low interest rates, so the U.S. may have done more unconventional monetary policy during the pandemic. What, QE? Forward guidance. Supporting financial markets. Lending to securities firms. Oh, I remember we did start didn't we allow a lot more? Didn't we allow literal like companies to access the discount rate from the Fed directly? Direct lending to major corporate employees. I am right. I remember. Yeah. Not only do we allow banks to access like the discount window, right, or whatever. But we started letting major companies do it. Yeah, discount window. The real difference was spending levels. America's government borrowed and spent more than other countries, both in 2020 under Trump and in 2021 under Biden. Big reason for this was the U.S.'s major spending. It's not like that much higher. Oh, wait, I'm government budget balance percentage GDP. So this is showing like deficit. Okay, never mind. This is a lot. It's probably not the only reason for America's outperformance in the pandemic, but it probably is one reason. Biden and Powell fixed inflation. The fixing unemployment definitely did come at a cost. Exactly how much of the post-pandemic inflation was due to government spending, both Trump's CARES Act and Biden's American Rescue Plan, is up for much debate, but the empirical analysis I've seen placed the impact of demand shocks at somewhere around half the total in 2021. The spending obviously caused some amount of inflation. Although some was also caused by supply chain disruptions. Most empirical analysis is estimate around half the total in 2021. responsible for around half of the total. Fuck. And in keeping with the fact that America spent more than other countries, our inflation rate was 2 percentage points higher in 2021. Analysis from the San Francisco Fed in 2022 estimated that without Biden's American Rescue Plan, inflation would have been about 3 percentage points lower. So without the ARP, we might have seen 5 to 6% inflation in 2021 instead of 8% inflation. Biden didn't create inflation all of his own, but he did add to it in order to help beat unemployment. But also note U.S. inflation came down much faster than other G7 countries. By 2023, America had much lower inflation than those other countries. Why? One big reason was the Fed raised interest rates really fast. Okay. So I'll say one analysis from that. Estimates without the American Rescue Plan, inflation would have been about 3 percentage points lower. However, inflation in the U.S. also fell faster than the other G7 countries. Fed raised interest rates really fast in 2022. This is Powell's decision, but Biden reappointed Powell in late 2021, and everyone knew who's reappointing him with the job of defeating inflation. The Fed's bold action probably had a lot to do with why inflation came down. One reason for this was the Fed's aggressive actions and raising rates in 2022. This is linked to an article there. Yeah, okay. Another factor was the pandemic spending ended in 2022. America spent more than other countries in pandemic relief, but this has meant spending had to fall further when the pandemic ended. Democrats didn't entirely get out, don't entirely get credit here. Republicans would have fought to reduce pandemic spending even if they had tried to keep it going. But to Dems' credit, they had acceded quickly to the need for spending reduction. Third reason that Biden was allowed to do here. Another reason is that spending quickly. I was going to say spending was reduced quickly after the inflation surge. Third reason, Biden allowed an unprecedented amount of oil and gas drilling in the U.S. In fact, he allowed even more than Trump did. This is Biden broke his promise in fracking. Good. And I'm assuming this is... Yeah. I think he's linked both of these before. And as a result, U.S. oil and gas production surged to record highs. Cheap energy really helps reduce prices for everything since energy is an input to all production processes. Energy is an input for everything. So cheap energy helped ease inflation. So though Biden doesn't get a lot of credit for fixing the inflation problem, he does get a lot of it. Pro-policing Democrats fixed a crime wave. Crime in America soared during and after December 2020 and continued to rise slightly in 2021. The proximate cause was the racial protests and riots following the murder of George Floyd. Exactly why that led to a sustained rise in crime is not entirely clear, but the two leading theories, the slowdown in police effort and restrictions of police activity, both involve less policing. A lot of progressives had allowed themselves to believe that the effect of policing on crime is small or zero. The events of 2020 and 2021 proved a brutal, difficult lesson that police are actually really effective in reducing crime. Thomas Hobbes was correct, and he remains correct. But when it comes to crime, the history of the 1970s thankfully didn't repeat itself. The 70s saw crime stay at very high and then plateau till very high plateau until the 90s. But the post-pandemic crime wave in America started receding in 2022, just years after it began. FBI data was incomplete in 2021 and underestimated the number of murders. Underestimated the murders that year, but by 2022, statistical problems were gone, so we can see that murder fell substantially from 2022 to 2024. Okay. After the pandemic crime wave, here. Crime has continued falling, continued falling after the pandemic crime wave. I'll say even despite the FBI data revisions. Oh, wait, what's this written after the second revision? Or CDC data shows a crime falling. So why did the crime rate start going down after Biden took office? Well, one reason is that cities from heavily Democratic blue cities like Detroit, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Chicago got very freaked out by the crime in 2020 and elected pro-police leaders in 2021. These pro-police leaders spent a lot of money in hiring cops in 2022, bringing the number of cops in America close to an all-time high of 2008. Big reason for this was the election of pro-police leaders 2021. These leaders hired a lot of cops in 2022. Bringing the number of cops close to an all-time high. How much credit did Biden administration get for this? Biden himself rejected calls to defund the police even at the height of the Floyd protests in 2020. I'm aware of this. Biden's consistent pro-police rhetoric may have helped encourage a stronger pro-policing attitude among Democrats in the U.S., overriding progressive activists who wanted to punish law enforcement. As president, Biden came up with the Safer America plan, which would have hired 100,000 more police. That plan was killed in Congress by Republicans, but Biden's Justice Department did hand out hundreds of millions of dollars in grants to local law enforcement agencies, which helped a lot to hire more police. Oh, what's up, Dinobo? Stein, Higby, CTV are now in the first 8, by the way. Loner Box canceled. You're the new Loner Box? No pressure. Fuck. God damn it. Kill me. Okay, wait. Oh, Stein, Higby. Wait, who's on weren't those people in the first date to begin with? Maybe he's the only facts guy there. Yeah, that's why I need a loner box. Dude, loner box was my Israel Palestine guy. Because I know that's probably going to get fucking brought up. Damn it. Fuck. Kill me. Ugh. CTV, Stein, Hake, and Higby were already... Wait, loner box canceled. Who else is coming on my side? You, Maddie, Axel, Jake, and... Oh, good. Okay, well... I'm scrambling now. Okay. Maybe Pisco? Okay. I would like Pisco, because Pisco would be nice for any J6 stuff. So while local politicians were by far the most important thing in tamping the post-pandemic crime wave, the Biden administration probably did help. Biden blatantly addressed the border crisis. The flood of asylum seekers crossing the U.S. border has probably not harmed our country economically to an appreciable degree, but Americans are really, really mad about it. The Biden administration's failure to address the border crisis during the first 3 years of their presidency stands as the starkest blunder and the biggest blind spot of the progressive governance in a modern age. Here's the data through 2023. Just why Biden dropped the ball so hard with this for 3 years remains a mystery. My guess it was a combination of one, an expectation that the asylum wave was temporary, post-pandemic phenomenon that would quickly subside. Two, a desire to create a moral distinction between the Biden and notoriously anti-immigrant Trump administration. Three, poll-based belief that America was now structurally pro-immigration and that the opinion pendulum wouldn't swing back. And four, pressure from progressive activists. Whatever the reason was, it was a huge mistake, and public opinion swung very hard towards harsh curbs on illegal immigration. After years of ignoring the swing, the Biden administration finally acceded to the will of people, introducing a tough bipartisan border bill, which Trump managed to kill, and taking a bunch of measures to crack down on asylum. Is this the Cato Institute thing? No. Is this the Cato Institute thing? No. Okay, Biden didn't address the border crisis for a while, for the first 3 years or whatever. I don't even believe that, but... Probably because he thought it would be more temporary. And... believed Americans would remain pro-immigration. Okay. Recently, however, he began to crack down. Introducing a tough bipartisan border bill, Trump managed to kill and taking a bunch of measures to crack down on asylum. point Democrats killed a compromise plan because Trump told them to. Making matters worse, the character was electoral. Laser G polymakers was not short. Senator Lindsey Graham, been former president. So the Senate Majority Leader, Minority Leader McConnell, and Senator James Lankford.
I think the border is a very important issue for Donald Trump, and the fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is.
No, people get as mad about not having people to list off immediately. Okay. After which, crossings began to fall. In the long run, fixing the border will require amending U.S. asylum law to deny asylum claims to people who cross the border illegally. This will permanently remove the incentive to violate a country's borders in search of asylum. But in the meantime, administrative measures, like the ones Biden have used, which are similar to those used by Trump, have mostly stemmed the tide. Biden's detractors will obviously never forgive him for ignoring the border issue for 3 years, but the fact that Biden did eventually fix the problem shows that Democrats are fundamentally responsive to public opinion. I'm not sure the same could be said of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. Actual Jake, yeah, he's going to be there, I guess. Yeah. I don't know that much about him. I've seen him a few times on panels like 2 years ago. I don't know. I hate him? What do you hate him for? What is going to be discussed? It's a Rumble show, so it just discusses the election. It can go basically anywhere. I don't know. I'll tell you, no, I won't tell you what my plan is. My plan has changed, also. Slightly. Just try not to get kicked first. That's always been the plan. That's always been the goal. Danabo, don't worry. Yeah. Many people won't forgive him for ignoring the problem. Dylan has been on the front of a week, so he's gonna be cranky. Okay, fire. Listen, I'll try to bring out respectable non-fawn, but I feel like we might. I don't know. I feel like I stand a best chance of not getting voted out if I'm semi-aggressive, though. If I I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I don't really. I mean, worst case scenario, when I'm kicked out work and I kicked out first, and I still get a video out of it, still get free exposure, free views. You still get an hour too. I thought it was 30 minutes, but okay, sure. Righties kicked first. Okay. Okay, but at least it shows Democrats are responsive to public opinion. In a way, MAGA often isn't. Biden started to fix U.S. manufacturing weakness. Oh, you know what? We should probably... Dude, I saw, I remember Cam Higbee. In that one Hippy Dippy panel, the real show, when he did it with Pisco, he did it with the Live and Learn people. I remember he mentioned, the DEI and the CHIPS Act, I remember that, and he mentioned he mentioned like some statistic which I'll look up after this. I think it was like the percentage of manufacturing jobs that's basically been stagnant, which I looked at it. I looked at it just on Fred, and I think that's true. We did see a spike in manufacturing employment. So the implication is, considering that spike in manufacturing employment kept us at the same percentage of manufacturing jobs, if we hadn't seen that spike, the percentage of manufacturing jobs probably would have continued to go downward. So the policy probably kept it stagnant versus continuing to go downward. That'd be like my guess at least, but. Okay. I read about this ad infinitum, so I won't write much about it in this section. Here's a post where I wrote about it, Biden's industrial policies in detail. I believe I already read this, yeah. And this is another, I could accept even, I mean, this shows that it's not, but I could accept that the $40 billion that was given out in subsidy to the CHIPS Act has so much DEI in it that it was completely ineffectual. That $40 billion could have been, or $52 billion, could have been thrown into a literal pit of fire. I still think the CHIPS Act was probably net positive because it look at all the crowding in from it. Like there was, a lot of it is just like giving tax incentives to companies to build like chip foundries, right? Like it's a lot of the CHIPS Act is it's not just the $40 billion in direct subsidies, but that type of financing for it, or incentivization for those companies. Should have risen here that all Trump's tariffs and bluster failed to move the needle on U.S. manufacturing. One iota. In fact, Trump's term in office saw American fall even further behind in high-tech manufacturing. Trump's tariffs in his first term. Failed to help U.S. manufacturing. The U.S. fell even further behind China in U.S. or in high-tech manufacturing, in high-tech manufacturing. Biden kept Trump's tariffs, but he added a crucial ingredient: industrial policy. The CHIPS Act and the Inflation Reduction Act supercharged manufacturing investment in America. You could be in the last ever recruitment and the last ever main show too. Based. Wait, last ever? Why are we getting rid of the Hippy Dippy? What? Revenge of the Graph Nerd coming with graphs. True. I love the graphs. You know what? It's funny. I'm so much of a graph nerd that I've literally seen. Well, I've seen this graph before. I haven't seen this graph before. I've seen most of these other graphs before. I can tell. This is from the Cato. No, this is from Pew, but the Cato Institute cites the same thing. Haven't seen this graph before, but I've seen similar graphs. Still better than Fortnite. Promise Dylan died before shows leading up to the election. This is show 4. Okay, sure. Biden kept some of Trump's tariffs, but also invested in American manufacturing via the IRA and the CHIPS Act. election's not going to be decided on election night. It's going to be stupid circus. It's definitely not going to be decided on election night. But I think, well, I mean, it'll be better than fucking the last one. I think it'll be reasonably clear who probably won. It's just that I don't trust that, like, results from Georgia, for example, will be certified. It's closer than the last one, yeah, but we're not going to have, like, as many mail-in ballots and stuff that take forever to count. And I think a lot of, like, some states have made it so you can count mail-in ballots as they come in. Not all of them have, but some of them have. I forget which ones. So expect Trump to go hard in this election fraud claim. Well, that's what the election fraud claims that Trump is going to do, inevitably going to do, and election officials are going to believe inevitably, are the reasons I don't think we'll know the official results the night of, because I doubt Georgia will certify their election officially until like December. Unironically, I doubt we'll know the results in Georgia until the official. I will know the result, but I doubt they'll be like official until December, unless you win most swing states, sure. All my life I've been hearing politicians. Wait. Thanks to Biden for the first time in American decades, America is now expected to claw back market share in the semiconductor industry. Oh, this graph. I've seen this graph before. I've seen graphs very similar to this before. I love graphs. Naturally, Donald Trump has declared his opposition to CHIPS Act, putting his nascent manufacturing revival in danger. I know you do. Listen, it's not my fault that... listen, okay? Listen, PPG doesn't like graphs. Look where PPG is. Banned on Twitch. I love graphs. Look where I am. Hippy Dippy. Just saying. What is Hippy Dippy banned? What do you mean? No. What? You will never be PPG. You know, it would have surprised me if he averages more viewers than me. You said someone was banned. Yeah, PPG is banned on Twitch. I don't know who that is then. What, PPG? Bimmy? Bim Bim? Did he say something anti-Semitic like mouse for streamers? No, he peed on the floor. Even better. That's funny. Yeah, where's the PPG theme song? If I look up just PPG theme song, will it come up? We industrial policy, big government investment, new Keynesian, MMT, big government, New Deal, FDR, post-Keynesian, charlatan, true. Oh, Powerpuff Girls. Who has the... where's Nader? Is Nader online? I always thought Powerpuff Girls my favorite with Mojo Jojo. I'm seeing actually a decent amount of the Powerpuff Girls. I don't remember much of it. One of them was named Buttercup. I think the green one's named Buttercup. I don't really remember though. Trump planned pan the CHIPS Act. Harris in Michigan promoting it. Chip deal so bad. Saying the chip subsidies went to rich companies. God. It reminds me of the fucking... This is such a dumb criticism. Intel already has billions of dollars. Yeah, they're not going to do something that's not profitable. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they have 100 quadrillion. It doesn't matter if they have Russia suing Google $20 decillion, okay? You don't do something unless the marginal cost exceeds the marginal benefit, okay? The point of this, I did not mean to do twerk break. The point of the subsidies is to make the marginal cost, the marginal benefit exceed the marginal cost. Naturally. Trump has declared his opposition to CHIPS Act. Will Kamala Harris fix the remaining problems? 2020 to 2021 was a very difficult, chaotic time in America, not just because of the pandemic and its after effects, but also because of the Floyd protests and their aftermath. When Biden took office, the country had high unemployment, accelerating inflation, soaring of violent crime. By the time he leaves office, the country will have none of those things. That's quite an accomplishment, even if not enough people give Biden and his people the credit they deserve. But Harris isn't Biden. There are still big problems to be fixed. For one, there's continued housing shortage. America has begun to build somewhat more housing on its own. Prices have begun to moderate, but much more needs to be done. Fortunately, it does seem like Harris recognizes how important this problem is and plans to take action. She continued to talk about housing quite a bit in her stump speeches, making me optimistic she'll actually tackle the problem. Right now, housing affordability is a major problem. And Harris has a good plan to fix it. On the deficit, though, I think Harris will avoid tax hikes and health spending cuts that are needed to put the country on a sustainable fiscal footing. Her economic plans would increase the debt by much less than Trump's plans, but it's not saying much. It's been 30 years since America's had to worry about the deficits, and the public isn't in arms yet. I'm not confident that this will get fixed no matter who gets in the White House. Harris probably won't fix the deficit, but it's unlikely her plans will be worse than Trump's. I think I have this article, but I'll link it, I guess. But as I'm saying, okay, finally, this is a matter of American anemic, entrified defense industrial base. The U.S. won't be able to deter China from taking over Asia and thus putting America's economy in grave danger without the ability to manufacture large numbers of missiles, ships, and drones for all ironically military spending, much of which goes towards deployment expenses, healthcare benefits, etc. We are currently unable to actually make the weapons we need. Harris has declared that she wants to build America's military to be most lethal, but I'm not sure she understands just how much the defense industrial base will need to be improved, even in a time of fiscal austerity, for that to happen. But even regarding deficits in the defense industrial base, I have a lot more confidence in Democrats and Donald Trump. The Dems under Biden proved to be a highly responsible political party that actually delivers concrete solutions on big, important national problems. This means that if there are issues that Democrats are overlooking today, like deficits in defense manufacturing, it's reasonably likely that they'll eventually catch on to attacking the problem. Those are the kinds of leaders I prefer to have in charge of my nation instead of focused on feuding with the enemy within. Goddamn. Harris has also declared she wants America's military to be the most lethal. It's not super clear if she understands what is necessary to build up America's defense industrial base. University does understand. It's not clear what exactly she'll do about it. However, it's more likely the Democrats catch on to the problem. Start addressing it. Then MAGA Republicans. I'll say start addressing it in a reasonable way. Those kind of leaders I prefer to have charge of my nations instead of the ones focused on feuding with the enemies within. Crazy. We might need this, but I feel like the opportunity cost is too high right now. Because I think this is stuff I already know. So I want to read a little bit more on the tariff stuff. We need pro-trans policy like the Trans-Pacific Partnership. True. Alright, I'll be back in a second. I need to be slime videos. Enjoy the rainbow unicorn mixing glossy slime. I'm a great streamer, guys. It's just good stream. I'll be back in a second. You know what? I'll put Bikini Woman on stream too. Okay. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Did you enjoy your rainbow slime and Subway Surfers? Oh, I figured it out. Okay. I figured out how to use Windows, guys. Oh, wait, I should probably turn this off, huh? Okay.
There's only one panel, and that's the Hippy Dippy panel. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next topic we're going to get into is the fun and wacky world of economics. So,
really good. When this exam work down all his absolutely has moral implications, and some tax on all. But for the most continuous,
Yeah, we get it. Libertarian.
let's build some new multinationals that.
Yeah, weird tariff guy.
Of or the specific sectors, but those. And then finally, on the issue of immigration, that's another sort of discrete area where the administration has some of the pretty much summed it up perfectly because that's all she says. I'm going to build homes. Addressing these things in reverse order. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did not primarily provide tax cuts for billionaires. Billionaires, people making over $1 million in general, receive the tax cut of less than 4%.
So the IRS data tax cuts and Jobs Act. It says how it's abbreviated. I think it's abbreviated like this. They don't use the "and," but they do the act. Yeah.
Where people making $50,000 receive a tax cut of 16 to 26%. People making $50,000 to $100,000 receive a tax cut on average of 16%. In addition to that, you said Kamala Harris has a plan to build homes, and you pretty much summed it up perfectly because that's all she says. I'm going to build homes. Didn't say anything else. Her policy proposal on this on her website is a grand total, by the way, of 3 pages with absolutely no more substantiation. Other than I'm going
to. She has more than that. Earlier he said 4 paragraphs. I don't know why in this he's saying 3 pages. I'm pretty sure it's 6 pages on the. I remember we looked at it. I don't remember the exact number of pages. I think it was like about 6 pages here, not including the pages with graphs on it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 3. Oops, how did I even do that? 3 pages. Harris Housing Policy. Actually 7. Not including the graphs. That's better. You know things change, right? I know, but I've seen him repeat this recently. Look at the date. It was on the 12th. Yeah, I'm aware. I've seen him say 4 paragraphs recently. Wayback Machine It. When did this come out? I don't know, they released it, but I've seen him even more recently say it was 4 paragraphs. It's just not true. But like, if he doesn't bring it up, then I won't say it. Like, what?
Reduce house prices by giving you $25,000 in a grant to help you buy your first home, which is not a policy proposal at all. Actually, it's just I'm going to give you some money. It's a grant. It doesn't reduce the prices of homes. Just helps mitigate the current high prices. So not a policy proposal. You said that just because it happens close in time doesn't mean it was their fault. I find that especially ironic because you prescribed that to all my compatriots here on the panel.
They don't want.
So burn. Okay.
Might be 4 paragraphs of actual info and 6 pages of fluff. That's not what he's saying.
Tariffs is why was that? It wasn't his policies. We saw that if the pandemic never happened, Trump would have left the economy in the best place it had ever been. It was the pandemic that caused the leaving of the economy in the worst place it had ever been, not Trump's actual actions. So burn. Okay. In addition to that, tariffs. I think something interesting thing about tariffs is that we are also like massively using slavery and child slavery or labor that's effectively equivalent to slavery in foreign countries. Tariffs works to eliminate that. It de-incentivizes the use of foreign labor, especially in places where they are paid almost nothing, and brings it back home where we're legally obligated to pay people wages.
He just said brings it back home, which could refer to not just manufacturing, but let's say production back home.
that are acceptable. On top of that, it eliminates the problem of us being completely dependent on countries that are either our literal enemies or countries that will soon be absorbed by our enemies, i.e. Taiwan.
Burn reduction back to
Trump
U.S.
led-
soil.
He's already addressed that.
I'm aware.
Yep. You said that Trump or Biden has more manufacturing jobs than Trump ever did. That's true. There are more manufacturing jobs now than there was under Trump.
Okay, this is what I...
The proportional increase is like nothing compared to what Trump did. Trump in his first 2 years had
Proportional increase in manufacturing jobs. It's higher under Trump. His first 2 years.
over 400,000 manufacturing jobs added to the economy. Trump in Biden's entire term have 175,000. The rest were all returning jobs. The sharpest
The rest for all returning jobs.
increase. Biden's entire term have 175,000 manufacturing jobs added. Nothing compared to what Trump did. Trump in his first 2 years had over 400,000 manufacturing jobs.
Drop that over. 400K. Manufacturing jobs. Biden only had...
Jobs added to the economy. Trump in his Biden's entire term have 175,000. The rest were all
175,000 non bounce back jobs. This whole term.
all returning jobs. The sharpest increase in returning jobs is while Trump was still in office.
Okay, and with that, we have...
And then there was another... I remember he mentioned CHIPS Act. DI. Okay. Oops. Fred. Manufacturing employment. Oh, here we go. Manufacturing over all employees. Looks like it's been on a steady... increased. Oh, well, this is composition effects because all the people were laid off. So 2016 continued falling. It increased a little here. It's basically continued falling ever since. When did it reach pre-pandemic levels? But if we just look at manufacturing employment on the whole, not as a proportion, I know it's up. It's so that we probably have seen right here. Where's the... assuming it's in here. It says spending on buildings. This is, I know I have something in here for employment, but also we probably shouldn't expect the investment to result in employment at first. Here we go. Key growth in key industry employment. I feel like I also have a... This just looks like manufacturing has basically remained stable ever since 2019. It dipped a little bit recently. And probably it's decreased as a percentage because... just because of other job sectors are growing. That'd be my guess. Oh boy, there's way too many things. Employment. Why did steep drop in '08? Because we had a recession. It literally can't. Yeah, it's called the 2008 financial crisis. I think it was that bad. You didn't think 2008 was that bad? 2008 was horrible because we didn't spend enough. This is not useful. Oh, because of the state I'm in? Where the hell did I put it? I looked it up. It hurt us, but not hard. What, the 2008 recession? The 2008 recession hurt us hard, mainly because it the 2008 recession hurt us hard. Yeah, your state. Like a big reason didn't hurt my state as hard. 2008 like hurt us hard because we it took so long to get out of it. Like, see how long it took to recover. There's this lovely group of charts called frying pan charts, okay? You can see, like, 2008, we were below trend. It took forever to recover versus, like, COVID, we immediately got back on trend. And not only did we get back on trend, we actually went over trend back to, like, the pre-2008 trend. But you can see 2008 there's another frying pan chart. You can see state and local government expenditures, real wealth. I have this. Fucking Subway Surfers. Yeah, Ophelia. If I'm looking at fucking charts, okay, I need people to pay attention somehow. We should just end this generation. Construction spending. Chip making, semiconductor imports. Okay. It's at 12,873 right now. 12. Oh, it is still higher than any point during Trump's presidency, despite the recent decrease. Obviously, proportion still down, but so what's the big debate about? It's just a Rumble thing, so it can go anywhere. I don't know. We'll see. What are the metrics for ascertaining the data? What do you mean, what are the metrics? Did they change at all? Did what change at all? How we collect this data? Not really. I'm assuming this is based on the current population survey. Like what is counted as unemployed? We're not talking about unemployment right now. I don't think the definition for unemployment has changed, and since we started using the current population survey, at least, or employed. Yeah, I don't think that's changed since we started using the current population survey. Is part-time counted? I don't believe so. Usually, they require full-time employees. Thank you, Domingo, for the sub. I appreciate it. Hold on. Why is this? I gotta move this down below the alerts. Wonder why that is. Possibly so you don't have two jobs and count it twice. Yeah, I don't know. They like using their. I'm pretty sure they only count full-time employment. Because I'm pretty sure unemployment also only focuses on full-time employment. You only are counted as having two jobs if you work like two jobs that are both like full-time. If I just look up CPS, here. What counts as employment? CPS. All persons who during their reference work week did any work as a paid employee, worked in their own business or profession or their own farm, or worked 15 or more as an unpaid worker in an enterprise operated by a family, or were or not working but who had jobs from which they are temporarily absent. Each employed person is counted only once, even if she holds more than one job. Okay. And they disaggregate it too a little bit, because they ask like what you're employed in, so they know if you're what exactly you're working. There's the dashboard. Subsidies are tied to DI. That's a relatively small portion of the spending, or not of the. I guess we'll say I was spending. Also offers tax incentives. They're crowded in investment. We need silicone investment. I mean, semiconductor shit. Yeah, that's kind of what the CHIPS Act did, though. But we need investment in drones. Is what we need. Drones are needed for a modern military, but we rely on China for a lot of drone parts. Can run a drone with no chips. You need chips too, obviously. Yeah, that's why chips are important, because they're not only needed for drones but needed for everything else. CHIPS Act did not accept Not account for salsa inflation. Horrible legislation. I mean high. Typo. For salsa inflation? What? I don't know what you mean. How's you feel about salsa? Chip. Oh. 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 Why the fuck did it do that? Hello, knock knock, Notion. Econ 101 is wrong about tariffs. They're even worse in reality. I've taught thousands of economics students the introductory model tariff. A tariff on washing machines raises their prices, harming households but benefiting U.S. manufacturers. The households loss is larger, so the tariff ends up destroying wealth for the country. This conclusion makes economists unpopular with many politicians. Basic model. Right, I'll just say the basic. Econ 101 model of tariffs shows they increase prices and harm households. We're protecting U.S. manufacturers. However, the household's loss is larger, so the tariff ends up destroying wealth for the country. Recent research has convinced me that the Econ 101 story is generally too simple to apply in a modern economy. Pro-tariff politicians are right about that, but they have the right direction wrong. Tariffs are even worse than textbook models suggest. Recent research, however, shows the basic model is too simple. That needs a deeper dive. Does it harm households? Prevents people from buying super cheap washing machines? Look, you see the... I don't know if this chart is meaning to you. But you can see... how. Okay, if you've seen this graph before, then you'll know what I'm saying here. If you haven't, then you might not, okay? So you see consumer surplus. I know the chart quite well. So you see how ordinarily... we're not for, free trade. If we reduce consumer surplus, that goes to produce a surplus. And if we produce a surplus, that goes to consumer surplus. However, with free trade, because, trade allows you to consume outside your production possibility curve, not only when you introduce a tariff does the consumer surplus go to producer tariff, but this down here, all this added surplus is now lost too. Well, the deadweight loss here. So the loss in consumer surplus is greater than the loss in producer surplus. Or the gain in producer surplus, sorry. There's an upside of tariffs in basic model. Tariffs benefit domestic manufacturers. A standard model taught in Econ 101 is shown below. It's supply and demand. But where the usual sloped curves are the only domestic supply and demand. On the other, onto that, we add the world supply curve at the horizontal world price P curve with the price bumped up to P tariff. Basic model. Basic model showcases the upside to tariffs being protecting some domestic producers. By shielding domestic producers from foreign competitors, tariffs will allow these producers to charge higher prices and give them a new opportunity to expand production. The yellow region of the producer surplus grows. That's why companies facing import competition will lobby for trade barriers. For some people, and this is a normative argument, not a positive argument, the benefit to domestic producers and their employers is more worth it than harm to consumers. It's a redistribution reason for the tariffs. Tariffs are a tax on the intermediate goods that manufacturers use. As I've explained before, one implicit assumption in this argument is that trade is in finished products for consumers, but a large part of international trade occurs for intermediate inputs and components, not finished products ready for consumers. However, this assumes trade is for finished production or finished products. When in reality, a lot of trade is on, or is for intermediate inputs and components. This means tariffs act more like a tax on domestic manufacturers who use imports, raising their costs instead of protecting them from foreign competition. Car companies often get parts and assemble them in the U.S. kind of thing. Yeah, as Trump himself mentions. Which is crazy, because Trump will literally say, yeah, I think he literally said, like, oh, you know, the U.S. companies, they say they're manufacturing in the U.S., but actually they import everything from abroad and they just put them together here. A child could do it. I'm pretty sure he literally said a child could do it. And it's like, well, the implicit thing you're saying in that is that if you tax all imports, as Trump wants to do, then you're taxing the car manufacturers who all import the inputs they need to manufacture everything. You're what point is increasing to make it cheaper to be made domestically in the first place. What do you mean? Make it cheaper to be made? You mean all the parts for the cars? You want to make all the parts for the cars here too? You want to bog down? You want to give up? You realize how high the opportunity cost that is, right? For that is. It's Ford goes it's expensive. We need to make the parts here now instead. Yeah, no, I understand what the point is. Do you think I don't know that? I understand. I'm just saying that the benefit of that is not worth the cost. The cost being the opportunity cost of what you give up when you have Americans manufacturing car parts that could otherwise be made in Guatemala for a lot cheaper. If the need separation between consumers and producers ever existed, it doesn't today. But dumb poor people manufacture stuff and they lost jobs. I'm like, just increase educational attainment, okay? Increase education. You know what that does? That shifts the production possibilities curve outward, okay? You let all the dumb poor people get a college education so they can get good jobs, and you also shift the production possibility curve outward, okay? Just increase educational attainment. Apple designs iPhones in California, but contracts manufacturing to hundreds of suppliers peppered across Asia. Is this domestic production? Tariffs? What is my Windows yelling at me about? Tariffs on these imports directly affect the major U.S. producer. The clean divide between domestic and foreign firms doesn't reflect reality. Guatemala. I don't know why I put a Q, even though I have no idea to spell it anyway. I'm sure there's got to be some car parts made in Guatemala. The Guatemala was just an example. I'm sure there's a lot of them made in China and whatever. We need to make 50-year-old steelworker learn the code so they can be part of the information economy. True, unironically based. Or just give them money. I would so much rather just like give the dumb poor people who only know how to work manufacturing jobs just like money. Just give them like $2,000 a month, okay, and they can live off that. Than like harm everybody else by imposing tariffs. Like Apple tariffs wouldn't matter. They charge you $1 billion for a $20 part anyway. True. For example, Apple designs iPhones in California, but they contract the manufacturing to hundreds of suppliers peppered across Asia. In fact, a big part of international trade occurs within multinational corporations being independent buyers and sellers. Sorry, not between independent buyers and sellers. Roughly half of U.S. imports and nearly a third of exports are related parties. Any tariff on this trade is directly paid by U.S. companies. A lot of trade is within multinational corporations. Roughly half of all U.S. imports are between related parties. And not independent buyers and sellers. Tariffing these goods. Or tariffs on these goods. 25% toys are totally productive? Well, like, yeah? What? Would you rather have Americans making the 25-cent toys? And not being Apple engineers? What? The tariffs on these goods are paid directly by U.S. companies. I don't want anyone to be an Apple engineer. I hate Apple. Okay, Google engineer. Google software developer. I don't really like Apple either. They yeah. I love my Android phone. We learned these lessons from about the modern economy, not from common sense that J.D. Vance appealed to in his vice presidential debate, but through careful data collection and analysis from economists, often economists with PhDs. Their detailed research reveals how cost increases ripple through supply chains and ultimately harm U.S. exports. Okay. A lot of research has been done. This details how these cost increases ripple through supply chains and ultimately harm U.S. exports. Wow, it's almost like tariffs or a tax on trade. For example, recent research by Handedly, Kamal, and Monarch examining the 2018 to 2019 steel tariff is the disentangling the effects of the oh no, it's a different paper. By these people, examine the 2018 to 2019. Oops. Steel and all right. Tariffs that placed on solar panels, washing machines, steel, aluminum, and a wide range of Chinese imports. It found that products more exposed to tariffs and imported inputs experience significantly lower export growth. This effect was equivalent to foreign countries imposing a 2% tariff on U.S. exports. Equivalent to foreign countries imposing 2% tariffs on U.S. exports. On average, exports of unaffected products grew 2 percentage points faster than affected items. The tariffs intended to protect domestic industries ended up acting as a tax on U.S. exporters, undermining their global competitiveness as the opposite of protecting American jobs. Instead of protecting American jobs, the tariffs acted as a tax on exports as well. Econ 101 model misses another crucial aspect of real-world tariffs. The other country often retaliates tariffs of its own. This harms domestic exporters. Another thing the Econ 101 model misses is other countries often retaliate with tariffs of its own. This harms domestic exporters, potentially wiping away any gains for import competing industries. When the United States imposed tariffs on over $400 billion of Chinese goods in 2018 to 2019, China retaliated notably with tariffs against U.S. agriculture exporters. This is what China did. China did after our round of 2018 to 2019 tariffs. The net effect is fewer manufacturing jobs. Given these complications, what actually happens when countries impose major tariffs? The extended wave of U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods provides a clear example. Instead of helping U.S. manufacturers, Aaron Fletcher and Justin Pierce found that these tariffs led to it's just disentangling the effects of the yep. Tariffs led to higher costs for manufacturers using Chinese inputs, job losses in industries relying on Chinese imports, only small employment gains in protected industries, and higher consumer prices in many sectors. What would be the global impact if we put a tariff on cringe? Oh man, we'd lose out on so much brain rot, bro. Overall, the negative effects of higher input costs and reduced exports outweigh any benefits from outweigh any benefits from import protection from manufacturers as a group. It's not fun. Going to win another debate. This is the debate I'm the least confident about because it's like the Hippy Dippy main show, so it's like actual like real people. Like I don't know. I expect they'll like there's gonna be points I win on and points I lose on. I don't know. I don't really. To be clear, I wouldn't care at all. Really, I was gonna say at all. I wouldn't care if I got destroyed, just because, you know, if I get 10 people to subscribe to me even on YouTube, you know, that helps out because trying to reach the 1,000 number, right? So it's just good for exposure regardless. Yeah, actual real people. Yeah. Goal is to not be eliminated in the first round. We'll see if that happens. By the way, do any of you know who Kevin Logan is? I have no clue who Kevin Logan is. Who is this guy? He's filling in for a loner box.
Trust me, it's here is the evidence. Does this reasonably go beyond the standard of reasonable doubt? If it does, then you...
I don't know what he's talking about. I have no clue who he is. Hopefully he's good. So overall, the negative effects of higher input costs and reduced exports hurt aggregate manufacturing more than it helped. Oh my god, why was it so delayed? I saw in the Twitch thing it said he spent 5 bits and I was like, oh man, I wonder what he did. And it took forever for it to fucking Thanks for the 5 bits, Wise Kanye West. I really appreciate it. What the fuck? How'd I break Notion so badly? Who are you debating against? So there's, I don't know, it's a Hippy Dippy Rumble thing. So the way they do it, did the boss really get banned from Hippy Dippy? I don't know. He's not banned. At least as far I know, at least as far as I know, he's not banned. I don't know why they would ban him. I mean, just because he didn't get on the main show doesn't mean he's banned. But so the first 8 people are Kevin Logan, Maddie Cakes, me, and actual Jake against critically thinking veteran Alex Stein, Hake. I don't know who Hake is. It just says Hake. No clue who Hake is. And Cam Higby. And then at 30 minutes, they vote to kick 2 people. I think they kick 2 right-wingers first. And then they bring on Pentuple and Sparky. And then at 30 minutes after that, they kick 2 more people and bring on Stardust and Rashad or whatever. Listen, goal is to not get kicked first. That's my only goal. Can you wait, like link what in chat? The tweet? This? As we dig even deeper, the problem of tariffs keeps piling up. The uncertainty that accompanies the threat of tariffs, even before implementation, can chill business investment. Companies delayed decisions on new facilities and supply chains when trade policies in flux. During the U.S.-China trade tensions, many firms reported putting investment plans on hold because of uncertainty over tariffs and retaliation. This dampens economic growth beyond the direct impact of tariffs. Are you debating monetary theory or something boring? I don't, dude. How funny would it be to like show up to like the election special and just be like Alex Stein, very serious debater, Alex Stein. Do you think banks lend reserves? Dude, what do you think of NGDP targeting? Well, what's your opinion on quantitative? Do you think quantitative easing is do you think quantitative easing is used to manipulate long-term interest rates, or do you think it's primarily used to increase the money supply? What's your opinion on the Fed's expansion of the discount window during 2020 recession? What's a Oh, dude, that'd be a really funny troll. Alex Stein's a sexual harasser. I think you mean very serious debater. I cannot wait to debate. Alex Stein kind of looks like George Bush Buzz. George Bush son. Beyond the direct impact, uncertainty around trade policy also chills business investment. Look at this spelling. Master debater here. Can't spell any fucking words though. Consumers also hurt in ways less obvious than higher prices. For example, tariffs may reduce options when they shop. Going to a grocery store today, and at any point during the year, we'll see dozens of kinds of fresh fruit. How? Modern trade. What's Alex Stein's opinion of Fed lowering rate reserve requirement to zero and paying interest on reserves? What? Hey, Alex, what's your opinion on the excess reserve system that we, entered past 2008? That'd be the excellent troll. Consumers not only face higher cost, but less options. By the way, another tariffs reduce price competition, which allows companies here to increase their prices too. Again, if I'm Farmer Bill, what the fuck? I'm frozen. If I'm Farmer Bill, apparently I'm fucking frozen, dude. Was Casey Lee on Hippy Dippy? No. Oh, I'm gone now. Oh, how did I do that? I said something that triggered fucking Google. Graphs and charts and math. I love graphs and charts and math. Now I'm fun moving up the debate ladder. Listen, I think it's interesting to me. Maybe it's not. It's I don't know like how interested like Casey and like NOK and like the boss are. I guess the boss did the Hippy Dippy thing in like in this type of in like what I'm doing. Going up the debate ladder. Listen, if they just post it on YouTube, they could do it too. Like, I don't even. I'm at 6 viewers right now. Like, Gorps averages like double my viewership on Twitch. Casey and NOK are probably about the same, if not more. Like, the boss is like double my viewership on Twitch. I think it's just, honestly, like, if you just post to YouTube, I feel like the boss has gotten better at posting on YouTube too. Lots of less options. Well, they're also dumber than you, so that doesn't help. I'm not even... I just have, like... If you just have, like, a 5th grade reading comprehension, then, like, you can prepare for any debate decently well, so long as you do a debate on, like, a specific topic. That's part of the reason, like, I'm more worried for this one, because it's more of, like, an open thing. It's like, I have to actually control the conversation in order to debate points that I think I'm better at. For example... Now I'm worried, because I know Camby knows more. Cam Higby knows more about, like, Israel-Palestine than I do. Even though I did do a fair amount of research on it. He's, like, major Zionist, more than I am, okay? He is the biggest non-Jewish Zionist, okay? I'm only the second biggest non-Jewish Zionist, right? So, like, previously, like, I was reliant, like, oh, hey, if that comes up, you know, guess what? I got fucking Lonerbox there, okay? Lonerbox knows everything that I don't know. But now he's gone. So now, if that gets brought up, I may be fucked. Might be fucked. Ugh. May only need a 5th grade reading comprehension, but nothing can make up for years of watching Destiny. True. Mono trades allows consumers. I guess I'll just say, for example, actually. For example. Just say Netanyahu good and Noir dead. Yeah, but he's the issue with, like, you know, pro-Israel Trump supporters. It's like it's harder to debate on a point that you think is half true. Right? So, like, if I'm trying to think of another example, because, like, you have to give them the, like, well, I think you're, like, mostly right. So, like, if they say, like, well, Israel obviously committing a genocide, Israel has the right to self-defense after October, it's like, well, obviously I agree with you there. It's like you have to fight more on, like, the, like, more nuanced points or whatever. Respect if you beat Econoboy. Me and Econoboy are very much aligned in the economy discussion. Also, Econoboy's coming up, like, last, so I don't expect to make it that far. I don't know. Trump would literally save Israel if it meant cutting off his left hand. Based. I must help. You guys see, I need to add this as an alert. I was going to. I don't think I ever did, though. It's really funny. The Veggie Tales. I must help save Israel.
We need to protect ourselves, but how?
King Saul is putting together help save Israel.
We must help save Israel.
We must help save Israel. We must help save Israel.
Hey, Dave. Where do you think you're going?
I must help save Israel. It's funny. You gotta bait another person into saying China pays tariffs? We'll try. I don't know how I would bait them into it. I would just ask, like, hey, who pays a tariff? Like, who, like... To buy many types of fresh fruit year-round. It need to be pretty good bait? Yeah, I don't know. Consumers benefit from this variety instead of being stuck with canned peaches all winter. These people find variety accounts for over half of trade-induced GDP growth. What does that mean? Variety accounts for over half of trade-induced GDP growth. Trump's tariff reduced the varieties of the affected goods. There's no reason to expect, not to expect the same from future tariffs. January 6th. Listen, if we had Pisco on my team, then I'd be fine bringing up January 6th. I don't trust. I don't know how much the other people with me know about Chatty Page for January 6th. Know about January 6th though. In the end, the critics are right that the simple model misses many details, and the effects of tariffs are more nuanced than simple price increases. But politicians and their friends who use their complexity to justify protectionist policies are drawing the exact wrong conclusion. The detailed research shows that in the world of global supply chains and multinational corporations, major tariffs are likely to be far more damaging, especially in manufacturing jobs, than even basic economics would suggest. Crazy. Okay, so I'll probably do like a targeting 3 and just do studies. And I have a number of studies to put here. IMF study of 151 countries. From 1963 to 2014. Let's put this down here for now. Gorp thinks the action was to send a military to eliminate them. What? Gorp have said that Trump did not declare war on a Jan 6 mob. I mean, I don't know what you mean by declare war. Like, obviously, he should have told them to go home earlier, and he should have deployed, like, the National Guard to fucking take them out earlier. But, when I say take them out, I don't mean kill them, but to, like, you know, control a riot. Send the army? That, like, I would see, like, people are literally rioting inside the Capitol. Like, what? Yeah? I think this is just a summary of this study. This isn't though. Hold on, we'll get back to that. (2018) analysis. Found steel consuming jobs outnumber. Okay, it's 43. the Justin Pierce study, so this is the same as this one. The one study the random guy cited in a Jubilee video. Oh, all those are not inside of it. Oops. Soda. Thank you, Outback Steakhouse. And why? Kind of ways for the bits. Outback Steakhouse, you didn't use bits. What happened to the volume? It's turned down a little. Can you guys not hear it at all? Not at all? Okay. Here. I put it back up for the most part. I just didn't want people interrupting it, using it like when I'm debating, so I'll turn it back down for now. Oh, Jesus, that's loud.
My guy pretty like a girl.
Got a chicken burger. I forgot how it goes. Got another chicken burger here. No, you cannot have my damn burger. Fuck out my face asking for my burger. We heard about the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Yeah, there's a compact between states, all blue. I don't think they're all blue, right? That say they will award the electoral votes to the winner of the popular vote. In total, 206 electoral votes, I believe. Yeah, I've heard about it. I mean, maybe they're all blue. I mean, that's not super relevant to me, but okay. Blah 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 blah. 50 points for Wizard Cat's a great deal. Thoughts on interstate compact? I think it's chill. So this I already have. This is And so I already have this one too. I already have the Justin Pierce one. What's good? Welcome to the stream, LJ Rapper. Yeah, I'm not gonna react to your newest original song, buddy. Oh, I might actually have a new study here. Wait, was this one? Yes. Okay. So don't have this. These are just, it's just says estimates. IRC with 3 million vote spread for a popular vote, and Hillary took California by 4 mil. I'm guessing that's a no. Thinking wait, it sounds good. I think we have too many states. Well, I mean, yeah, the point of the Senate is to be skewed, right? It's kind of the whole point. Analysis by Kate, whoever, or Erica York. Estimates. Trump voting took to longer GDP by 0.2%. Unemployment by that. Okay. You're about to piss me off. You have no right to be pissed off just because I don't want to react to your song, brother. That's it. I'm reporting your account. I doubt they're gonna ban me. I don't think I did anything wrong. I'm not banned on like Twitch, and Twitch has a way stricter TOS than on many accounts too. I don't like. Okay, I'll appeal it, and they'll probably accept it. Like, Congress represents the people and the Senate represents the states. Crazy. I got a lot of bodies. I drank too much caffeine and need to pee again. Enjoy your brain rot. I'll be back. I'm back. You guys enjoy your brain rot? Personally, I have nothing against the dissolution of the union. Well, as long as they're proletarian, right? Malibu. Need that. Don't need this. Oops, where the hell did I put that? Through an effort to split... Oh, wait, it's probably turn this off. Effort to split blue states for that strategy. I didn't know it was a conversation other than for Texas. For what? Are you talking about distributing electoral votes like proportionally? Okay. We like skimmed this. I might want to actually read it. The claim in the title's post might sound obvious, but I encounter lots of people to think import tariffs or taxes on imports, not exports. In fact, imports discourage both imports and exports to a roughly equal extent. Tariffs not only tax imports, but also tax exports. Or I'll just say discourage imports, but also discourage exports to a roughly equal extent. Just to be clear, tariffs might reduce imports a bit more than they reduce exports if they lead to a smaller budget deficit. I doubt there's anyone who believes that to be the case for the tariffs imposed by the U.S. and recent administrations. Another misconception is that tariffs and imports reduce exports only in a case where countries retaliate. I'll just say, even if countries do not retaliate. That's not true. Tariffs move the exchange rate into a position where exports are likely to fall roughly as much as imports are crying, even if there's no explicit retaliation from other countries. The intuition here is that exports are the way we pay for imports. If you tax one side of the transaction, you will reduce both sides. Just as the tax on gasoline reduces both the sale and purchase of gasoline, it makes no difference whether the tax is imposed on buyers or sellers. To be sure, the quantity of imports and exports of goods can differ if countries also exchange financial assets and trade. The trade balance, technically the current account balance, is national savings minus national investment. But unless tariffs reduce the budget deficit, which is negative savings, they're likely to increase the trade surplus. Not likely, sorry, to increase the trade surplus or reduce the deficit, as like empirical evidence found. The current account balance is national savings minus national investment. Tariffs reduce the budget deficit, which is negative savings. They're not likely to increase the trade surplus or reduce the trade deficit. Bloomberg has an article discussing how U.S. farmers are losing market to billion farmers. U.S.-China relations frayed during China's trade war. Loss in agriculture export competitiveness is exactly what you expect when a country adopts higher tariffs. It has nothing to do with U.S.-China relations and everything to do with real exchange rates. Exactly what you'd expect from higher tariffs. It has nothing to do with U.S.-China relations, but instead the real exchange rate. I know tariffs tend to appreciate the dollar, but I'm not 100% sure what the mechanism for that is. I've just seen that people say that, and the empirical evidence seems to support that tariffs tend to appreciate the value of the dollar in foreign forex markets, right? Why do tariffs appreciate the dollar? Reduced import demand. That's obvious, I guess. When tariffs are imposed on imported goods, they become more expensive for domestic countries. This leads to reduced demand for imports and consequently less demand for foreign currencies. Makes sense. Decreased demand for foreign currencies relative to the dollar may cause the dollar to appreciate. Improve trade balance by discouraging imports. Tariffs can improve the trade balance in favor of the United States. More favorable trade balance typically strengthens domestic currency. Increase domestic production. As imported goods become more expensive due to tariffs, domestic producers may increase their production to meet demand. This can lead to economic growth and increased confidence in the U.S. economy, further strengthening the dollar. Capital inflows of tariffs are perceived to protect and boost domestic industries and may attract more foreign investment into the U.S. This increases demand for the dollar. Okay, that's just well, that follows from number 2. Not as being tariffs are necessarily a bad idea. Rather, analysis suggests it would be a mistake to move toward protectionism under the assumption that tariffs only reduce imports, whereas tariffs in fact reduce both imports and exports by a roughly equal amount. P.S. The same applies to an export tax. Export tax was also reduces imports for the same general reason. Policy regime that combines a uniform import tax with an equal export subsidy is pretty close to free trade regime, as well as the two policies roughly offset. Those countries like South Korea were far less mercantilist in their high growth phase than many people claim. Ooh. That's interesting, actually. Because people make that claim all the time. Like, oh, South Korea, export, tariff, export industrial-based growth. But if they were... had tariffs, but also subsidizing exports to like an equal extent. Okay. I probably want to read this as well. Friendshoring versus Buy American. Cold War II won't be won with a go at it alone strategy. The why is it like stuttering? The pro-free trade consensus is dead. Although some of Donald Trump's specific protectionist policies have been reversed, the Biden administration has shown no signs of going back to the days when presidents worked hard to sell a reluctant public on the benefits of open markets. Biden has kept the tariffs in China while intensifying export controls and inbound investment restrictions on that country. And it's even considering outbound investment restrictions as well. It's important to note that not all these measures are specific to China. That makes sense because these trade restrictions are not protectionist in the traditional sense of the word. Instead of being designed to protect American jobs and profits, they're designed to prevent an increasingly aggressive China from being able to militarily overwhelm the world's developed democracies. National security, not economic protection, is what really destroyed the free trade consensus. But you know what else is more important for preventing China to be able to overwhelm the world's developed democracies? Strong alliances. Okay. Pro-free trade consensus is dead. But not because of protectionism. But rather, national security. Trade policy is now designed to prevent China from being able to militarily See you on Hippy Dippy. Thanks for stopping by. Why it's Kanye West. Overruns the world developed democracies. Non-fun represent. Hopefully. Biden administration has been emphasizing the French shoring, moving away to supply chains out of China into friendly countries. Secretary Janet Yellen has been emphasizing the concept in her recent trips to Asia. Okay, because right here. Strong alliances are very important to combat China as well. You're at 81 follows. Yeah, most of them are bots though. Partly why Biden. You got enough followers if you want to monetize on kink. Don't you need an average of like 5 viewers or whatever on Kick? I don't have that. I don't know. If I don't, I'll do it. But I think with 3, I'm not sure. I'm not talking quickly here. I think I have like literally an average of 0.75 average viewers on Kick or something, bro. Monetization. Oh, wait to create a Stripe account. Wait, can I do it? Achievements. Don't I need hang with my community? Oh wait. Do I not need it? I just need 75 followers and to stream for 5 hours. Where's it show my average viewers? Okay, yeah. 0.20 average viewers on Kick. Oh, but it seems like I can monetize now. So I guess I'll do that after this stream. I can twist it downside as ads. Kick doesn't have that for now. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Which is good. French shoring is a great idea. Economies nearly never work as isolated units where each country makes everything for itself. But in a modern day, imagining that America could make everything it consumes and consume everything it makes is pure fantasy. We need international supply chains, period. I mean, that's intuitive, but... Obviously, the idea... Did someone just sub? It said I reached my sub goal, but I don't think I... But no sub notification popped up. It says 1 minute ago, I'm 50% of my way for completing my sub goal. Give you my Prime sub? Oh, thanks. Wait, why didn't it pop up? It didn't even pop up on my Twitch dashboard. It just popped up on... Like, it doesn't say Ophelia resubbed or anything, which it should. Well, thank you, Ophelia. I appreciate it. I don't know why the alert didn't go off. You guys can make everything itself. It's absurd. We need international supply chains. I think bot tricks have been a bit wonky lately. Yeah, but shouldn't it also say in my Twitch dashboard? Because a sub goal thing popped up, but the Ophelia Prime sub or whatever did not pop up. Definitely should. Yeah, I don't know. Guess I'm not important. Yeah, you know your like German sub or whatever. It's not even worth that much. It's like worth $1 or something. It's not worth as much as a American sub. I'm pretty sure your bits are worth the same amount, but. know what else is important? Strong alliances, friend shoring, great idea. We need international supply chains. Given that we need international supply chains, we ought to have them in countries that are either our allies, South Korea, Japan, Mexico, or France, or de facto quasi-allies like India, the Philippines, Taiwan, or countries that are generally wary of Chinese power and might become our de facto quasi-allies in the future, like Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand. In practice, China has few friends that are not either petrostates like Russia or basket cases like North Korea. So friend showing really just means almost anywhere but China. Don't mind me. I'm just being an attention-seeking sex worker here, trying to look important. My supremely highlighted message. Okay, fire, nice one. I choked on my own fucking spit. Relocating supply chains to these countries from China has been an obvious diplomatic benefits, but it's also strategically important and it benefits the conflict with China. Even one that falls short of a full-scale war, China could simply threaten to shut down any U.S.-owned factories or key suppliers and borders. Even outside of full-scale war. Having strategic.
Guys, what one is your favorite?
Industries in China.
Skewry Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben, Nab, I forgot his name, the Frog Dude, and, yeah. Floline, Melina, Skin.
Friend shoring isn't just a way to be a good friend to other countries. It's a way of hardening our economy against potential attack. On top of that, in the long run, investment.
Why are you still peeing? Magna!
I just turned it down again.
Oh my god. Magna.
French oriented is a way to be good friends. Is a way of hardening our economy against potential attack. On top of that, in the long run, investing in friendly nations will help build up their economies, making them more effective allies and quasi-allies decades down the line. Investing in our allies. Also make them stronger allies over time. The U.S. successfully did it with Japan in the First Cold War. It's documented by an excellent book, Chip War. One reason U.S. companies complained little about Japanese semiconductor manufacturing in the 70s was that Japan was an important U.S. ally, and we knew that we had a strong and technologically advanced Japanese economy that was in our best interest. So it is with India, Vietnam, and so on today, as well as old allies like Japan and South Korea who still need to keep their economy strong. So it's very good news that some big name U.S. companies like Apple are moving some of their production out of China, and in friendly countries like India and Vietnam. The U.S. should encourage this with subsidies for any company that moves out of China to any country on a friends list. In a practice, that friends list needs to be basically any other country other than China. Recently on a debate with PPG, we argued the age of consent should be set at 25. Awesome, base. Was he a virgin until 25, or did he have, did he break his own rule? And I should ask him that. What was I gonna? He broke his own rule many times, I would imagine. This is why. It's good news. Companies like Apple are moving some of their production out of China and into friendly countries like India and Vietnam. This should probably be. This should be encouraged by state subsidies. Even on national security is what forced Democrats and Republicans to accept a pivot away from free trade. It's not the only thing politicians mind. Many on both sides, the aisle still think about trade in terms of A, America versus the world, and B, job losses overseas. Here's just one example to stand out to from a politician who's generally many good ideas, but whose heart is in the right place. Ro Khanna, the offshoring experiment left 70,000 factories shut down and countless families devastated. It's time to bring those factories back home to heal America. I'm not going to lambaste people for thinking like that. In fact, it's true that offshoring in China did devastate U.S. manufacturing in regions, manufacturing jobs in regions, workers, careers in the 2000s. And event economists now call it China shock. And in general, it is good to incentivize high-tech manufacturing in the U.S., and this will produce some jobs. I'm very happy about the new factories that TSMC and Samsung are building new semiconductor plants in the U.S. Khanna's way of thinking, however, misses some important changes that have happened between the 2000s and now. The technologies that make global supply chains cheap, especially the internet, are still here, meaning the kind of cheap, labor-intensive manufacturing of furniture, toys, clothing, etc. that the U.S. still did a bit of 20 years ago. It's just not coming back. Meanwhile, the kind of high-tech, capital-intensive manufacturing jobs that produce the greatest economic benefits for America, the think of semiconductor fabs and robotic arm auto plants instead of shoe factories, creates only a modest number of jobs. In order to be competitive in the globalized high-tech manufacturing sector, the U.S. needs to do most the work with robots. You can't really have a debate with him. Often people still think of trade and tariffs as in terms of A, America versus the world, and B, job loss overseas. The word jobs lost to China. Or, well, not jobs, but manufacturing jobs. Technology to make global supply chain cheap, especially the internet, are still here. Any kind of labor-intensive manufacturing are just not going back. Just came here to give me my prime sub. Now I'm gonna go have fun. Thank you, Ophelia. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I appreciate the prime sub too. Even though the fucking alert didn't go off, but whatever. Kind of high-tech, capital-intensive manufacturing jobs that produce greatest economic benefits for America. Creates only a modest number of jobs. In order to be competitive in these strategic industries, I'll say. U.S. needs U.S. needs to do most of the work with robots. The most important thing that's changed over the last 2 decades is a strategic calculus. In 2003, it wasn't quite clear yet whether China would become a responsible stakeholder in the global order, or would see the order as something that it needed to overthrow. Now we have the answer. China is so much bigger than the U.S. That there's no way we can balance it economically or militarily without a large coalition of allies and friends. And if we try to bring everything onshore, not only will it fail, it will prevent the U.S. from building a large coalition of allies and friends. Already, key U.S. allies, the EU, South Korea, and Japan have bristled to provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act that subsidize cars and batteries made in the U.S. Over cars and batteries made in allied nations. South Korea's presidential even called their provisions betrayal. Nor is the urge to go out alone limited to the Bernie-aligned left or the Trumpian right. In 2021, the Biden administration proudly trumped its Buy American policies. Cringe. Buy American, unfortunately, also means don't buy from our allies, and this policy understandably angered European allies, as it does as well others. Now, some sort of jostling is sort of inevitable. Allies are not perfectly aligned. There will always be some amount of friction between them. There will definitely be plenty of friction in the Cold War and in World War II. and those other countries can and should offer their own matching subsidies for batteries and EVs. This will spread the green transition along and help move production away from China. But at this early stage of Cold War II, or whatever you want to call it, it makes sense to err on the side of difference to our allies, especially those that are in the same geographic neighborhood as Russia, China, and Russia. If you hate America, if you hate Buy America, this is cringe. I mean, I don't like... Have you been listening to me read the article? Hate is a strong word, but yeah, it's dumb to buy America and like isolate ourselves from our allies who are going to be important in combating China. Like, opportunity cost also as well. That's another thing. So those are like the two big reasons, like why you shouldn't buy America like all the time or whatever. Like, remember that Japan and South Korea locked in their own battles with China for battery and EV manufacturing. Europe would soon be too. With their small domestic markets and high labor costs, they're a distinct disadvantage against their giant neighbor. We need to negate that advantage by offering Japan and Korea full access to its markets. I saw Asma Gold vid that says Twitch is making a politics and sensitive materials category because of what he did. Yeah, I saw domestic production is why Americans should buy American. It should buy American. I don't believe domestic production actually increases total output. It's the thing. Like, you are hurting other industries when you buy American, or when you make people buy Americans. But as like all the evidence shows, by the way, like all the evidence is clear on this. Like, tariffs reduce output. They don't really increase. They decrease productivity. They don't raise much revenue. They don't have big effects on trade deficits. Because tariffs are tax and trade. They harm. Total output remains the same globally, but domestic output, no. Domestic output decreases, and all the data shows this. From an Econ 101 model, you can see there's deadweight loss of tariffs. That's just a fact. And then 2, empirical data supports this as well. Especially if you tariff intermediate goods. Exactly, we can see the type of jobs where we need to claw back production. Not getting filled. Anyway, Japan and South Korea are also locked in their own battles with China over battery and EV manufacturing, and Europe soon will be. Since they have smaller domestic markets with high labor cost, their distinct disadvantage against their giant neighbor. We need to negate that advantage by offering Japan and Korea full access to U.S. markets, including the same tax credits that we give domestic producers. Otherwise, it will look like the U.S. is the kind of country that hangs its key allies out to dry, and that's the image we absolutely can afford. The same is true when it comes to the exchange rate policy. In the 2000s, one way China was able to take U.S. manufacturing industries away so fast is that it kept its currencies artificially cheap, making its exports more expensive and Chinese exports cheaper. It wasn't until many years later that the damage had already been done that the Trump administration branded China as a currency manipulator. We should have done that a decade and a half earlier. But some of the people who rightfully got mad about our failure to do anything about China's currency against the 2000s are still mad and seem to want to close their proverbial barn door after the horses already bolted. For example, Brad Sester is an economist I deeply respect who has done excellent and very detailed works analyzing international financial flows and identifying the sources of exchange rate distortions. But I think he makes a grave error when he lumps in allies like India, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan in North China. First of all, China is far more important than these other in terms of sheer size. The U.S. bilateral trade deficit of China is about half our total trade deficit, meaning our financial imbalance of China dwarfs all others. Second of all, the cheap currencies that Asian allies Sester is upset about are often due to factors other than currency manipulation. For example, Japan's yen is weak because the Bank of Japan has been reluctant to raise rates and cause a recession, not because the Bank of Japan wants Japan to run a current account surplus. Even in the case where our allies are intervening to keep their currencies cheap, they're often doing so in order to stay competitive with China. We should want our allies and friends to stay competitive with China. That strategic concern should override worries about small current account imbalances that we have with allies like South Korea and developing countries like India. Is China not America's #1 ally? No. They seem to not be aligned with us geopolitically, even if we do a lot of trade with them. We should want our allies to stay competitive with China. That strategic concerns should override words about small current account imbalances. This goes for the semiconductor industry as well. So argues that forcing small allies like South Korea and Japan to appreciate a currency against the dollar will allow the U.S. to win chip manufacturing share away from the countries. But is that really top priority? Obviously, we need to move some at TSMC and other semiconductor fabs to U.S. soil or nearby, so that won't be suddenly cut off from chips in the event of a Chinese blockade and missile strike. But Sester, who advised the Biden administration on trade this year, seems unconcerned with this or any other strategic consideration. What is this? Political hegemony. What the fuck? Oh. Yeah, this is awesome, man. Literal CCP propaganda. Let's go. Let's go. Seems unconcerned with this or any part of strategic consideration. Instead, he seems laser focused on reducing financial aid and trade imbalances between the U.S. and Asian allies. This seems like a counterproductive way of thinking. Taiwan and South Korea aren't just smaller than the U.S., they're also poorer and more dependent on a few big companies like Samsung and TSMC, forcing them to go policies that sustain those industries. Even if policies are slightly unfair, would be stingy and selfish. Worst of all, it would be penny wise and pound foolish because it would show that the U.S. is the kind of country that pushes around its allies and hurts their economic development. Also show U.S. is the kind of country to push around its allies. And weaken their economic development. Aware that after decades of losing out to unfair Chinese competition, Americans might be looking for a trade win, and where they can find one, Democrats might not use the same phrasing, but Trump's complaint that we just don't win anymore probably resonates widely with our experience with China. The problem is that with the easiest wins, there would be to punch down against our weaker allies to vent out frustrations, targets opportunity, even if those targets are our friends. There's no way to fight a Cold War. The economic benefit of Buy American provisions, the American-only tax credits, and other strategic protectionist policies would be minuscule to non-existent. Well, the strategic loss of looking like a country that punctures its own allies would be enormous. In the first Cold War, we wisely recognized that when allies like South Korea and Japan and France got rich and made the U.S. and the world more secure, we realized that every dollar of goods manufactured in South Korea and France represented a win for the free world, and we should recognize it again now. You down to react? No. America thinking foreign policy from American perspective and dismiss and ignore other countries' interest. Yeah, because unlike you, I support America first. America first. I mean, I don't think I only consider America's interest. Like, obviously, I'm an American citizen. That's probably what I'm primarily concerned about. But one, yeah, most countries do the same. But like, one, like, there are cases where I think we should take into account other countries' interests if they're like our allies, like, you know, Ukraine. The United States exploits the world's wealth with the help of what the fuck? It costs only about 17 cents to produce a $100 bill, and other countries have to pony up $100 in goods to obtain one. That's not... That peonage is not... Okay. It was printed more than half a century ago. The United States enjoyed exorbitant privilege and deficit without tears created by its dollar, and its worthless paper notes to plunder the resources and factories of other nations. I don't know. I don't think that's based. Also, like, China manipulates its currency way, way, way more than we do. So, like, if anything, China is doing that. But, okay. Okay, I want to find a few clips of Trump talking about the central bank, and I want to find a few clips of Trump talking about tariffs.
A record number of rate increases and quantitative tightening by the Federal Reserve since I won
I'm surprised he knows what that is. Wow.
the election. 8 increases in total, which were, in my opinion, far too fast an increase and far too slow a decrease. Because remember, we are actively competing with nations who openly cut interest rates so that now many are actually getting paid when they pay off their loan, known as negative interest. Who ever heard of such a thing? Give me some of that. Give me some of that money. I want
What
some
an intelligent man. Whoever heard of such a thing.
Reserve doesn't let us do it. I don't
Like, having negative interest rates is not a sign of a good economy, by the way. Like,
the smart people are clapping. Only the smart people.
look at all these successful countries with their negative interest rates. It's like, yeah, because they're trying to get rid of fucking deflation. Like...
Last another.
You would, I think.
Hi, Allison Silver for context. We have a president.
The president making those remarks in the Hamptons, according to Bloomberg, saying that he had some suspicions that Jay Powell wasn't necessarily doing the right thing in terms of interest rate hikes going forward. This is a criticism the president has made before, including to Joe Kernan in an on-camera interview earlier this year. Here's what the president said back then.
Deflation is way better than inflation, in my opinion. Deflation is when money becomes worth more over time. Yeah, the issue is there's something actually called a deflationary spiral. So if people aren't spending their money because they think it's going to be worth more later, that means consumption falls, which that means people's income falls. Consumption is just someone else's income. What like Japan has to deal with this a lot. That's why Japan has to print money so much. Falling demand, falling prices, debt defaults, bankruptcies, layoffs, and wage reductions. Falling demand. Like nobody wants a deflationary spiral. It's probably best to stabilize effective demand. Is the Twitter stream doing well this time? Nope. 1 view. The last one got like 100 views. The Twitter algorithm does not seem to like me as much as it likes other people. I don't know why.
I put a very good man in the Fed. I don't necessarily agree with it because he's raising interest rates. I'm not saying that I agree with it, and I don't necessarily agree with it. I must tell you, I don't. I'm not thrilled because we go up, and every time you go up, they want to raise rates again, and I don't really. I am not happy about it. But at the same time, I'm letting them do what they feel is best.
Michelle, my sense here is that the president really wants the Fed.
President who seems quite
Well,
Fed, and I was just wondering what you think about this.
Well, as I mentioned, I think that the independence of the Fed from direct political direction direct political control is an important institutional feature that has served the country well, served the economy well, served the American public well. And it's also the same sort of broadly similar protections that other advanced economy central banks have. And I think we have long experience that when you see central banks lacking those protections, you see bad things happening. And that includes, by the way, our experience here in the United States. So I do think that that's important. At the Fed, we are a strictly non-political agency. We are doing our best to serve all Americans with our tools. We understand that we have a very important job, and we're very focused on doing that job. And desire to play no role in broader political issues, but just to carry out that really important role. We're human. We'll make mistakes. I hope not frequently, but we'll make mistakes, but we won't make mistakes of integrity or character.
Do. All right, here we go. Yep. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. How do I pronounce that? Are we? Oh look, there's this has even less than Kamala Harris has on her housing thing. To help new home buyers, Republicans will reduce mortgage rates by slashing inflation. Reduce mortgage rates by slashing inflation. Man, if only mortgage rates were in control, mostly affected by the Federal Reserve, who raises interest rates to fight inflation, but okay. Open limited portions of federal lands for new home construction, promote homeownership through tax incentives, like Harris wants to do, and support first-time home buyers, like Harris wants to do, and cut unnecessary regulations that raise housing costs, like Harris wants to do. Lowering inflation lowers home prices through compounding interest paid. What? Unfortunately, this increases demand with increase in prices, which means nothing happens. I honestly do not know what you mean by that. Lowering inflation lowers home prices, lowers compounding interest paid. I don't think Republicans don't actually have a plan to reduce inflation as a thing, but Even real low inflation, it won't change housing prices because of economic laws of supply and demand. What? Okay. Ending the Fed means Great Depression? Well, it would mean, I would say probably another one would be more likely next time a financial crisis happens, yeah. Good thing I'm already depressed. I think would help. What would help? Getting rid of the Fed, do you think would help if another financial crisis came around? Usually the Fed is, you can debate how good of a job it is at doing it sometimes, but I think the Fed has a decent track record calming financial crises. Like there was the one case, Black Monday. We hear a lot about Black Tuesday from the Great Depression. But Black Monday happened in 1987. The stock market crashed actually more than it did in Black Tuesday in the Great Depression. But because the Fed was able to intervene and inject a bunch of reserves into banks, I think they also bought. Some other assets. But because they were injected a ton of reserves into banks, the crisis was calmed. The response to monetary policy to the crash, according to Michael Musa, was massive, immediate, and appropriate. One day after the crash, the Federal Reserve began to act as a lender last resort to continue the crisis. Its crisis management approach included issuing a terse, divisive public pronouncement, supplying liquidity through open market operations, persuading banks to lend to securities firms, and a few specifications, direct actions tailored to firms' need. People literally starving. We are doing way better, true. On the morning of October 20th, Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan made a brief statement. The Federal Reserve, consistent with its responsibilities as a national bank, affirmed today that its readiness to serve as a source of liquidity to support the economic and financial system. Fed sources suggested that the brevity was deliberate in order to avoid misinterpretations. This extraordinary announcement probably had a calming effect on markets that were facing equally unprecedented demands for liquidity and immediate potential for a liquidity crisis. The market rallied after that announcement, gaining 200 points, but the rally was short-lived. By noon, it had been erased and the slide had resumed. Then the Fed acted to provide market liquidity and prevent crisis from expanding into other markets. It began injecting its reserves into the financial system via purchases on the open market. On October 20th, it injected $17 billion into the banking system through the open market, an amount that was more than 25% of bank reserve balances and 7% of the monetary base of the entire nation. This rapidly pushed the federal funds rate down to 0.5%. The Fed continues its expansive open market operations of securities for weeks. The Fed also repeatedly began these interventions an hour before the regularly scheduled time, notifying dealers of the scheduled change on the evening beforehand. This was all done in a very high-profile and public manner, similar to Greenspan's initial announcement to restore market confidence that liquidity was forthcoming. Although the Fed's holdings expanded appreciably over time, the speed of the expansion was not excessive. Moreover, the Fed disposed of these holdings so that its long-term policy goals would not be adversely affected. The Fed successfully met the unprecedented demands for credit, by pairing a strategy of moral caution that helped motivate nervous banks to lend securities to firms alongside its moves to reassure those banks by actively supplying them with liquidity. As economist Ben Bernanke, later became chairman of the Federal Reserve, wrote, the Fed's key action was to induce the banks by, so I don't know how to pronounce this. Suasion. Just suasion. Okay, suasion. And by to supply liquidity to make loans on customary terms, despite chaotic conditions and a possibility of severe adverse selection of borrowers. In expectation, making these loans must have been a money-losing strategy from the point of view of the banks and the Fed. Otherwise, the Fed persuasion would not have been needed. The Fed's two-part strategy was thoroughly successful since lending to securities firms by larger banks in Chicago and especially in New York increased substantially, often nearly doubling. crazy. Seems like not a subsidy program. Would not address any companies giving competitive challenges. What is this? It's not a subsidy. It's an attempt to convince semiconductor firms to invest in a place where they're not normally investing in the United States. Few rational firms would invest here because the costs are high. As such, a key point of view is to reduce the cost gap on our nation to make it economically feasible to censor manufacture in the United States. It's not about subsidizing companies or giving them money to undertake investments they would have made anyway. It's about removing the rationale for making those investments in Asia instead of it. Okay, sure. Another way to think about the link between imports and exports is foreign exchange market. When tariffs raise the after-tax price of goods, demand for imported goods falls. Lower demand for foreign goods means lower demand for foreign currencies, making the U.S. dollar stronger as a result. Strengthening the U.S. dollar may counteract tariffs by making imported products relatively more affordable than pre-tax, but also makes U.S. exports relatively more expensive in international markets. There are other links I need to go over. Probably this one. Okay, I need to go get food. I'll be back in a second. Can I steal Wix content? Leaving us unsupervised, quickly throw a wild house party. True. Get me there on Twitch. Do it. Give me a second. Let me make sure. Oh, that could be interesting.
The 2020 election was really close.
We believe we're on
Is it for research?
track to win this election.
We still feel like we can get over
I'm not just stealing content. Well, go upstairs and get food and come back.
270 tonight.
I need to know.
We did win this. And it was close in places where that makes things really complicated, like in the state of Michigan.
They better not copy strike me for this.
It was nearly 24 hours after polls closed there before they had a result.
Breaking news that multiple US networks have called the state of Michigan for Joe Biden.
But in the tiny rural town of Bel Air in the state's northwest, a county clerk
Oh,
named
no, it
Cheryl
keeps
Guy
Subway
had a
Surfers up.
sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. Something was wrong with the vote tally in her county, and people were starting to notice.
In Antrim County, ballots were counted for Democrats that were meant for Republicans, causing a 6,000 vote swing against our candidates.
Antrim County had reliably voted Republican
Rigged.
for years,
Stop
and
the
Cheryl
steal.
wasn't expecting any surprises this time. Cheryl Guy was a Republican. She'd voted for Trump herself, and she expected most of her neighbors had done the same.
Okay.
But the vote counting computers were saying that Joe Biden had won in her county by a lot. And it was starting to dawn on her that this was her fault. She'd made a terrible mistake a whole month before the election. The vote counting computers are pretty simple. You upload a file which tells the machine what a ballot looks like, and then you feed the ballots in. It scans the little boxes on the ballots for ticks, and then it uses the file in its memory to match up ticks to candidates. But Cheryl Guy had reformatted the ballot at the last minute to add a couple of new town council candidates without updating the file in the machines. Oops. All the boxes were in the wrong places, and the machines weren't happy. As Cheryl scanned through the ballots, the machines threw error messages at her, but she repeatedly clicked ignore. I mean, we've all been there. Then, without noticing the results were wrong, she sent them out, showing that Biden had won her county. Oops.
The county clerk came forward and said tabulating software glitched and caused a miscalculation of the votes.
It wasn't a glitch. Cheryl Guy had just made a mistake, which she subsequently fixed and owned up to. Even if she hadn't, her county has a board of canvassers who were all set up to double-check her work. But by then, it was too late.
A solid red county by the name of Antrim County, up in northern Michigan, all of a sudden went blue.
They actually subverted the election, and that's fraud.
Within days, misinformation was spreading that the counting machines could be flipping votes to Biden all over Michigan.
The county and the state, of course, lied and said that it was human error.
In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden.
We have now discovered that 47 counties use this same software in the same capacity.
In the weeks that followed, Cheryl Guy's mistake was used as proof of widespread fraud being conducted all over Michigan and all over America. There were calls for vote counts to be stopped and for ballots to be thrown out. And in Michigan, it almost worked. In an incredibly tense meeting room in Detroit, some Trump-supporting Republican members of a local election board tried to block the certification of hundreds of thousands of votes for Joe Biden. Now, 4 years on, they're primed to try again. They have dozens of people in place in low-level election certification positions across the country, ready to implement a scheme aimed at stopping the count. Of all the ways Trump tried to overturn the 2020 election, this is the one that is most likely to happen again this time.
Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
How does this plan work? And what will it mean next week when the polls close? I'm Matt Bevan, and from If You're Listening, this is episode 3 of America's Last Election. America's system of counting votes is, well, it involves a lot of people.
Here come Mrs. Dawson's colleagues on the election board of Riverton's 7th Precinct, each representing one of the major political parties.
Election boards administer elections around the country, and members are split evenly between Republicans and Democrats.
Mr. Schwartz is a Republican who works for the streetcar company. Mrs. Abernathy is a housewife and a Democrat. Mrs. Dawson is chairman. They've all known one another for years.
These folks are on a precinct board. There are, and I'm not joking, nearly
This is why.
177,000
Why I'm worried about Georgia.
of these boards across America. And that's not all. The precinct boards report to county boards, which report to state boards. There are hundreds of thousands of people involved, all tasked with checking each other's work.
The figures are checked and double-checked.
It's chaotic and it's messy, but it prevents big issues from emerging in the vote counting process. It means that mistakes like the one Cheryl Guy made don't go unnoticed. And this big, complicated system means that it would be very hard to rig an American presidential election. There are just too many different people involved. The system's inefficiencies are, in a way, a method of making sure that nothing can go too horribly wrong. After the votes are counted, each precinct, county, and state board votes to certify that their results are correct. In most cases, it must be a bipartisan vote.
This is Mrs. Dawson, 7th Precinct. Ready to report.
And usually, it all works fine. Except in 2020, when in Michigan, it didn't work fine at all. This time, it wasn't Cheryl Guy's fault, thank you. And if I'm going to tell this story properly, I'm going to have to go there. About half of the state's
Fuck
Michigan,
your montage.
it's the biggest city in this crucial swing state, and home to about half of the state's Democratic Party voters.
Hello, Detroit!
Detroit was key to Biden's win in 2020, and it was a similar story.
I got to turn a
in a number
century
of
billion
swing
dollars for
states.
missing from the
One
defense budget.
presidency
An audit
for
was
Biden.
done. The audit gone through. The
These
United States
votes
government
came
would
from
collapse. The
big,
plane hit the
highly
Pentagon
populated
and canceled
counties
the
and big
audit.
cities. This exposed
Crazy.
a weakness in the system.
Just me, it's the first time Trump and Harris using Twitch this election. It's the first time I saw that. I think so. I know like AOC has before, like Ro Khanna has before. I don't know if the presidential candidates really have before.
I said that the sheer number of people involved in running national elections provided a safeguard against fraud? Well, in 2020, the result came down to a few big counties in these swing states, which meant that the number of people involved was narrowed down to only half a dozen election boards in places like Detroit and Philadelphia.
In Detroit and Philadelphia, known as two of the most corrupt political places anywhere in our country, easily cannot be responsible for engineering the outcome of a presidential race.
If Trump could convince Detroit, Philadelphia, and one other election board not to certify their results, he might be able to claim victory in the Electoral College.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
That brings us to a fateful meeting here in Detroit on the 17th of November 2020, a meeting of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. Now, a meeting like this, where the fate of the Republic was at stake, it probably took place somewhere pretty fancy, right? Like this building here, the Coleman A. Young Municipal Center, with its iconic
my food's probably done.
statue
I'll be back in
and
a
the
second.
stunning giant bronze swinging fist commemorating world champion heavyweight Joe Louis. The meeting could have been here, but it wasn't. Or here, at the Wayne County building, a sumptuous example of Beaux-Arts classicism with its columns, its bronze sculptures and 75-metre tower on top. Nope, not here either. Instead, it was here, at the former office of a local realtor. This is hardly worth it. I didn't bring warm enough clothes for this. I'm going back to my house.
Yeah, now, this meeting at the Realtor, was it a grand meeting with all of Detroit's finest present? That's gone cold. Could you that for me? Would that be right? No, it was about as 2020 as a meeting gets.
You have to excuse me, the type is exceptionally tiny.
It was a Zoom meeting with the 4 members of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers sitting socially distanced by plexiglass screens.
If you get booted out, try and log back in. I'm trying to keep the room at capacity.
Now, again, this is the Board of Canvassers. The election is run and done, and these people are here to check the result and certify it. Their counterparts in Antrim County would have caught Cheryl Guy's mistake, but in Wayne County, Detroit, no big mistakes like that had occurred. The meeting was quite civil for the first couple of hours as the 4 canvassers, 2 Republican and 2 Democrat, asked questions about the results in various precincts. The Republicans had particular problems with precincts in areas with particularly high black populations. And then, when all the questions had been answered, it came to a vote. Should the results of the general election be certified?
Chair Palmer? Nay. Vice Chair Kinlock? Yes. Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member Hartman?
Nay.
2 yeses from the Democrats, 2 nays from the Republicans. A deadlocked vote. Their reasoning was based on a discrepancy between the number of voters signing the voter roll and the number of votes counted. Now, there were 878,000 ballots cast in the county across 1,100 precincts. To block certification, you'd want a pretty big discrepancy, but the discrepancy was less than 500 votes in total. That's not even a spot, by the way. That's across all 1,100 precincts. After the Republicans voted no, the meeting was opened up to public comment, and the public had a lot of comments.
The idea that
Look at this. Doesn't this food look so appetizing, guys? My microwave cheesy broccoli.
Precincts is surprising to absolutely no one.
The criticism of the Republican canvassers became quite biblical.
Your nay votes leave a stain on your soul that is unconscionable.
And Lord knows, when you go to meet your maker, your soul is going to be very, very warm.
People really weren't happy. Democrats and Republicans hounded them to change their minds and certify the votes.
You're embarrassing our state. You're embarrassing our county. And why don't you have any shame? Because you're not smart enough to realize you're in a cult.
Shame on you. Shame on you for leading to this level of corruption. You are a disgrace.
One of Detroit's top local Republican officials called in to take a few potshots.
As a city clerk, I am mortified right now. I am appalled.
One of Detroit's police commissioners called in too.
We're no longer going to sit around and let white people take advantage of black people. Your day is coming. Have a good day.
Okay, that would have been enough for me. I've caved right there. A police commissioner telling me that my day is coming? I'm tapping out. The public comment section of the meeting went on for 3 hours into the evening. The Republican canvassers were eventually worn down. After being subjected to all of that, they agreed to change their votes as long as an audit was conducted by the state government.
That passed unanimous, so we just voted on that.
But before they could sign the paperwork, the 2 Republicans left the room. Monica Palmer was one of them. She explained in a press conference the following day what happened next.
I was walked to my car with member William Hartman.
Palmer was shaken as she walked outside with her Republican colleague. The meeting had been intense.
I need to figure out where to... I don't know, I'll keep these here for now, I guess. I don't know. Code Mass feels like 10 years ago. LMAO. Yeah, it feels, it doesn't feel like 10 years ago for me. I don't know. Isn't there that like phenomenon, the like COVID skip or whatever? The pandemic skip? I don't know. I don't feel like I'm not 19, bro. I'm still 14-year-old little non-fun, and I'm still living in COVID. I mean, I do online school again now, so that's what it feels like, bro. What do you mean you tell me I'm 19?
Expectedly so. And as she reached her car, things got a lot weirder.
I received a phone call and said, will you accept a call from the president? And I said yes. I got in my car because it was cold. Member Hartman joined me. I received a call from the president.
Just to point out, Monica Palmer is a county-level election official, and she is being called personally by the President of the United States.
He thanked me for my service, asked me how I was doing. There was a genuine concern for my safety.
She said there was nothing else discussed.
Well, by the way, President does not have a role in state elections. Trump cannot claim this is a official act within his constitutional authority. The president does not have a role in determining how states certify their election.
That was the end of the call. Thank you for your service. Glad you're safe. Have a good night.
Was that it, though? According to a recording of the call heard by the Detroit News, Trump told the board members that if they signed the paperwork, officially certifying the results, they would look terrible. Trump promised the board members that he would send lawyers to protect them if they just went home without signing the certificates. They did as they were told. Went home without signing them. The following day, they said that they would not be signing these certificates.
I did not physically sign. If there is a signature on that document, it was my signature stamp used without my approval.
Her signature wasn't on it. Officials said that her verbal agreement before the phone call with Trump was good enough. The partially signed certificates were sent up the chain, and Biden won Michigan officially. So this attempt to overturn the result in Michigan failed. The Republican officials there were unprepared for the wave of public criticism that faced them when they refused to certify the results. But what if they were ready for it? What if they had joined the board specifically to refuse to certify a result that harms this guy?
Hi, perhaps you recognize me. It's your favorite president.
A couple of guys have an idea for how to achieve this. One of them is former top Trump advisor turned podcaster Steve Bannon.
Raise hands. How many people are precinct men here? You want to do something, that's what you do. You want to take it over from the grassroots, look at these heroes right here.
And after situations like the one in Wayne County, where Republicans on local committees folded to pressure and certified the 2020 election result, Bannon brought a man named Dan Schultz onto his podcast.
Let's go now to Dan Schultz. Dan is a beloved figure. Talk about a honey badger. Talk about a guy that grinds.
Over the course of 2021, Schultz became a regular on the show.
Don't just be a donor to the party, become an owner of the party.
And Bannon embraced what Schultz called the precinct committee strategy.
Do you feel helpless? Want to know how to fight back? Well, here's the answer. ThePrecinctStrategy.com.
It's an incredibly boring, totally legal, and not at all anti-democratic plan to basically get Trump-loving conservatives to take up vacant positions on Republican precinct committees.
There's about 400,000 precinct committee slots in the Republican Party nationally. 200,000, half, are vacant.
Dan Schultz had been pushing this strategy for more than a decade, but it only began to gain traction after the 2020 election. Put MAGA deplorables in at the bottom of the party and shift them upwards. Use their power to fill election boards like the one in Wayne County with loyal Trumpists. People who won't betray
your favorite president
just because people are shouting at them. People who think the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump have signed up for precinct committee seats in their thousands. Dozens of them
Especially in Georgia.
Onto the election certification boards. In swing states, the Center for Media and Democracy estimates 98 election deniers now sit on canvassing boards, including taking up both Republican seats in Detroit's Wayne County. Rolling Stone magazine reports that since the 2020 election, Republicans have refused to certify results in local and state-level elections at least 25 times. In the swing state of Georgia, Donald Trump is very pleased with the lineup on the election board.
You've heard, but the
like I said, it's crazy.
Is in a very positive way.
In Atlanta in August, Trump called them out by name.
Janice Johnson.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm so glad this guy I fucking debated on the panel turned out to be the same Glenn that was in the Jubilee thing, and I got to clickbait the fuck out of this video.
Rick Jeffries and Janelle King, 3 people, are all pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory.
Again, these are election board officials. Donald Trump shouldn't even know their names, let alone be calling them out at a rally. What these election board officials are actually able to achieve, though, is unclear. If they refuse to certify the election results, it's likely that that decision will be overturned in court. But they will certainly have the ability to slow down and confuse the vote counting process. That doesn't take much. In 2020 in Michigan, a woman made a mistake with a piece of software. It snowballed until an entire state's election result was in question, and officials in the state's largest city were refusing to certify
Glenn, it's
the election
real?
was free and
Like 50% of it's not that he's not. It's just unserious. He's not a serious person. If you have strong opinions on January 6th, but you don't know who John Eastman is, you're not a serious person. Okay, If I then tell you who John Eastman is and then say, do you acknowledge that Eastman said this would break the law, as evidenced by the fact that he said it would break the law twice, and it takes him, I don't know how long it took him to admit it. It took him probably 30 minutes, if not more, to admit it. Even though, like, I'm showing him, like, right here, Eastman says, I implore you to consider one more violation. Didn't believe that. I sent him the Eastman memo that's written by Eastman, and he said, right here, it says, this will be the first break in the procedure set in the act. It was like, you're just saying a break in the procedure, not the law. It's like, well, the law sets out procedures for how the electoral vote is to be counted. Eastman wants to break those. Like, admit it, like, ugh.
It's likely that we will see at least
I have a crazy idea. Why don't we just make robot control the government? I, for one, welcome the advent of cybernetic overlord space.
Undermine trust in the result and fuel violence.
When will we have ChatGPT Fed chairman? That's what I'm waiting for.
That we're going to talk about next. Many of Donald Trump's strong
Who is Eastman? Trump's lawyer, who helped with the January 6th plan.
Believe everything he says about the 2020 election. And if you truly believe that the election was stolen in a vast conspiracy led by Democrats and possibly assisted by foreign powers, if you think treason is being committed, isn't violence justified? That's certainly what happened last time. And that's next in America's last election.
Crazy. You know, Destiny never made his January 6th video, so this guy had to fucking pick up the slack, dude. California would allow, aren't there bees and fish? Aren't bees fish over there? True. Bees are fish over there. The woke mob. Talking about even the fish are trans. Can't believe it. I do not want to be a shill for the Biden administration. Yes, I like most of what Biden is doing on industrial policy, but I really want to resist being one of the center-left pundits who always blast out the latest press release of the Democratic administration and trumpets how many jobs the president has created. That sort of partisan cheerleading would be damaging to my credibility, or at least my self-respect, as an independent analysis of the economy, and would also play into the kind of silly simplifications the media too often uses to talk about the macroeconomy. For example, the idea the president creates jobs or is responsible for everything that happens to the economy under his watch. And yet, when I look at the U.S. economy is doing right now, I find it difficult to describe in terms that make me avoid sounding like a shill. I know a lot of Americans still think the economy is doing poorly, and they're upset about it. But when I look at objective measures, I can't rationalize the negative viewpoint because, well, as far as I can tell from the actual numbers, the economy is doing really, really well. The economy is doing really, really well. What do we want from the macroeconomy? Okay, standard vibe session article. Many Americans still feel like the economy doing poorly. Hold on, I gotta take my jacket off. I'm hot. If I'm a far leftist and a far right person at the same time, does it technically make me moderate? No, this makes you anti-establishment, probably. Empirical data shows it's doing well. You are the gap in a horseshoe. Typically, you want a few things out of the macroeconomy. We want employment to be high, meaning as many people as possible who want jobs can get them. We want inflation to be low so people have certainty about how our paychecks are going to the future. We want real incomes to rise, meaning consumers are able to consume more than we could in the past or save more if we want to. There's a fourth thing we might want, which is wealth, but it's more complicated. I'll talk about it later. Basically, this is the whole list. If people have jobs, inflation is low, and real income is rising, the economy is good. That doesn't mean people necessarily realize it's good. Social strife or partisan polarization or lingering pessimism from past disasters may cause people to be pessimistic about the economy, even in the face of great data, a phenomenon referred to as a vibe session. But while I acknowledge that people's feelings are important and that there are many other... Until I'm taking my socks off because I'm too hot. Many other things that matter besides the economy. When I'm analyzing how well the macroeconomy is actually performing, I can't go on vibes. And when we look at objective numbers, they are great. First of all, there's the employment situation. Firstly, okay, employment is doing well. Some indicators of employment, like the labor participation rate, look bad because of the great baby boom retirement. That's why we generally should use measures that don't adjust for age. When adjusting for age, we find the U.S. job market is best it's been in recorded history. Here's the employment rate, i.e. the percentage of Americans who have a job adjusted for age. Adjusting for age to account for the mass baby boomer COVID retirement. The employment rate Jesus, I'm fucking thinking about other things. Okay, employment rate is at all-time highs. This shows that the employment rate would have been in 1981 if the fraction of the U.S. population in each age group were the same as in February 2020, right before the pandemic. Basically, we have a much older population today than we used to, and this is why they take that into account. Okay. This graph basically shows what the employment rate would have been since 1981. Oops. If the fractions of the U.S. population in each age group were the same as in February 2020. Basically, a much older population. I can say, well, if the labor market of 2023 so let's go to 1999, then old people will be working a lot more than they did back in 1999. And maybe that's true, but if so, that's not really what it tells. The assumption that aging works about the same in 2023 as it did in 1999 seems like a good one. Even if the reality is a little bit off from that assumption, we're still pretty damn near close to the labor market. Best labor market ever. Also, like, you can easily paint this in the other way. You can say, well, you know, if we didn't see the mass boomer retirement, it would be, oh, all the boomers can't retire because inflation is so high. Like, you can do both sides there. Where's in a place we've had the most issues? When is this frozen? July 31st, okay. So we have like 2 more months of data. September PCE was as expected at 2.1%, which is pretty good. Inflation is now falling. Do you believe progressives have been vindicated in the belief that even with a good economy, our poor social services and private healthcare systems still mean that most Americans will continue to suffer? Kinda? Yeah, like, obviously, yeah, like, a good economy leaves people behind because there are a lot of people, there are a lot of people who just don't contribute to the economy because they're disabled or retired, you know, or, children. That's like literally about half the country, right? So that's why we probably need a welfare state to redistribute some wealth there. Air fried chicken right here. Got a chicken burger right here. Got another chicken burger here. Thanks, Zach.
Fuck out my face asking for my burger. I'm finna eat my chicken burger.
Month-to-month terms is below the 2% target. So we're moving measures are also heading downward. Broader measures are falling rapidly as well. Is this what, the CPI? The economy is really bad right now. Not only is it not good, it is really bad. If this is a really bad economy, I don't want to see what a good economy looks like. I don't want to see what it looks like. A really bad economy, not just bad, not just mediocre. A really bad economy has 80.9% prime age employment ratio. A really bad economy has continued highs in labor productivity. Like, a really bad economy has seen continued wage growth outpacing inflation for the past 18 months. That's really bad. In a good economy, people can afford to buy homes. Do you think the ability of people to buy homes precludes a good economy completely? Is it possible to have a good economy at all and people not buy homes? What if every other metric was the best in history? Wage growth, best in history. Prime age employment, best in history. Age-adjusted labor force participation ratio, like best in history. Labor productivity, really high. Would we still say it's a bad economy just because people can't afford homes? Or like, in 1920, the unemployment ratio was 6.2%. Well, we should probably adjust it for age is the thing. Wait, unemployment ratio? What do you mean by that? Unemployment right now is low. I don't know what you mean by unemployment ratio. Do you mean like? Do you mean like the labor force participation rate was like 94%? Is that what you mean? And you're just saying that 6% of people were unemployed, or are you saying the unemployment rate is 6.2%? The unemployment rate is the key economic indicator. Also, wage growth has not exceeded the increase in CPI. Wages have been outpacing inflation for the past 17 months. Real wages are at all-time highs right now. You know that, right? Wait, Jake. Are real wages at all-time high right now? Barring the composition effects from 2022. Are real wages at all-time highs right now? Yes or no? 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 Jake, are real wages at all-time highs right now? Where are you getting your numbers? Let me find your source. What if I told you it actually doesn't really matter where you're getting numbers from, because no matter where, no matter what measure of inflation you use, real wages are at all-time highs, barring the composition effects in 2022. This is an artificial high, did not actually represent a real hourly increase in earnings. So it's just that all the low-wage workers were laid off, which led to average wages looking like they increased when really no one actually started earning more. If you hold composition of the workers constant, then you don't see that phantom blip. Same thing with labor productivity, by the way. Bottom range is falling rapidly as well. When you include rents that people are paying on new leases instead of rents signed to go, inflation looks even lower. This is a new tenant rent index, lagging. Stuff everywhere. Wait. Look, I have the graph right here. Fred. CPI over wages. Or I don't know if it'll. You're gonna have to do it yourself. Damn, I don't feel like doing it. Also, just so you know, CPI does probably overestimate inflation, but it doesn't actually matter because even using CPI, we're still at all-time highs. And it's without adjusting for increases in non-wage compensation either, because like workers get more non-wage benefits today, like 401ks and health insurance benefits, which they didn't used to get historically. Not as much of historically, at least. But this is even before accounting for that. Still finds all-time highs. Meanwhile, market inflation expectations measured by the 5-year breakdown increasingly look like they've been completely tamed, with people thinking the Fed has inflation under control for the long term. Inflation expectations. My opinion on whether or not real wages are up or not, that's not a question you answer based on whether or not you're in the labor market. That's a question you answer based on statistics, because it's a statistical question. That's not an anecdotal question. It's a statistical question. 3.8% wage growth on average. Wow, crazy. So in other words, wages have been outpacing inflation, even using CPI, and presumably you're using non-supervisory employees' hourly earnings, which fails to account for increases in non-wage benefits, and it's only non-supervisory employees, but. Real wages have outpaced inflation for the last 18 months, I believe. Real wages at or above pre-pandemic trend. Oh my god. Okay. Which chart is this using? Which deflator? Headline CPI. Look. For the past, this is like since September, earlier than September. This is headline CPI. And this is hourly wages and this is hourly wages non-supervisory employees. Also, good a job they say. Good a job they say. I'm sorry, guys. Who's gonna be on Hippy Dippy tonight? You think I need a job? You think I need a job? I'm sorry. Get opinion. I don't get statistical opinions from the outside world. That's not how. That's a dumb. No. That's retarded. I don't want to say that we've have inflation completely beat. First of all, circumstances could change, or prices could spike again. They know to do so, or chaos somewhere in a global supply chain could cause a repeat of early 2021. And I expect the Fed will keep rates high until they're absolutely sure the pandemic inflation is over, which might be a year or two. But whatever the inflation the government was causing by pushing up excess demand is now gone. And together with a strong labor market and slowing inflation, they're delivering the third thing we want: the macroeconomy to deliver real income growth. Oh, Sample did it for me. Although he's using employment cost index, but it's probably better than CPI. I don't like CPI, but this guy really likes CPI. Oh, take care of employment compensation. That makes sense. So true. CPI. Well, you don't like CPI for really stupid, dumb reasons, but... Okay. I don't like CPI being used to downplay inflation. CPI overestimates it. Is there any inflation index that finds a higher rate than CPI localist? Other than, like, completely bullshit, like, shadow stats inflation? Unless you're going to cite shadow stats at me, which is just obviously wrong. CPI is a weak indicator of inflation. True, it overestimates it. It doesn't always run high or low. It almost always runs high. There was a brief period in 2020 where it underestimated inflation for a few months. But then it started overestimating it again. The true measure of inflation is increase in monetary supply. The best way to calculate is to compare the values of gold. True. Do you think it's possible to cite a CPI in a gaslight way? You don't think it's possible to not cite it in a gaslight way. You don't believe in CPI. Stop. No, stop. I can't engage with you because you literally don't. You don't believe in making any, what are they called? Qualitative statements about the economy on a macro level at all. So it doesn't matter. You don't believe it's reasonable to say that the job market is better now than it was in 1930, okay? Or than it was in 1933. So you don't get an opinion on this because you don't believe you don't believe in talking about it at all. Hello?
Bro, the chutzpah of like being like, oh, I mean, all the measurements, all the economists, all the analyses, they're all just wrong. Let's just look at like M2 and the price of gold.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
bro, M equals P, bro.
Whoa. No, that is true. That is true. That is the equation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's annoying. I don't know. Jake, I mean, can you cite anything?
No, I don't know anything. God,
because you understand what we're linking, right? We're like, you know what real wages means, right? It's you take nominal wages and you divide it by a price deflator. Okay. No one uses M2 or M3 or whatever as the deflator. No one thinks that because that's not how you measure inflation. Okay. The government can expand the money supply, and that will not increase inflation. You understand that, Read about Black Monday. Yeah.
I quoted that a minute earlier. Or I think it was someone else in my chat, but yeah. I've started
That's my
using that
favorite
too.
example right now. I can probably fish for more examples, but Krugman gives this example and I like it. So, but I'm just saying, like, obviously the government can expand the money supply and not like increase inflation. You learn this in like you learn this in macro 101. It's not stop. Cite anything for me to take you seriously, okay? Because why do I have to crunch the numbers and then someone can just say like, oh, the printing money, epic, cringe, whatever. I'm just saying. Good luck in the debate, bro. When is it?
Yeah, it starts at 6:45, so in like an hour, about.
Are you ready for the other topics?
Well, let's
just
say
don't like look. You have to not sit there and just like waste yourself because then people are gonna vote to kick you out. You're already at high risk because you don't have name recognition, but yeah, and also yeah. Try to be aggressive, but try to be aggressive, but not like when it's justified. Like when they say insane shit, be like, what? This makes no sense, and then explain. I don't know. You do it well. You do it well.
Okay.
Yeah, I trust you. I'll watch it. I might watch it. I might go to sleep. But yeah, good luck, bro. I trust you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I don't know if you know how it works. It's a Rumble thing, so like they don't have set topics. It's just like it's just you talking about the election. I'm hoping to steer it to tariffs as soon as I can, but
yep,
we'll see.
Yeah. Be like, look. I mean, when it's like I don't know when Dylan or someone says like, oh, non-fun. What do you think? Be like, look. I mean, we have a president who lies without like any without any what do you call it restriction or whatever with impunity. Okay, he's either so dumb or such a vicious liar that he doesn't know what a tariff is. Then ta-da, you have easy transition plus Orange Man bad plus audience attention. I don't know, something like that. I trust you. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Wait, Jake, I'm sorry. All right, guys, I guess I'll just leave. No, don't leave.
You got rid of my viewers, bro. This guy.
No, cite something. Don't leave. Cite something. I'm just like, if someone is like, oh, the economy is bad right now, real wages are lower, or blah, 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 cite something. Do the calculations. Take a nominal wages measure, divided by prices, and show. Because I've never, there are very few calculations. If you divide the ECI by CPI, it is lower, right? It's like about where it was in 2018. Okay, so CPI, but CPI is a bad measurement of inflation. So you could make the argument. You could make the argument. I'm giving you a bone. You don't need to go away. I'm just saying. It's like we need more rigor than just money supply equals inflation, and wages are like same. I don't know. That's my take. Either way, bye. I'm gonna go eat something. Good luck. It's in half an hour or something.
Yeah, an hour about.
Yeah, okay, good luck.
Okay, real income is also rising. Real GDP grew at 2.4% last quarter, which is a decent clip for a developed country. It represents a return to pre-pandemic trend. Remember, GDP is just a measure of aggregate income. Oops. Hold on. 4 reasons GDP is a useful number. Oh, you're gonna hate this one. GDP is actually measure income. What GDP actually is. It seems like basic understanding what the number means. A measure of the total economic value, which is, it's equal to income. But GDI, we actually have to do some statistical adjustments for the basic formula. But it's basically just that. And guess what? GDP and GDI are almost exactly identical. Here, what are the other? Probably know them, but per capita is a great measure. Standard of living, that's fair. GDP growth highly correlated with employment. Total GDP may be a measure of national power. Localist, I have a question, okay? Would you rather a economy where the currency depreciates or remains stable, or even has a very low inflation rate or whatever, but time prices increase, okay? So the price, the average amount of time you have to work to afford stuff increases, or would you rather have an economy that has maybe 2% inflation, but time prices seem to continually decrease?
Down in the hallway.
The second one. Crazy. Should have stable currency. Okay, and I expect the Fed to keep rates high until they're absolutely sure to post no inflation, real income. But the Atlanta Fed's growth forecast for the third quarter, or nowcast as they call it, since we're in the third quarter, 3.5%. That's pretty damn good. I think it was ended up being like 2.8%. And in case you're wondering, what did most of that whether most of the income graph is falling to the rich? Well, let's take a look at the wage growth. Real wages fell during 2021 and the first half of 2022, but when inflation came down, they started rising again. Now, labor economist Aaron Duke reckons that wages for production and supervisory employees, i.e., regular workers, are the way back down, and they're all the way back to the pre-COVID trend line. What the fuck is this? Look what they've done to the price of candy. Oh, I know. Colton, okay, this is greedflation. Greedy corporations are increasing the price of Halloween candy. We all know it. It's greedflation. Girl, well, our parents also go to school and yelled, "Wow, Hourglass." She introduced herself. She had a mommy voice, and we all got nosebleeds. Relatable. Alright, so back to there. Pre-pandemic trend. What's up, Ortons? Welcome back. For production non-supervisory workers. I think greedflation. Doesn't greedflation is Federal Reserve injecting candy reserves in a chocolate monetary system through quantitative easing. True. That trend looks like a tiny bit suspicious to me. I think it should be a little bit more a little bit steeper, but it's pretty clear that things have turned around for the average American's wages since mid-2022, and do adjust for aging, and he finds that the wage picture looks even better. Adjusting for age. The wage picture looks even better. In fact, a whole lot of other indicators of material prosperity are looking really good these days. I could list a bunch, but I won't. They pretty much just track wages and employment with only small differences. One of my favorite statistics, though, is Americans' consumption of physical goods all the way back to a trend line before the financial crisis of 2008. Americans' real consumption of physical goods is also high and back on the pre-2008 trend line. Bitcoin is still unstable to be a reliable standard. True. Economy isn't good. Isn't just good, it's impressive. Anyways, still very good news, but I want to point to how improbable and surprising it is from macroeconomics standpoint. Basic theory macroeconomics, still in this day and age, includes the idea of the Phillips curve. This means that when the government takes action to reduce inflation, raising interest rates, cutting deficits, etc., it's supposed to reduce real income and growth and employment. There's supposed to be a trade-off there. And yet, there seems to have been no trade-off at all. Okay, maybe the Fed's rate hikes haven't had time to work their way through the system yet, and maybe 1.5 years isn't enough. Maybe we'll eventually get a recession everyone was forecasting up until a short while ago. But so far, it looks like we've managed a macroeconomic miracle, bring down inflation without damaging the real economy noticeably. Also managed to bring down that inflation without a recession, major increases in unemployment, or decreases in real income. Major decreases in real income. One way to see how neutral this is something called the misery index. In the 1970s, Arthur Ockham created this number to measure the stagflation that was happening at the time. This was just the sum of the unemployment rate and the yearly inflation rate. Nothing special, nothing deep from economic theory, just adding two things Americans were unhappy about. Here's how the misery index looks like since it was invented. Rises in this number indicate a worse trade-off between inflation and unemployment. So the fact that we're headed towards old-time lows means that we're approaching the optimum trade-off. But just for fun, let's construct an alternative misery index. Instead of unemployment rate and inflation, let's look at the deviation of the prime age employment rate from its historical maximum. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Adding the unemployment rate and the inflation rate to write the misery index. It shows it is near historic lows. I saw another graph, which I think Biden has the best. I guess the second best misery index for his almost his full term or his first 3 years or whatever, at 6.5%. The best is Trump's, which was 6.4%. So, rises is a number indicated where's oh, we read that. Okay. Alternative misery index, prime age employment, and subtract real wage growth. Basically, that's a better measure of the labor market and a better measure of the erosion of real purchasing power. If we do that, we see the current economy is the least miserable since mid 2000s and maybe since the late 90s. An alternative is to take the deviation of prime age employment as historical maximum and then subtract real wage growth. That's a better measure of labor market failure and a better measure of erosion of real purchasing power. It too shows economy. It's the least miserable since at least the mid-2000s. And since this year-over-year inflation, assuming inflation continues a downward trajectory without a sudden recession, these numbers are going to look even better in a few months. It's a remarkable achievement. Who gets the credit? Because we don't really know how macroeconomics work. We can't give a definitive answer to this. Some of it was probably luck. Russia ended up having to sell a lot of oil and cut rate prices to fund its war effort, which helped bring global oil prices crashing down, which boosted the real economy and helped stop inflation. China's economic mistakes burst real estate bubble. And tamp down global demand for commodities and help restrain inflation even more, while not really reducing demand for U.S. goods much, since China doesn't really import much from the U.S. And of course, the U.S. economy is just an inherently resilient machine that tends to bounce back from recessions. There's a good argument for U.S. policy doing a lot here too. We probably never know how much the Fed's rate hikes are responsible for taming inflation, but to think that rates can go from 0% to 5.5% with no effect would be quite an assumption. The fact that this also didn't cause a big increase in unemployment yet represents a stroke of luck. Macroeconomists were prepared for a much more costly disinflation, and those costs didn't end up materializing. People will be arguing for a long time about why we got so lucky there. Thanks for the follow, Poe Jackson 69. Thank you, I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I think it's pretty plausible that rate hikes help tamp down inflation. Also, financial side of things, the large-scale collapse of the financial institutions very reliably caused economic downturn. 2008 being the most dramatic example. Sick of this liberal fascist propaganda. Winner POV right here. I don't know. I'll tell you, Danabo, I'm most nervous about this one. Okay, but Red Ike puts a lot. Red Ike put a lot of banks in danger, and a few mid-sized regional banks like Silicon Valley Bank failed. Just have fun. I mean, to be clear. It's not like I'm going to be upset if I'm destroyed. I'm just saying. It's all fun to begin with anyway. Yeah, it's like... Yeah. To be clear, okay? I could get my ass fucking gaped, okay? And I would still come out a winner. Because as long as I get a few YouTube subs, it's all worth it. The FDIC, the Fed, and Treasury stepped in and guaranteed bank deposits and provided emergency loans in a banking crisis. Lots of people were predicting never materialized. In fact, financial conditions in the U.S. actually improved since after Silicon Valley's collapse. Easy subs, exactly. Start every sentence said shouting out YouTube channel. I'm gonna do that. I gotta make like a physical version of like my socials that are, you know, over there, and have them like in the bottom right of my webcam physically. I just like, well, I couldn't really do it. There is a way to, I mean, I could use OBS virtual cam, but then the stream would not look as good on my end because it'd have to be my camera and like maybe a little box for the other people, which I don't really like, but. LCRT fan always puts his text on cam. LCTRF. What? Who is that? What? Am I debating this person? I don't know who these people are, man. So your logic, your worth 30 stream for 100 hours only get 1 sub. LMFAO. You don't know lecture fan? Nope. You conservative lawyer, bro? Okay. Why would I know? You think I know people? Oh, when is this guy? He's not even part of the first 8 guests, is he? he even in this? Is he in this? Is he Hake? Who is? I don't know who Hake is. We've been church policy for 12 years now. Decline today. Okay. Who the fuck streams politics for 12 years? Wait, 11 more years. I haven't been doing it for a year even. I've been doing it for 8 months, I think. Liberalism kills? True. And it's based. Okay. You're streaming doing homework, that's not politics. Figure Labs people predicted. So didn't really materialize. Few banks. Most notably, Silicon Valley Bank failed. But the Fed, the FDIC, the Fed, and Treasury stepped in and guaranteed bank deposits. Since the collapse, banking conditions have actually improved. I know it's just a massive liberal LARPing circle jerk. Wake up, it's not real. Damn, didn't consider that one. In addition, the Biden administration might have something to do with the lower oil prices. Biden released a bunch of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserves back in 2022 and teamed up with Europe to put a price cap on Western purchase of Russian oil that may have allowed China and India to negotiate lower prices as well. Biden also amended fences with Venezuela and encouraged U.S. companies to start investing again, which is starting to bring that country's production back in line after a long hiatus. Biden also took steps to reduce oil prices. Finally, there's an investment boom. The CHIPS Act and Inflation Reduction Act are spurring a ton of private investment in semiconductors and green energy. Biden administration claims that it's contributed to at least 0.4 percentage points to the 2.4 GDP growth in the second quarter, which is a pretty robust contribution. Of course, that's just mechanistically adding up dollars. We don't know for sure how much other economic activity that subsidy induced factory boom caused and prevented. And you can say this is all wasteful investment and won't create economic activity long term. But still, it seems fairly like this is making a positive impact right now. We already have stuff in that. So though I always stress that the president has limited impact on the economy, there are several reasons, oil policy, bank rescues, and industrial policy, that I feel inclined to give Biden some respect for the economy's surprisingly stellar performance, not all but some. Still made indicates for a bad economy. I don't want to be Biden's shill. I feel like people feel like the economy is in the dumps, despite all the positive data. I care about it a lot, and I want to know why. Consumer sentiment's near all-time low, so it's still made in the case. One possible reason is that wages for the average worker are back to trend, but disposable income is not. I think disposable income is actually Fred. Real disposable income. Is this per capita? Yeah, per capita. I think it's actually relatively close now. It went up a little bit more. $48,000, 52. Oh man, yeah. This is some insane mental gymnastics just to pretend like Biden didn't fuck the economy. It's just like, Even your mom giving you lunch money is economics. True. Listen, everything is economics because economics is just a study of scarcity, and you only have a scarce amount of time in your life. Okay, so every decision you make at all ever is actually an economic decision. What we're seeing here is the recession. Income to the upper part fell a lot more than income to the bottom middle, and have recovered less. This bound to make the upper class look quite grumpy, so they might be giving very negative answers in super confident surveys. Also, Americans of all classes probably haven't gotten the way their income to wages fell a year and a half. That's an unusual, traumatizing experience, and it may take some time to people realize that episode's finally behind them. Finally, it's one other thing people want to pick the economy did discuss earlier. Wealth conveys a sense of security above and beyond what income can provide, especially for older workers who have been working for many years. And since the beginning of 2022, real wealth is down for the American middle class. The drop is partially due to inflation, which reduces the value of most bonds. That is easing, with the value of these bonds would bounce back to what it was. Meanwhile, much of the ongoing wealth decreases to another factor. Home prices, which comprise the majority of wealth in the middle class, has been falling. Okay, so I'll say... So you want to catch for a bad economy? Okay, so real disposable income per capita is still below pre-pandemic trend. For some of this is due to the recession. Income to the upper part of the economy fell more than income to the bottom, have recovered less. Real wealth is also falling. I'll say has also fallen. For the middle, 40% since 2022. All of this is due to inflation. Depreciating, decrease in bond prices. Decrease in home values. Meanwhile, much of the ongoing wealth decrease, as home value decreases. Home prices have been going down because of interest rate hikes. Rate hikes make mortgages more expensive. Mortgages are now at almost 7%, higher than they've been since the start of the financial crisis. That makes it harder to buy a home, which reduces for housing, which reduces market price. Thus, middle-class Americans saw their bond wealth erode from inflation, and now they're seeing their houses erode due to the methods we used to deploy to fight inflation. Nobody likes feeling poorer. Now, macroeconomists don't necessarily think that the macroeconomy exists to raise the value of people's bonds and houses. To a macroeconomist, the value of the economy is just GDP, and wealth is an accounting method that people use to divide up who gets what. But in the real world, wealth is very important for part of whether people feel like they're thriving or struggling. So there's a steel move for case of why the average American might still feel grumpy. Traumatize the impact of a year and a half of falling wages, of middle class wages and falling incomes while haven't fully recovered. Reduce middle class wealth due to inflation, especially rate hikes. That's not the strongest theory I've ever heard, but it's not ridiculous either. In any case, it's just me taking my best guess. If you can think of any other way this economy could be, please let me know. You guys never had a civil war. It's a common misconception by liberals. No, he's just that weird. No, he's just that weird, you neighborly. His position is that apparently the secession was legal and the southern states has succeeded in seceding, and therefore the U.S. was actually invading a sovereign nation and not. Also, a war of independence is not a civil war. It's such a bad take. Obviously, there are plenty of wars of independence that most people consider civil wars, at least. But he thinks civil wars are war independent. Well, he's saying the Confederacy was fighting independence from the United States federal government. But like, even if that's the case, the definition of civil war usually does not preclude those types of examples. In fact, some definitions of civil war actually specifically say the war can be fought for independence from the the nation. Like, I mean, like Somalia and Somaliland Somalia can have a civil war, and Somaliland is the side trying to get independence. Just like and like the Yugoslav wars. Well, the Yugoslav wars are a little different. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other examples, but then that definition is wrong. What, my definition or localist's definition? It's like saying the Holocaust never happened. It's just bad migration policy. Stagflation has been here for 3 years. What are they saying about me? Stand about streaming. Oops, what did I click on?
Let me give an order here.
Yeah.
Link can lay it out. Then I want to hear from Econoboy, then Tyler. That's the order we're gonna go in. Go ahead.
I think conservatives saw use
Someone gifted to be a tier 1 sub to actual Jake.
to now influence elections going forward. This has not been a thing, and I don't think in politics that betting markets have been as like polls and like are used as like ways to influence people, like in Twitter or.
Did I ever? I don't even know if I. Wars between two separate nations rather than a struggle within a single nation. They're both citizens of the United States, which usually is what is relevant for civil wars. That's why you guys need to stay at school, otherwise we brief people like thieves, Turo. Economy is impressive. Then why the U.S. only had 20k new jobs in October? Your cope is so massive. Do we even have the October job numbers yet? I feel like I would have seen it on Twitter if we had it. Oh, here we go. 12,000 jobs impacted by hurricanes, Boeing strike. I don't know. Argument for cutting rates. Unemployment held at 4.1%. Revisions lowered previously job creations for August for 112,000 for August and September combined. Well, what's the... Boeing strikes attracted 44,000 jobs, which lost 46,000 positions overall. Hurricane Melene. Bottom line, soft numbers are enough to solidify the Fed's immediate rate-cutting plans, but that comes what comes after is harder to predict. $38,000 fewer people reported holding jobs, and the labor force contracted by 22,000. Full-time employment declined by 164,000. Part-timers by 227,000. Florida release job growth in average close to 200,000 a month. Some cracks in recent months have raised concerns the Federal Reserve. While year-over-year pace of inflation is slowing, elevated interest rates could impact the labor market. Crazy. I don't know. Like we're at like 5% interest rates. The fact that unemployment remained the same is a good sign in and of itself. Obviously, this jobs report, it's not good, but I don't know. The Boeing strike was probably responsible for a lot of it, which seems to be not an indictment on Biden, really, but. But if we just look up VA income and outlays, I'm pretty sure real consumer spending is still pretty strong, which I think is the, yeah, hold on, let me just look up real. Personal consumption expenditures. It doesn't have the October numbers yet, but I can't imagine there's that big of a dip. Hate and harassment has no place on Twitch. Wow, what an excellent statement, bro. Really cleared up everything there. Baby Gronk has called out the Rizzler to a boxing match. God, I love Twitter. Good debate is not about dominating, humiliating, owning our side, about seeking truth. At the only level, I had great points in the debate. I think we walked away better for it. I know I did. Steven. I love when it's point on my Twitter. This is funny, bro. Saw the Democrat hat. Trump refuses to answer the question about if he believes in a two-state solution. I know many people from Lebanon.
Question is, with all this extra revenue,
Oh wait, I need to. Look at this a little bit. The United States imported around 3.8 trillion, but the federal government spent about 6.1 trillion, while raising just 4.4 trillion. Libertarian side, nice one, bro. So in a situation where nothing changed in response to higher tariffs, more than a second, the federal government would need to impose a tariff on all imports of around 160% to cover the current spending and 160% just to replace revenue. The math's a little challenging if you want to replace income tax with tariffs. Total income tax revenue was almost 2.2 trillion, so we need a mere sarcasm 58% global tariff. Various nips and tucks to the top line data. Don't change inclusion. Apply tariffs to just goods. You shrink the tax base, meaning you need even higher tariff rates to cover whatever revenues you're trying to replace. Next, only income taxes for the bottom 50% of American taxpayers. You can apply as much lower tariff rate. However, that's only.
Said at the end of that sentence, I don't think he knows what he said either.
Nice one. Thanks, Localist. So only because those folks pay almost no income tax. In that case, you'd be adding a lower. Okay, blah blah blah. Wait, it gets worse. Bad math. Actually, let's read out what happened in the real world, because Americans would change their behavior in response to tariffs. They'd import less because imports cost more. That result might be good for certain U.S. manufacturers who have new captive customers and can charge higher prices, but it's a big problem for those wanting to use tariffs as a major revenue raiser. Because the taxes are only paid at imports that enter the country. Fewer imports would mean it's a smaller tax rates, which would in turn mean you'd have to need even higher tariffs for revenue, but you raise tariffs too high, you get no imports at all, that's no revenue. Oops. Laugher curve, crazy. This tension is one of the many contradictions in tariff policy. Snazzy flow chart, crazy. That was a laugher curve. Oh shit, did they want me there?
Alex Stein is not here yet. And Kevin Logan's not here yet.
So it's just Kevin and Stein there.
Yep.
Cool. Let me check twitter.com.
This isn't an insult. I thought you were fucking Asmongold for like a split second when you popped on. Non-fun.
Oh, sick.
It's like he shaved? Oh, no, never mind.
He's like, I don't know how I'm supposed to not.
It's way too clean in there.
Oh, yeah. I'll take it as a compliment, okay? He's a successful streamer.
I was just like, fuck. No, I was like, oh, normal person. Never mind. We're good.
Yeah, you're not trying to debate Asmon Gold? That'd be interesting, I think. I think you could do it.
Asmon Silver. There you go.
Kevin.
All right, I need to pee. I'll be back.
Danabo getting his flowers on the live.
What?
They're talking you up on the commentary right now.
All right, is this thing working?
I don't know, is it?
Testing, 1, 2.
A little quiet, I would say. I don't know if you're using the right mic.
Quiet, please. No. Turn your camera on CTV.
Oh, he's got it.
Beautiful. Look at that face.
Yeah, it sounds like you're on the headset mic right now, not the main mic.
Who's missed that face? I've missed that.
That's an astute observation.
That's critical thinking.
my audio cut out? I think it's just no one's talking.
Hi, my name is Andrew. I play in Worst Party Ever.
Oh no, shit, my audio. Wait, no, it's not.
It's called BFF. Existing out in plain view.
Why don't I hear anyone?
I don't know.
No
Why
one's
don't you hear
talking.
anyone?
Oh, all right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
How's that mic? Is that mic better?
A little bit.
So
A
you
little
didn't hear
bit.
me talk about your beautiful face, TV. That's disappointing.
No, I heard it. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Did you hear me call you normal?
Everyone here is normal. This is a normal thing to do on a Friday night. All right, Kevin, and they're cutting it close. Okay, 10 minutes. All right, you've got 10 minutes, everyone, to do what you need to do.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Stein is not here yet, apparently. Apparently he'll be here. Oh boy. Are you a fan of Alex Stein? I don't know a ton about him. I'm not gonna say I'm not a fan of him. I actually disagree with him politically, although I don't know how much because I don't actually know what he fully believes, but I don't know.
He'll move me into. I think he'll move me into that, yeah. And when he moves me in, my camera will turn off again. So I'll have to. Because the setting is like that. Yeah. It's just something that happens. Okay, yeah.
I feel like I feel less nervous that I'm
So I'll be.
actually in a call now.
Okay. Okay. Do you know if it matters how I. Am I able to mirror my cam?
It's a PhD historical analyst, very smart, very astute, a real weapon, be wary. Okay.
This is by far the quietest waiting room.
I know.
Are you all election nervous? Is it anxiety? What is it?
Well, you want me to?
I'm playing
just
Minecraft.
start yelling at him now.
Based.
That's usually what happens.
This is the waiting room. I'm in here so that I don't end up watching something else. I was going to bother you and Binks once everybody's actually on stage.
I don't know where Binks is.
It usually comes in after people get loaded on.
Testing.
That's a little worse. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
that got worse.
But yeah, I know if I go into my Discord with my IRLs, I'm going to get distracted and I'm not going to realize I'm supposed to be on in like a minute. 5:15.
Anybody hear me?
Yep.
That's better.
A lot better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the right mic.
All right. Good. So we got the mic set. We got the ears set.
He's gone to get the moonshine.
Yeah. I'm ordering whiskey right now.
Fantastic idea.
There we go. We're ready.
Where's the aviators?
Most American.
Where is the
outfit I've ever
aviators?
seen. He's got a grunt style Spartan helmet
What's
America
your-
shirt.
what do you wanna debate
plaid
Alex Stein
pajama
about,
pants,
localist?
and an Indiana Jones hat.
Real American.
And aviator sunglasses. That's
Very
it. The liberals are gonna melt when they see him.
I'm crushed.
Well, let's just be honest. It is CTV. Things melting in front of me is pretty much par for the course.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Ask your mom.
She's melted. It's weird.
Can you stop melting, mums, please?
Nope. It's nature. Can't help it. All right.
It's
I need
not
some
alright.
fucking-
We're down 2 guests. Where are they?
Who are we
You know
missing?
what?
Alex Stein and
Kevin Logan, who's replaced Loner Bucks. Because Loner Bucks
Oh,
picked out on
nice.
me. So I replaced him with the same person, basically.
I do not envy those who have to go on alongside Alex Stein.
Thanks.
Honestly, yeah, I feel worse for the people who have to go on his side than those who have to go on and argue against him.
I told Danabo I'll just be on my own team.
That's typically how it goes.
Have I ever talked to this guy?
Alex Stein.
Alex Stein?
He's the guy who
I
like
don't
talks about
remember.
AOC's butt to her face on the Capitol steps. Is that guy?
Yeah, just light sexual harassment of a sitting congressperson.
Yeah.
Oh.
Personally,
Everyone
I
against
just-
sexual harassment, raise their hand.
Not a former bartenders.
tough.
They deserve it.
I'm raising my
Okay.
hand.
Against
Yeah,
sexual
former-
harassment, just against it.
No,
No,
Yeah.
former-
takes for it.
former
He likes it.
Thanks for it.
Okay, makes sense.
No, you got to give the
freak
former
in the
bartenders,
streets,
you know-
pure in the sheets. It's opposite. don't know why you're like that. Are you? What are you? Is it? What is that? One of those Jimmy Dean frozen dinners?
No,
What do you got there?
homemade macaroni and cheese and hot dogs.
Fuck yeah, dude.
This is the most American web.
Is that moonshine? Are we back
Fireball.
on the shine?
Fireball.
Oh,
night.
just Fireball? Okay, that's way fucking less potent. That's
Yeah.
good.
He's
Last time
trying to
you were
get white
crying
girl
into a
wasted
fucking
right now.
mason jar at the end of our talk, and so, you know, it's not a joke. It was literally happening. We had to do a wellness check, man.
Gonna be a spicy first round.
Why don't I see Jib?
I don't have my cam on. I'm not going on until I don't know what kind of commie time
I'm
you guys
sorry.
run
I
on,
just
but I'm
wanna
not
have a
going on until
conversation with a fucking
5:15.
profile picture.
Jeb, are you say you're West Coast?
Yeah.
Let's go, bro. Me too.
Do I need to like move the? I'm gonna
yeah.
have to move it. Be
Oh
like,
yeah, there you can see me perfect because of my great Longitude cam
Jesus
software.
Christ, bro! You just
That's
fucking
just how white
like,
he is.
completely
Yeah, that's
blended into that fucking wall.
Pure as the driven snow,
Yep.
Jesus.
just like Hake wants.
God, the only thing that I seen whiter than that was
No, don't say it. don't do it.
Danavo's trying to judge what kind of how quick on the trigger we're going to have to be tonight.
Dylan's gonna be slow. Just don't go too far. If they don't turn up, we're just gonna go with the 6. I'm not moving people around. You guys have got it.
There we go. I just set up the whole thing, even though I'm not on for an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half. Just for you, CTV.
Appreciate that, Jeb.
It was actually for Alex Stein, and then he didn't show up.
Wait, I thought you really were on it right at the beginning, because you were like, I can't be on Discord. I'll lose track of time. But that's like an hour.
Yeah. No, because
Damn, bro.
I'll go in, I'll play like fucking 2 league games and want to kill myself, and then I'll be sulking, and then I'll realize it's like 5:30, and Danabo
Well-
sent me 3 messages.
League was the the problem.
Yeah, it is. I'm not. We're not
been
lost
there.
on that. Fuck.
Never hated something I liked so much.
Yeah, it's a mess, dude. I'll never forgive my friends who got me into League. I was a Siege for multiplayer games. I was Siege only for like 4 years. Happy as a clam.
I was diamond ranked on League for a little bit.
You're very quiet.
I
Yeah, your
know.
mic's
I
so
don't know
quiet.
why.
Had to turn you
All
up.
right.
I have to grab my wallet real quick.
Sorry, I'm still working on it. we'll see.
What are they yapping about? Are they done yet?
I've got them all muted. No idea.
Yeah, me too. I like that.
Desperately messaging Alex Stein and Kevin Logan.
Both of the communists.
Dude, how you gonna say you're gonna do this and then cancel? What is that? What you got going on? You're a streamer.
I feel like it happens so often on this
It's
show.
weird.
I think they just hate Danabo.
Bro.
Trash, Danabo. What are you
You gotta
doing?
work
man?
on that, Danabo.
You gotta keep your retention rate up.
Probably the Arkansas accent.
Yeah, exactly. They can tell.
The Arkansas.
Hey, Danabo. Danabo?
Hello.
Hey, so I'm off of commentary. When do you need me back? I'm gonna go eat some dinner real quick.
I'm not sure.
Okay. You just want to DM me, text me, and I'll keep my phone on. If you need me, you're also welcome to call my Discord. I'll be like, oh shit, something's happening.
Okay.
And Danabo, I might be back by the time the second commentary comes around, but just message me as well.
Thank you. Thank you both.
All right. Later.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right. I guess we're going to get the show on the road without the other two. So I'll start dragging you all in. Remember, your cameras will need to be turned back on. And thank you all once again. Have a good night.
He's about to drag the cameras in.
Not you.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm sorry to say that we're down 2 people. Alex Stein and Kevin Logan have canceled. Or at least not canceled, but they haven't showed. So we're down those. But I'm sure all of you, amazing people, can make up the star power on your own because we have Cam Higbee, critically thinking veteran, also known as the Hippy Dippy champion in waiting. We've got actual Jake Cornman himself, Hake from the Hake Report. We've got Maddie Cakes, the person who knows how to get under everyone's skin just perfectly. Just perfectly. And we have a fantastic Hippy Dippy recruitment show, who actually, recruitment show brought up. Let's start with you as introductions quickly as we go around. 30 seconds. Everybody introduce themselves, where they can find you before we get into the first topic.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the only person coming up for the recruitment show.
Sure, okay. I'm Nonfon. I stream on Twitch at Nonfon420 and YouTube at Nonfon, Nonfon. Trying to reach 1,000 subs on YouTube, so it'd be really helpful if you subscribe there. Yeah, Lib Left is a streamer.
Hey, where can people find you?
TheHakeReport.com. I'm on YouTube and Rumble and elsewhere. Thank you, man.
Actual Jake?
Actual Jake on YouTube and Twitch. I'm a leftist. Free Palestine.
CTV?
Yep.
Amen. Cam Higby?
Yeah, I'm Kim Higby. You can find me on pretty much every platform. I'm a journalist for Today's America, and I'm releasing a bomb border documentary soon.
Awesome. Maddie?
Hi, Maddie. Maddie Cakes. I am a leftist coastal elite, and in my normal daytime life, I'm a Democratic strategist and consultant. So, hello. Hi.
Fantastic. Now we're going to get started, but a shout out to today's sponsor, FTX, built by traders for traders. Okay, let's get into the first topic, which is really the only topic of today. Harris v. Trump. Why should or shouldn't somebody vote for Donald Trump or Harris? We're going to go around quickly. We're going to do like quick 30-second boom, 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 and then we're going to go into a general discussion. Let's start with Camo Hat. Let's start with actual Jake.
Let's go. You should not vote for Donald Trump because he's a fascist, and you should vote for Kamala Harris because, as a leftist, I am ready to vote for my weakest adversary because I'm ready to push the country further left and get basics that we need like healthcare, housing, education, etc. Things that people like materially need to have better lives so that we can move on.
CTV?
You should not vote for Kamala Harris because she lacks the experience necessary to govern well. You should vote for Donald Trump because he's already been president and did a very good job while he was.
Simple.
All of the details.
Oh, I thought you were done. Continue. You have long pauses.
All the details as to everything we'll find out in the next hour long.
Cam Higby.
Yeah, you should vote for Trump because he has a proven track record. You shouldn't vote for Kamala because she's an idiot. We need a secure border, and I'm a shill for Israel.
Hake.
We should definitely vote for Trump. He's the man for the job. He's very capable. And Kamala has no authority. She does not belong in the president or even in the White House.
Now over to Maddie.
The choice is very simple, especially all politics aside, if you care about preserving our country's democracy and rule of law. You can either vote for the person who has bipartisan support, who vows to maintain strong, safe elections, maintain bodily autonomy for all Americans, and who pretty much every single economist worth anything says is the better choice for the American economy. You can vote for Kamala. Or if you're angry and dickless, you can vote for Trump.
And now over to Non-Fun.
You should vote against Trump because Trump does not have the respect for American institutions that I would like their president to have. And you should vote for Kamala because most of her policies are just better and not nearly as insane as Trump's universal tariffs, for example.
Okay, now one last thing before we get started and go into general conversations, and whoever wants to grab it can grab it. This is a rumble, which means that the audience, after the first round, will be able to pick somebody to be kicked. And it is vote to kick, not vote to keep. Please remember that. It is vote to kick. And so I wish you all good luck. Just a few rules. Nothing TOS, no slurs, nothing like that can get me banned. We all want to keep our jobs here today. If I am talking, nobody else is talking. If I mute you, it's not personal. I'm just trying to enforce some law and order today. And if you're having trouble getting in, but, you know, it's a rumble, good luck. You can raise your hand. I'll write your name down. But just be aware that, you know, it's fast-paced, this show. So good luck, everybody. Any questions?
Nope.
Fantastic. Who wants to get us started? Want to respond to anything that was said?
Yeah, me. Non-fun.
Okay, Cam?
What Kamala policies do you like? I've looked at her website and her policy platform. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of material there.
I like expanding the child tax credit. I like expanding the earned income tax credit. I like the
Trump did
housing
that.
policy she has. Well, I think.
Okay, how does our housing policy work? Child tax credit expansion is something that Trump did. He doubled it from $1,000 to $2,000 while he was president of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So he did double it. It was $1,000. Now it's $2,000. That's thanks to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. But how does Kamala's housing policy work?
So you think it should be increased then?
Well, just to be clear,
because she's saying it should be more. So you agree that it's good that it went up?
I don't know that it goes up more than it does now, but what I'm saying simply is that if you support expanding the child tax credit, that's something that Trump has already done. I'm not saying that I necessarily agree with it.
A, it can go up more. B, Kamala can support expanding the
but I
Tax
asked a
Cuts and
question though.
Jobs
How
Act
does
for
the
people
housing
making
policy
under
work? What is her
$400,000.
housing policy?
Her housing policy involved building 3 million new homes is her goal. She wants to do a lot of things to try to. I think there's some tax incentive financing she wants to do, and I think she wants to make local communities reform their zoning laws the best she can.
Does she actually say that, or do you just think that?
I can pull up her
Her policy. You can locate it
down.
on her website.
Yeah. Do you know what it is though, Maddie?
Do I know it off the top of my head? No, but I'd be happy to give
It's
you a
because
rundown.
it's not there. It just says she's going to build 3 million houses. Her housing section is a total of 4 paragraphs long, and the last one hardly constitutes an entire paragraph.
Okay, just to be clear, she also has an 82-page policy book in the economy, right? And there's 6 full pages dedicated to housing policy, not including
Well, then
the.
you should be able to pull at least one of those housing policies. All I've heard is build 3 million houses, which is not a policy.
New homes by making.
Are you mad? So do you want to look at? So if you have a link of that, you're just going to sit here and read 82 pages of.
No, I'm just testing your guys' familiarity. You guys say that you support her policies, so I'm just testing the familiarity with those policies that you allegedly support.
I mean, as a leftist, it doesn't matter. More than that, I disagree with right-wing fascism.
So right, because you're an edgy leftist, right? Yeah.
No, just a normal
Wait,
one.
I mean,
because I think that
want to be clear.
freedom
How
is a
long
really
is
good
Trump's
thing.
housing policy?
Yeah,
You can't have freedom if you have subsidized housing.
I don't know if it's edgy to not want fascism.
Yeah, me either.
It's you can not want fascism and not be a leftist. Holy shit.
Define fascism.
Yeah, that's why.
Define fascism.
That's why so many
course I know what
Republicans have
fascism
endorsed Kamala Harris because they too
Yeah.
don't want fascism. So
Define fascism.
Yeah,
Can
what
you
is
back
it?
up
What's
from the mic so we
fascism?
can hear what you're saying? CTV. Thank you. Seriously, I really can't. No,
You leaned it
it's not
again.
working.
But
I'm being real. I can't.
define fascism.
Yeah.
So is anybody, any of you folks on the left who are hyper obsessed with fascism, and you guys going to define it, or?
You want us to define fascism? For
Yep,
mean,
I
we
want
can go
to
through
know
the
what you
steps
mean
of
by that.
fascism
Yep,
if you
I have
want.
no idea what it means. What is it?
Is this the thing that you're gonna do? Like we can't even we now we have to go through.
Yeah,
every
what is
term
it?
that
What
we
is
can-
it? Most of the viewers probably don't know what it is either. What is it?
Question. The first thing
Okay, right wing, right? Okay, so he's
You keep saying Trump's a fascist. You should know what the hell it is.
I think he's
absolutely-
he's trying to define it
absolutely-
right now. Actual Jake, you want to define it?
Yeah. Right wing authoritarianism. Okay, so a concentration of power near the top, which is absolutely what they want to do, and they literally his Supreme Court wanted to increase the impunity on the president and like make him outside the law. And you agree with that, right? That's an increase of presidential powers by the right. Do you agree that they're doing that, seeking that out?
1 second.
Nothing at all. Fucking cool, man. Great.
The government, yeah, hold up. I'm writing down what you're saying so I have a clearly defined definition. I'm writing down what you're saying so I understand and remember your definition. But is the right wing or the conservatives? First of all, I'd be interested to know what you mean by right wing as well. But if you're talking about the government expanding its power towards the top, the government is always trying to expand its power towards the top, regardless of who's in office, whether it's a Republican or
I
Democrat.
disagree.
So
That's exactly what's happening.
And the reality is exactly what's happening every time somebody gets elected.
I absolutely disagree. I absolutely disagree.
Based on what?
Based on reality, like the right.
Joe Biden signed more executive orders his first day in office than Trump did. Like every president is expanding power every time they get elected. Congress is doing the same.
Not necessarily executive overreach, right? Like a Trump schedule F appointment executive order is probably more authoritarian than.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Patriot Act.
Two
Anyway,
people talking
back
at once.
to the
Let's go
original
back.
point
We'll
of
go
fascism.
Actual Jake, then we'll go back to Cam for response, and then we'll go down to Maddie and Nonfun. And then whoever wants to go after.
Powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights, identification of enemies as unifying cause, the supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for intellectuals in the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, fraudulent elections. This is early. These are signs of fascism, and that is what it is.
Rampant.
That's not. No, wait. Are these signs of fascism, or that's what fascism is? I'm confused.
You gotta bring your gain on your mic down.
You gotta back the fuck up from your mic. No one can hear you. Like I don't. It's not working.
Cam, you wanted to respond to that?
Boomer.
That's the definition of fascism. These are the
Okay,
mechanisms
cool.
of
So
fascism.
you want to tell me what kind of
Because
disdain for
fascism-
human rights Trump has? What kind of disdain for human rights do they have?
Abortion rights is a great one, or the way that he talks
Why?
about
What is a right?
immigrants.
Why is abortion a human
Are
right?
babies human?
Define rights. What is rights? What are rights?
Wow,
Are you an idiot?
Why, we
No,
just
no.
have to
What are they?
define-
What, if you're gonna,
The whole
what if I said my
conversation is
human
gonna be
right is that
defining
I
rights.
think everyone.
Can you have a real
I
conversation?
I think
You're so-
everyone.
vote this guy
I think
off. Vote
everyone
this guy
should
off.
have
No, he's walking it
an
down.
Xbox
He's so
in their
bad
house.
for
Is that a
this.
human right? Like what the
Holy
hell is a
fucking
human
no,
right?
it-
I
a
disagree
human
with you that
right
abortion
is
should be a human
housing,
right. I think that abortion is wrong. It's immoral.
health. Abortion is not wrong or immoral.
None of those are
Abortion
right.
is
Yeah, why?
right.
Why is it right? Why is it not wrong or immoral?
Because it's the right of bodily autonomy on the person that is having. The
You
child.
don't have absolute bodily autonomy. Am I
You
allowed
absolutely
to?
do have absolute
You don't.
bodily
You don't. You
autonomy.
think you have
You believe in God?
absolute bodily autonomy to do whatever
Believe
you
in
want with your body?
Believe in God.
Do
I don't believe in
Are you-
God. Do you think that you have absolute
No, no,
bodily
listen,
autonomy
hold
to
on,
do whatever
wait.
you want with your
Hold
body?
on,
Yes
wait.
or no?
Do you believe in God?
No.
Yes.
Do you
Okay,
believe in
good. So,
absolute
hold
bodily
on.
autonomy?
Listen, absolutely. So if you think
Okay,
that we
okay,
are able,
perfect. No, let me ask you a
on
counter
Earth-
question. You've answered
let
my
me
question
ask
finally.
you
Let me ask
one
you a counter
question.
question.
Let me ask you
Do I
one
have the
question.
right to
If
take
you
my
believe-
body and pull a gun out of my
Yes.
pocket and go shoot
Yes.
somebody in the face?
No, you have the right to pull.
That's a right.
gun and
That,
shoot yourself. in
bodily
the
autonomy
face.
is the right to
That's
govern
what
your
you have
body
the
as you
right
see
to-
fit. If I want to
No,
govern
listen,
my body in a way
bodily
that takes my
autonomy-
arm,
no,
pulls a
you're
gun out
so
of my pocket,
stupid.
and shoots
Bodily
somebody in the
autonomy-
face, blows them away.
No, you're so
I
stupid.
don't have a right to do that, right? You don't
That's
have
a
absolute
violation of
bodily
someone
autonomy. The
else's-
government regulates your body every
You're
single
literally
day.
so stupid. Once you interact with another person,
No.
that's their bodily autonomy. You fool. Are you actually this
No.
uneducated? Yes.
No.
Someone else
You're
that
still,
exists.
no, you're
has their
governing
own
your
bodily
own
autonomy.
body when you harm another
Yes.
person. Your rights, as you, just as you,
Yes.
I think, perfectly
Yes.
illustrated, end where other people
Absolutely.
begin. My position is that the
fetuses are
fetus
not
should have
humans.
rights. You don't have a
Yes, they
right
are.
to do
Fetuses
whatever
aren't
you want with your
humans.
body, ignorant of
They
other people's
absolutely
rights.
do.
No,
100%.
Okay, we're gonna throw it over to Maddie.
Bodily
Maddie was trying to say something
Are you
earlier.
gonna,
I'm gonna make sure.
Are you gonna
Wanna
tell
make-
this
we're
guy to
gonna-
shut
we're-
the fuck up?
It's gonna go back around, I'm sure. Maddie, you wanted to talk. I'm gonna bring it over to you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's like all the dick went to his personality.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, when we talk about bodily autonomy, what we're talking about is how the government can't force anyone legally to, let's say, donate an organ. You have the right to what happens to your body in that situation. Whereas with women or people with uteruses,
Jesus.
unfortunately, due to the rolling back of Roe v. Wade and a lot of the state-based legislation that we're seeing around the country, the result of that is people dying. So if you really
God,
care about
all
being
I'm hearing
pro-life,
right now.
you should maybe CTV. I love
Who's
you. But
died?
Give me a second, okay?
Who's
What's the
died?
definition of died?
No, who's died? Are you talking about Amber Thurman?
Conversation down so I can understand what you mean by died.
No,
Do you
no. Are
not
people
understand what
are you talking about
died is?
Amber Thurman? Because Amber Thurman didn't
Did your
die as a result of
parents- did your
abortion
parents-
legislation.
Did your parents not have that talk with you about like what death is?
I never said that. That was just Jake being an idiot. But if you'd
Oh,
like to
did
answer
you?
my question, I asked
That
you
was-
who's died.
Would you like me to send a full list because I know you're referencing?
Just name
one
one.
person.
If there's a full
But in
list, there
fact,
should be at least
there
one
are-
name.
Would you
Amber
like me to
Thurman?
send you the list?
No, I want you to name one person.
All right.
You want me to name one person?
And tell me
But
the
you don't
circumstances
believe- but you
surrounding
don't
that
believe-
case.
No, let me see. Let me just
How's
get a
this working?
clarification. So by
Every single
asking me
state
that,
in
do you
the
not
entire
believe-
United States
do
makes an
you not
exception for the
believe
mother's
that
life being in
any
danger.
Women, so
Yep.
no women
Candace
died
failed.
because they haven't
No.
had
No.
they haven't had
Candace
access.
fails.
No,
No,
women at
every
all.
single state makes an exception for
listen.
medical emergency.
No, they
every
don't.
single state.
Candace
Your
fails.
fantasy.
Candace fails died in Texas this week. A pregnant teenager
Everybody-
died after
Texas
trying
has
to
a
get care in
has an
three
exception
visits-
for medical
before we go
emergency.
down
Three
this
visits
rabbit
to
hole,
Texas emergency rooms.
Yeah.
It took her 20 hours to
Yeah,
get
that's
any
the
sort
result
care.
of incompetent
No.
doctors that aren't familiar with the law
it's-
that
no,
guide their
it's a
practice.
direct
Oh,
result. It was a
before you go down
direct
this rabbit hole,
result
I just
of
really
going
wanted
to different
address two
places,
things Cam said.
seeking health
Yes,
care.
incompetent
seeking-
doctors
no,
who are
listen,
incapable of
hey,
familiarizing
you need to
themselves with
have
the
a-
law
you
that
need to
govern their
have-
practice.
you need to
Doctors
have
have
the
to refer to the
integrity
law
to listen.
every single
The
day when they do their
integrity to
job.
listen
How
to the
much medicine
questions
can you
you
give to a
ask.
person? How can
Here's-
you treat a
here it
person?
is.
Where can you treat a person? In what
see.
manner can you treat a person?
Listen,
every single day.
Let's wait a
Listen.
moment. Okay, wait. The
Listen.
question was for a name. Actual
I'm
Jake
giving you
wants
one.
to talk about the name, so we'll let him do the name.
I have a name.
Yeah. You fucking baby, man.
And then
Her
we'll have a
name
response.
is Candace Fales, and it took 3 ER visits and 20 hours before a hospital admitted her. As her condition worsened, they insisted on 2 ultrasounds to confirm fetal demise because the laws in Texas
they're
are so
arguing
stringent
the dumbest
that the
shit ever.
doctors
I have
had
2 direct
they
refutes
took
to what
way
Cam
too much
said,
time due
but
to the
because they're still
bureaucracy
fucking
that the
derailed,
Republicans
I
in
can't say it.
Texas set up. And she died because of your oversight and your government, your big fucking government oversight on people's bodily autonomy and healthcare that you can't
That sounds like a
see.
problem for the Texas
Everybody
state
has a sob
legislature.
story.
It's not. It's a problem for everybody, you dumb motherfucker.
it's
it's
a
a problem
problem for
because
the people in
the
Texas,
Supreme
dumbass.
Court because of the federal Supreme Court.
Is that what I'm hearing right now? Jake doesn't know how
your
to
mic,
state borders.
your
That
mic
makes
is
sense.
broken.
You motherfuckers
The
don't know how to
Supreme-
control a fucking border, so I don't know why
your
fucking
emotions.
understand the fucking law and how it applies in one place and doesn't apply in a fucking another. Dumbass.
No one can really hear what you're saying. So the Supreme Court is a federal institution that you agree, and the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, which allowed Texas to do this kind of abortion ban. It's all connected, you silly, small-minded man. Like, obviously, the nation sets federal law, and the states work underneath that, you fool. And because
What was
they are
the constitutional
allowed under
basis
federal
for
law,
Roe v. Wade?
under
Dumbass.
federal law,
The abortion is a state issue. The problem that you're laying out is for
and the state of Texas and the state of Texas failed
because
and
guess
continues
what?
to fail.
State legislatures don't
It's
respect the
showing.
fucking law. Dumbass.
All it's showing is that your worldview is bad and it hurts
Yeah.
people.
So again,
and your healthcare system is dog shit.
Again, every single state in the entire country makes an exception for medical emergency. You don't even need fetal futility. All you need is the mother's life to be in danger. If the mother's life's in
And her
danger,
life is-
all it
why'd
takes
she
is a
die then?
physician's opinion that her life is in danger to abort that baby. Every state in the country.
You're wrong.
And by that point, it's too
I'm not
late.
wrong.
By that
Name me
point,
one
it's
state
too
that doesn't have a
late.
medical
You need a
emergency
mother
exception.
bleeding out on the ground.
Okay,
One
wait.
singular state.
Jesus.
The question.
I can't get him. I can't
Okay.
get him. They don't know.
The question was about a medical emergency exception. If anyone wants to answer that, and then I want to make sure we get the non-fun because he asked to speak a bit. Does anyone want to answer the non-medical emergency question that Cam put forward?
One state that
talk
doesn't
to
have
the
one.
state legislatures.
Anybody?
Even
One
with
state that doesn't
this-
have a medical emergency? A single one?
No, I'm gonna answer Dylan's question. I don't want to talk to you. So what
It was my
happens
question
is
that Dylan asked. But...
I don't give a shit. So when we're talking about like, okay, if their mother's life is in danger, then they're able to get care. No, what ends up happening is they have to wait until it is basically too late to save the mother. They say, oh,
No.
we'll help you so long as you start bleeding out on the floor.
Not true.
As soon as
Not
you start
true.
bleeding out on the floor and hemorrhaging, then that counts as life saving. When they could
Not true.
take an action to prevent a preventable death.
Not true.
Not that
the
long
language in
before.
every single
Absolutely
state
true.
bill is very
Absolutely
clear.
true.
It takes a
No, that's
physician's
100%
opinion
true.
that a mother's life is in danger and that it could cause serious bodily harm or death.
That's like living in a
You'll
fantasy
notice
world.
none of these name me one state that doesn't have this.
This
one
week,
state.
the
One
first
state doesn't have this.
hospital
Yeah,
diagnosed-
that's the result of doctors not knowing the law that guide their practice. Not the laws failing.
Listen, this
so
is the
name me
heartbeat
one
bill.
state. Texas,
This is the
in the
heartbeat
first
bill.
paragraph of the bill has a medical exception.
Can you listen?
You're so angry
Listen.
and wrong.
Doctors said her 6-month fetus had a heartbeat, so she was not going to get care. While
Okay,
she had
the
sepsis,
doctors are
strep
bad.
throat. Yes, she screened positive
Give
for
us doctors.
sepsis. She screened positive for sepsis, but the doctor said her 6-month fetus had a heartbeat, so she left. And then she had to go to a third hospital to try to get someone to confirm that she was okay. And 2 ultrasounds later at that third hospital, they confirmed fetal demise was imminent. And then they were allowed, but it took 20 hours and she died because of your bureaucracy. You're saying,
Yeah.
oh, we want this small government. But the red tape that you fuckers put in place made this slow,
No,
deliberately so, not wrong. You're just in denial. You're a
Okay, so
small-minded
section
person.
171-205 of the Texas abortion bill. Exception for medical emergency. Sections 1.71.203 and 17.17204 do not apply if the physician believes a medical emergency exists and prevents compliance with this section.
But the law in practice does not act like that. But
No, it does. The doctors just don't read the law, but they're supposed
it
to.
doesn't.
They read the law
No, it
for
doesn't.
every
So
other
you're saying
aspect
that
of
the
their
Republican
practice.
lawmakers made an inefficient law and it's harming healthcare?
No, I'm saying that the doctors are lazy and not reading the new legislation. Doctors have to be familiar with the law in every other subsect of their job, whether it's prescribing medicine,
Has
people,
nothing
how
to
much
do
you
with
can
the bad
prescribe,
laws.
when you can prescribe,
The
where you can
non-healthcare
prescribe,
people-
how you treat people, how you put people under for surgery. Every aspect of their job is guided by law and regulation. But for some reason, with this one, doctors in liberal
got
cities
both
don't want to, they risk people's lives to make a point.
Camp, we've got both positions. I want to make sure we go to the 2 people who have not talked much. Nanfan, I said it would be you next. We'll do you, but then we got to go to Hake because he's been waiting very patiently, like a good conservative man.
Sure. I wanted to respond to 2 things Cam said before we got totally derailed. First, like I don't think just a number of executive orders is necessarily shows who is more authoritarian or fascist. I would say like a big thing that like Trump did was Schedule F appointments, which allowed him to exert a lot of more control over the executive branch. Whether or not you believe in unitary executive theory, clearly this is more authoritarian than just any other random executive order. And Biden voluntarily got rid of that power. The second thing is, like, I'm absolutely right about Kamala Harris's housing policy. I pulled up the thing. Point 3 is build housing supply through the first ever tax incentive to build affordable homes for first-time home buyers. Point 4 is launching a $40 billion local fund for local communities to remove red tape. And also, the Republican platform has literally one paragraph in housing policy, and the solution is to deport illegal immigrants, okay? So...
Housing policy isn't one of their primary talking points.
Oh, okay. So they're inadequate.
It's like the only thing Kamala Harris talks about.
Oh, okay. So Trump is
I never championed housing policy for Republicans. You did.
Other people's money.
Okay.
Thanks for clearing that up.
The Fed shouldn't be involved in the. The Fed shouldn't be involved in the housing situation anyway, because Obama was redistributing the ghetto through HUD, and so we don't want that anyway. Subsidized housing just raises the price of housing, the cost. And
but
you guys are so phony, pretending like you care about women dying because they can't get abortions. You don't care about the women dying getting abortions. And Trump isn't even involved in that. He's a reasonable man, and you can iron those things out. So Trump is still the man for the job.
Unsafe abortions don't really happen.
And Trump shrunk the
back alley abortions have been.
Wait, guys, come on. Hank waited in the Rumble scenario. Let's let him finish.
Trump shrunk the size of the government. He's given power back to the people, deregulating, and he's actually far more reasonable than any of you psychos are giving him credit for.
I just want to clarify what I meant by that before people think I'm insane. Back alley abortions is a term that's been around for a really long time, and the reason they're called back alley abortions isn't because they're performed in literal back alleys. It's because people enter the clinics through the back alley to receive illegal abortions from certified doctors.
That's what it is.
Yeah. So like coat hanger abortions, like they do happen, but like super duper rare because
So
nobody's enough to
that's
do that.
what
right?
happened on Dirty Dancing all those years ago when they put baby in the fucking corner. What the fuck?
Real quick, I just also want to respond to Hake's point. He's saying a demand subsidy is going to increase the price of homes. That is true to an extent, but she also wants to build 3 million new homes, which is probably going to decrease the price of homes as well. The empirical evidence from Singapore suggests that the increase in the price of homes probably won't be that much because Singapore also does demand subsidies. Any housing policy is going to have to be a balance between letting new people buy into the home ownership system and ensuring that houses slowly appreciate over time because many middle-class Americans store their wealth in homes. So I think that's why Harris has the right.
The only way you can increase the wealth, the value of these homes is by getting rid of the homeless and the illegals. Because we haven't, by getting rid of, I mean, obviously humanely doing it right. I'm not talking about anything
What's
crazy.
humane? Tell me what the humane removal of homeless and illegal immigrants is.
Put in the homeless to work. Put in the homeless to work.
Putting them to work?
Let's hear it first. Let's hear it.
And sending the illegals back. Maybe the more
humanely though.
Yeah,
it's way more humane than letting them stay here. They're slaves of the cartel.
Free fucking ticket. How's that
Most of the people who cross the border illegally become slaves of the cartel because they can't get here on their own. They need
paddle out in the ocean and tell them to paddle their ass back. How about that?
Yeah.
You think that's humane?
You give them a hug.
They pretend like they care about separating
the majority of people who immigrate here illegally are literally slaves of the cartel because they need a guide to come here, especially when they're crossing through super hot deserts, and to evade law enforcement. Most of the time, they can't afford this. It costs thousands of dollars to be smuggled, so they go into cartel debt and they make no money and they work as slaves. And if they don't pay the cartel kills them.
So do you think that's a failure of America meeting the demand of immigration?
No.
Send them back.
It's a problem with people coming here illegally and us letting cartels smuggle people in and releasing
people. You know how
people.
like when someone has a dog for a long time and they say like, oh, you start turning into your dog and you start like looking the same. Hake sounds like Jesse Lee Peterson just by fucking proximity. Like his the way he speaks. It's weird, man. It's weird that happened to you.
It happened.
By the way, wait, guys, vote to kick. The poll's already in the chats. Okay,
nice.
People can spread it to your own. You can spread it around to your own chats if you want. Polls already open. Okay, polls open in 4 days, and polls open right now. Right now in chat, vote to kick. You guys can keep going, but vote to kick. Voting's already started.
Yeah, so the only thing the left knows how to do
respond?
is spend other people's fucking... No, you can shut the fuck up and listen for a minute is what you can do, right? So, the only thing the left knows how to do is spend other people's fucking money, which is exactly why all of Kamala Harris's plans include, we're going to redistribute tax money collected over here and give first-time home buyers a little bit of money. Instead of what Trump's plan is, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, car interest loan is tax deductible. right? Social Security not going to be taxed. That's how you empower the American people to actually solve their own fucking problems instead of them being dependent on the fucking government. So all the players you're going to hear from here on the left tonight is going to be them, right? We're going to take care of you, right? Oh, which they can't fucking do anyway, right?
Yep.
Whereas on this side, we're going to give you the means to be able to do that and get the government off your fucking back, which is the problem of every fucking problem that we end up having as people.
So I agree
Also,
that the
correct me if
government is
I'm wrong,
bad
real
if
quick.
it's too
Hold
big.
on,
Hold on, I
Jake,
want
just take
to
2
respond to CTV, man.
I think that housing policy, the first-time
Oh,
home buyers, only
okay, it's the
applies
last
to
time
people
you're
like
gonna talk on here,
generationally
probably.
first-time home buyers. Anyway, go ahead, Jake.
All right, thanks, man. So you agree that big government is bad. So why do you support big government in abortion then, man? Like it doesn't make any sense for you to want overreach in government.
Define big government in the scenario.
What do you mean? That's literally politicians.
It's the
deciding
same reason we
healthcare.
support big government for murder and theft.
Jake,
I don't know.
define big government in this scenario. Are you talking about the state government or are you talking about the federal government? Because if you're talking about the federal government, that's the government that everybody refers to whenever they're saying big government, right? So now that we've gotten
state
big
or federal can be
government
too
out of the
involved
whole
in your
fucking
life,
problem of
I think.
abortion, what you need to do is have the state legislatures go
You
to
like
their
the state government?
to their constituents and then make a law that works
Why
for
do
them.
you-
So if you have a problem in
I'm gonna turn you down
Texas,
a little
go
bit.
to the fucking Texas legislature to fix the fucking problem. But since you don't live
So,
in
the
Texas,
Texas
it ain't
government-
your
I'm not
fucking
talking about just
problem.
Texas.
So stop fucking bitching.
I'm not. Well, this is a political conversation where we have disagreements about politics. So I'm not going to stop. I'm going to have disagreements with you, and you're just going to have to emotionally be okay with that. Okay, man? So
also, it's possible to care about people that like aren't
Yeah.
you. I don't know
Yeah,
if you
that's-
know that.
Yeah, we care about
Like, it's
babies not being killed
Sorry,
by their
go
mothers.
on.
you
Yeah,
don't
sure
care
you
about
do.
babies not being
Sure you
killed.
do.
You care about
Absolutely.
fetuses.
I believe you.
You don't care
Yeah.
about babies once they're born.
Yeah, okay,
Do you want
semantical
those babies to have health care
difference.
access
I don't believe you.
from the jump, just inherent to their
Wait,
existence? No,
just
but I
because
do.
just because
So
we
you don't
we
like
don't want to
babies.
give them
You like their
just
existence,
because we
not
don't
their-
want to give them a bunch of
not their
government subsidies doesn't mean we don't
success.
care about them.
Yes,
Just because we don't want to load them up with
What do you mean,
government
just
subsidies
because?
doesn't mean we don't care
What
about
is the
them.
point of
Just because
society? The
we're
point of
okay with them
society,
starving.
the whole point of
Doesn't
society
really
is to
care.
collectively raise our standard of living.
Yeah.
Okay,
And we've
yeah.
done
So I
pretty
get the
good,
standard
yeah.
of living. Health
Yeah, if you actually look, if you base it on the standard of living, go look at any socialist country on the Human Development Index and look how terrible they are
We're
compared to
not
the United
dropping
States.
this. We are not dropping this. You tell me that the only reason that people get to fucking gather is to just raise their living standard. That's the only reason.
For collective well-being and betterment, yeah.
Collective well-being.
Yeah, I've
but
got
not
something
through-
for
not through
the
the
dummy head
government.
leftist here.
What do you mean,
Wait,
through the
wait.
government?
So
I'm
you
talking about
think
the
that's
government.
hold on? You think that's first? Like that's when you're creating civilization. That's first. We're thinking about
Well-being?
raising it.
Yes.
How?
Correct. What do you mean?
How?
I mean, how?
How?
By ensuring
What's the first thing you do?
collectively
What's the
that we
first
have
fucking
what we
thing you
need.
do? What's the first
To-
fucking thing you do?
The first thing I would do is
Spend other people's
housing.
money.
Housing. Are you serious right now?
Hey,
Yes,
hey,
correct. The
hey,
first thing
Jake.
you need is
No,
shelter.
No!
Hey,
You
Jake.
secure the
Jake.
fucking
So I have
border,
the
you
Human
fucking
Development Index
dumbasses.
pulled up.
Jesus!
Locate
Secure
a water
the border!
service.
Secure
Jake,
the
I've got the
border!
Human Development
Game.
Index.
Secure the
right
fucking
here.
border! Secure
You
the
got
border!
China.
If you don't have a border, you don't have a fucking nation! Secure the border!
I
That's
feel
the
like you need
first
to
fucking thing you
locate-
do!
I feel like you need to locate water before you secure a border. But that's
Yeah, okay, guys.
It's fine.
So real quick for Jake, we've got
water
the Human Development Index here. China 75, Vietnam 107. You'll notice that every socialist or formerly socialist country is at the rock bottom of the Human Development Index, whereas you have Switzerland, Iceland, Denmark, Germany, Singapore, Netherlands, Finland,
You don't
the
think
UK,
Switzerland
the United
has
States,
social
South
policies?
Korea,
Healthcare.
Israel, Spain, all the based capitalist Chad countries
literally-
at the top. It lines up almost
literally, they all
exactly with the
have
Economic
socialized
Freedom Index, which
healthcare.
measures how
Oh my
capitalist a
God.
country is.
You listed
And
the
all
countries
the
that
socialist
have
and
socialized
formerly
healthcare.
socialist countries are at
All
rock
of
bottom with
those
the
have
worst human development on the face of the
socialist
planet.
All of those have socialist healthcare.
Okay.
They're less diverse too.
CTV, you don't like the,
That doesn't
you don't
make
like
them
the cost of
social
housing is so
socialist
high, you don't like
countries.
big
Just because you have
government.
socialized
So
healthcare
you-
doesn't make you
wait,
socialist
wait, wait,
countries.
wait,
They have more free markets in the United
I'm
States.
saying wait.
The
I'm
last
saying
thing
wait.
you're
Wait.
gonna
I'm saying
say-
wait.
And
I'm
less
saying wait.
social
I'm saying
welfare.
wait. There's like 4 people talking at the same time, and we're about to wrap up this round in a second. I'm gonna. Okay, so I just want to throw it to. We're gonna have actual Jake finish your statement on the healthcare point. We're gonna have Cam respond. Non-fun hasn't talked in a bit, so we're gonna give it the non-fun. Then we're wrapping it up.
Okay. So if you agree that those countries have high indexes and are good, and you say they're capitalist, and you say that they have socialist healthcare, you agree we can do all of it at the same time in America. Obviously, since we're the greatest fucking country in the world, we can, of course, make socialized healthcare a reality so that Americans have more money, just like CTV wants, more money to spend on shit you want instead of shit you need. I am fine with you buying PlayStations and cars and guns. I do not need you buying healthcare. It shouldn't be a market. It should be allowed to you, because when it is a market, people prioritize the dollar over your health, and that's cucked as fuck. You like billionaires more than your own fucking healthcare, and that's sad as fuck. See you later, motherfucker. Deuces, Cam.
No, I don't. I don't like billionaires better, actually. I'm just trying to figure out. So, okay, so first of all, yeah, these countries.
No, non-fun.
Many of them have socialized healthcare. Okay, Jake,
it was Jake, Cam, and then non-fun.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So many of these countries do have socialized healthcare, right? And that's something I would disagree with them on. But many of them are also still more capitalist than the United States.
Index, man, so you must agree.
Hey, Jake,
that
pipe down, buddy. Is it my turn to speak or your turn to speak? Pipe down, pal. No. All right. So anyway, I'm just trying to figure out why a country like Saudi Arabia is higher on the Human Development Index than every single socialist or formerly socialist country in the entire fucking world. Okay,
you like Saudi
they're
Arabia's
dog
government?
shit. They're terrible. Cuba, Vietnam, Laos, China. They're
So
all of the former Soviet bloc countries.
listen.
They're all below Saudi fucking Arabia on the Human Development Index, which measures education, quality of life,
education. Can the
living
women get
conditions, life
educated in
expectancy,
Saudi
et cetera, et cetera,
Arabia?
et cetera. It's the UN standard for how good how good the quality of life in a country is. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out why all these socialist countries suck ass so much that they're worse than Saudi Arabia, which stones people.
Okay, so you agree Saudi Arabia?
We're throwing it. I'm sorry, we're throwing it to non-fun because we got to wrap this round up. Non-fun, quickly wrap us up.
Yeah, I like to just respond to CTV. CTV says he doesn't like big government. He doesn't. How do you feel about Donald Trump imposing on free markets by proposing a 10% tariff on all goods coming from foreign nations, which is a regressive tax?
It's a great fucking idea since you asked.
That taxes poor people more than rich people, by the way. And then also for Cam, which country is the highest in the HCI has 10% universal tariffs across the board? What?
Wait, did I say that there was a country on here that had 10% universal tariffs across the board?
No, but you're using
so it
HCI
must be a
to
bad
say, hey,
idea,
look,
right?
This system would,
No,
this system would
I think socialized healthcare is also a bad idea, but most of these countries also
But
have
all
that.
the ones that are on the top have
they're still,
it. So
they're
make it
still
make
the
sense.
most capitalist countries in the world, though, like Singapore, for example, which is #1 in the Economic Freedom Index. Switzerland, which is super high. Iceland, Denmark, Germany, Singapore,
Sounds like you should
Netherlands,
move to
Finland, Israel,
Singapore.
and the United States. What's that?
Okay, guys, we got to
Sounds
wrap
like
it
you
up.
should move to
We got to.
Singapore.
Okay, wait.
So
We have guests.
good.
We have guests waiting. There's people in the waiting room. We have to kick. Cam, I'm very sorry. With
I knew
about
it.
66% of the vote, the audience has decided that you are the one to go. Now,
Knew
that
it.
might not be necessarily a condemnation of your debating skills, or maybe your ability to get under their skin, which you could take maybe pride in as being the first one kicked out tonight. What do you have to say for yourself, Cam?
Danabo said that if I was kicked in the first round, that he would rig the election. So you guys should all look forward to that. Trump will be your next president because, yeah. All right. So thanks, guys. Jake, you're a loser. Bye.
Because,
Good job,
yeah.
Cam.
Good
See you,
joke.
Cam. Good sport. Okay, we're bringing in some new people. Cam is the first one to go. The next round, we're going to be voting out a lefty. So, lefties, good luck. Okay.
No.
Welcome in new guests, Penterble and Crop Duster, also known as Aircraft Sparky. For those of you who remember him from the old Hippy Dippy days, I'm sure a few of you do. 2 Trumpers in here. Look at that. Look at this balance right now. We got 3 libs. And we got 4 Trumpers. Ooh, look at that. Unbalanced. That's what happens. We have last second cancellations.
I'm K-Hive until Tuesday.
Okay, temporary lib.
Not a lib.
You're in a state of libcosis.
Sure, I'm stun locked by the lib vote.
Okay. So wait, we were about to. I think there was a comment non-fun made towards CTV about tariffs. That's where we left off. Is that where we want to pick up back?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, did you want to say something about that? Because
tariffs are part of the original Constitution. That was how we got our revenue, and income tax was unconstitutional until they changed it.
Hake, I want to ask you a question. Direct.
All right.
What is a tariff?
It is a sort of a tax on imports.
How exactly does the everyday person see that get interacted in their life?
Probably by if they're buying stuff from overseas, then they're paying a little bit more for that stuff overseas, or a lot more.
So So what you're saying is if there's a television that's being made in China and a television that's being made in America, right? The one that's made in China will have an additional cost added to it because it was not manufactured by Americans in America. Is that correct?
That's right.
Outstanding. Hey, thank you for explaining that. Lefties,
Okay,
if
hey,
you'd
just
like
on
to
the-
somehow argue how it's better to take fucking tax dollars from hardworking fucking people instead of people making a fucking choice to make a purchase to pay that same fucking money, go fucking ahead. Because I don't think you got a sludge of fucking any kind of fucking logic to defeat this. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Okay, firstly,
That's right,
tariffs
man.
are taxes, and there were regressive
Maddie,
taxes. More people pay more
Maddie,
in
I
tariffs
think you
as
wanted to
percentage of
respond to
income.
that,
Secondly,
wasn't it?
responded.
Yeah.
Non-fun. You grabbed it, and that's Rumble ethics, so you have to grab it. Sorry.
That's true.
Okay, sure. So, I responded to that. Tariffs are regressive taxes, just like obviously. And to respond to Hake's point, like, Hake, do you know what the Laffer curve is?
No.
Okay,
spell
so the
it?
Laffer curve is this idea in
I
economics.
don't know what
that
it is either.
There's a. Okay, well, usually right-wingers are usually big on the Laffer curve because it supposes that if you decrease taxes, sometimes you can actually increase revenue. Because at some point, you're taxing so much that you decrease economic activity to such an extent that you don't actually raise revenue. So the point there is that the effect, that revenue maximizing point at which you can tax imports is almost certainly, I don't even want to say almost certainly not going to raise the $2.2 trillion that income taxes raise. The second
Right,
point
so
I
the
want
point is that it's already been said. Hold on.
cares?
It's already been said. It's already been said, right? That we're not taxing all imports. We're only going to be adding tariffs, right, to imports that have a American manufacturing in the country already ready to go, right? And then as those industries come online, tariffs will be added to that. The long-term plan here, right, is to get Americans buying American because that keeps our fucking money in our fucking country instead of it going to all these foreign fucking markets that don't give two flies of a fuck about people actually having labor rights, actually having any kind of human rights, and actually
you're for
somebody
labor
giving a
rights?
fuck about them.
You're for labor
Wait,
rights?
no,
Every
don't
labor
look at
union,
me.
every
No,
major
don't
labor
engage with
union
that. That's such a
supports
fucking
Kamala
red herring,
Harris.
dude. No, don't engage with that. That's a red herring.
No, the
Okay, oh my
Teamsters did
God.
not endorse Kamala
Wait,
Harris.
first of all, Trump has
Hey,
only ever said universal tariffs. The
Pentaple,
GOP
gain on your
platform
mic.
says universal.
Pentaple, gain on your mic. Turn it down. All right. Non-fun, you were responding to that?
Yeah, don't engage with the labor point. That's a red herring. First of all, like, fuck, where was I?
That's right.
Trump has always said universal tariffs. Trump has always said universal tariffs, not just on China, not just on things with companies with already manufacturing in America. He only ever says universal tariffs. The GOP platform specifically says baseline tariffs.
No,
on
that's
all
not what he
imports.
says, but go ahead. That's not what he
I
says, but
can
go
like
ahead.
link you videos of him saying that. The
Hello,
GOP
I've already
platform
seen it
also-
multiple fucking times and multiple fucking different rallies, different fucking interviews, X, Y, and Z. I know what the fucking man said. He said that he's going to be taxing or adding tariffs to products that are coming into the country that have a fucking American manufacturer making the same fucking product. Which means that if you want to buy Chinese toilet paper to wipe your fucking ass, you're going to pay a fucking tariff to wipe your ass with Chinese fucking toilet paper. Okay?
Okay,
Because
just to
you
be clear,
chose
you're either
not to
lying
buy
or been
American.
lied to.
All prices increasing then. Are you okay with all prices increasing because
Wait,
of that?
wait,
considering
I-
when you're buying
It's
Yes.
not
Can I
all
follow up on one
prices.
thing?
It'll
Wait,
be
can I follow-
prices
wait,
being
CTV,
raised on products that are being made outside of the United States. And I don't understand how anybody on the
Right, so
left
the
can even
reason-
begin to start to
the
argue this
reason-
whenever the entire
so the
reason that any of
reason-
these fucking
Hold,
corporations
CTV.
can make any
CTV.
fucking money.
What do countries
on
do
any
once
of
they
these
have our
products,
dollars?
it's
CTV, you
because
said our
they're
dollars are going
exploiting the
overseas. What do
labor
countries do once they
of
have
all
our
these
dollars?
foreign
CTV.
people.
Okay, we got to make sure some other people can talk. So we got to make wait. We got to make sure some other people can talk. I want to make sure Maddie's been waiting very patiently. She raised her hand. I saw Jake also raise his hand. We're gonna go to the other people, some of the new people, Pencil and Aircraft in a moment, or Crop Duster. I don't know how you prefer it. Maddie.
Spark is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is this. The reason that foreign goods currently have a pricing advantage is because they can sell at a much lower price point because the cost of production when they are made overseas is a lot lower. So if
Why
we
is that?
then increase, I'm getting to a CTV, baby.
No,
Let me finish.
you're going to go to
Baby.
somewhere else. I want a question to
Babe,
that
let
exact
me,
question.
Babe, let me finish. Let me finish, baby. So when you import those goods, but then you add an additional tariff to it, what you're doing is for any companies that are now buying those goods, you're increasing the overall cost to their production. The reason they were going to those goods initially is because they were cheaper than American-made goods. If you're making it so that, okay, now foreign goods are way more expensive, that's not making American goods cheaper. It's making it cheaper relative
Okay.
to the foreign goods and thus raising all prices. That's how that
There's an
works.
element of prices here.
Is that an acceptable outcome for you?
Yes,
Why?
because there's an element of prices here, but there's also the element of money leaving our country, leaving our economy. So what we're trying to do is keep that money here. Even if we're paying more, that money isn't going overseas. Even if it's less money at a time, that money doesn't come back.
Definitionally has to. What do countries do once they have our dollars?
What are you saying?
What are you
We're talking about
talking
tariffs.
about?
We're talking about whether this is going to improve American manufacturing. It seems obvious that it is.
Imports or the money comes back through investing in the U.S. Those are the only two options. You don't understand how the balance of payments work.
They don't invest in the U.S. Are you fucking stupid?
Even if they did,
we have a major capital account surplus. Wait. CTV, do we have a trade deficit? CTV, do we have a trade deficit?
Please, give me a
There's the
second.
element of prices.
Guys, no, that's not.
keeping money here.
No.
That's it.
Let me be clear. When I'm talking, nobody else is talking. I couldn't hear what Nanfan even said the first time. So Nanfan, could you repeat what you said before we move on to someone else? I just want to make sure, because I couldn't hear your point.
CTV, do we have a trade deficit?
Yeah.
Wait. I asked you to wait. Nanfan, I asked you to clarify what you said earlier. Could you clarify what you said earlier? Not to make a new point. That's slippery. I appreciate the ethics of it, but could you please clarify your point?
Well,
it is a lefty ethic,
my
for sure.
point was that the dollars that go to other countries definitionally, because of how the balance of payments works, have to come back to the U.S. either through buying imports or investing in the capital account. So when CTV says that we have a trade deficit, implicitly he's saying that we have a balance account.
Let him finish, please.
Are you telling me that
CTV, come on, you've always respected me. Let him finish quick. Nanfan, just finish your point so then people can respond to a fully made point.
Yeah, when he says we have a trade deficit, the only logical conclusion from that, as a matter of accounting, is that countries are investing in us because we have a capital account surplus.
Oh my God.
CTV?
If that was true, then please explain to me how China has so much fucking housing that is just not being lived in at fucking all. If that money came back to the United States, where there literally acres and fucking acres, thousands upon thousands of apartment units that are built in fucking China, whole cities that are fucking built in China that nobody fucking lives in. And you know what? You know how they got that fucking money? You know how they got that? They got it by bringing in all of our fucking trash and then turning around and giving us all these fucking imports that were trash every fucking year. Christmas lights is a great fucking example of that. Okay?
Do you think that American clearance is a basic understanding?
I'm making a fucking point. Corn cob, I ain't got nothing for you. Shut the fuck up. I'll let you know when you can speak. The problem with all of this right here, hold on, no. The problem with all this right here is that you want to sit here and talk about money and where it's being spent and it's supposedly coming back, but it doesn't, and it hasn't been. It hasn't been. The quality of life of Americans has been dropping for the last 60 fucking years, and you want to tell me that somehow it's going up. That's the same dumbass logic that I hear every single fucking time I even bother listening or trying to get a fucking weed in on what's going on with the Kamala Harris and the Tim Walz camp. Because every single time I hear, all I hear... That's what I said.
You know it's Kamala. You said Kamala.
That's what I said.
Nobody gives a
classic.
Dude, this is a total red herring. Anyone with a basic understanding of macroeconomics doesn't know anything what he's talking about. Dollars can't be spent in China. China doesn't use the dollars. Dollars can only be spent in the U.S.
I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it like this. I'm not gonna be taking language fucking tips from somebody from California. Whenever I have a North Carolina authentic dialect, I pronounce things how I pronounce them, and if you don't fucking like it, I don't give two flyings of a fuck. Kamala is what I said. If you don't like that, I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Well, you're just wrong about it. That's fine if you want to dig in. Yeah, that's fine if you want to dig in on being wrong about stuff. That's not new. 16 Nobel Prize winning economists signed a letter in June expressing fear that Trump's proposal would reignite inflation, plummeting since peaking at 9.1%. They're saying that it could register as high as 9.3%, as 6% to 9.3%. Do you think that experts in the field might know more about his bad economic plan than you, or do you think you, who doesn't know what the fuck Nanfan is even trying to talk about, literally when he speaks and he's like talking about trade deficits, like what guys? I don't even like. You don't even know what the conversation is.
Bad over the last 4 years, if we have all these experts. Why didn't we listen to these experts?
What do you mean these
they
experts?
must be wrong. I'm just saying, you're like, oh, we have experts. How did we end up in this position then? The experts clearly do what the fuck they're doing. It's not you and me in charge of this fucking policy.
I mean,
experts are idiots.
What does that even mean? I don't.
World?
Who is
How
this
does that
guy?
happen?
Experts. I appeal to authority.
Do you not think that
Thank you.
Do you think the economy is doing great? Where were these experts when the economy turned to shit?
Right.
This is a totally whether or not universal tariffs are welfare maximizing has nothing to do with whether the economy is doing great now or not. These are two entirely separate claims. Right now, I care about the
it's cool. Experts said that. Apparently, nobody cares what the expert says.
Wait,
the economy
when it comes to medicine,
were Joe Biden and Kamala listening to these experts over the last 3.5 years? I'm just curious.
When countries get out dollars, what do they do with them?
I'm just saying that these experts clearly aren't.
You're doing good, Maddie.
He doesn't have an answer.
Money in their banks.
To the experts. He doesn't even understand the balance of payments.
They take paper dollars and now we have their dollars, and that'll show America with their stacks. This isn't how real life works. What are you doing?
Here's their own currency, dumbass. Hello, dumbass. They do it to back up their own fucking currencies.
That's not how it works. It's paper. It doesn't have inherent value. It only is backed by the American government.
Here's a question about currency value. Here's a question about currency value. Do you acknowledge?
fucking said that.
Okay.
What did you say the paper has no fucking value?
Okay. It's very loud. It's very loud right now, but we have 2 new guests, and one of them have not spoken yet. So I want to make sure that I know Maddie raised her hand earlier, so we'll go to Maddie, and then we'll go to Aircraft Sparky, who hasn't risen his hand. He hasn't said anything, but I want to make sure he gets to say something this round. Maddie?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I thought you were going to Aircraft Sparky first.
No, I said we're going to go to Sparky after.
Sorry about that. Yeah. No, I guess what I'm saying is do you care about what the experts say? Yeah, because these are people where their entire lives and careers are dedicated towards studying certain things. They've won literal Nobel Prizes for the work and research that they've contributed to. And a lot of the reason why our country continues to be the most powerful, prosperous nation in the history of the world, I would have a feeling that some of that has to do with expert input and people who know what they're doing. Now, again, when the experts are saying whether or not we should vote for Kamala or whether we should vote for Trump, it has little to do with what the economy is doing right now. They're basically saying, hey, do you want to get in a car and drive off the cliff, or do you want to get back on the highway? Then you can make a decision based on each candidate's respective economic policies. So if you want to get in the car that goes off the cliff, by all means, my God, have a good time.
Same president doesn't have a healthcare plan still, just the concepts of a plan.
Hold the fuck on.
That
was, Maddie, that was well said. That was well fucking said, right?
I love you so much. Thank you.
I think every American can see that the car that we're riding in right now, it's going to be the same car we're going to be riding in for the next 4 fucking years.
No, we're
so
changing
I'm
drivers,
with you whenever
baby.
you say we need to get the fuck out and get Trump back in office. Right?
Yes, please.
Because the driver we got right now ain't fucking it. Even the side seat driver ain't shit. The side seat driver ain't doing fucking nothing. If the side seat driver has been doing something and is now running for the main driver position, maybe I'd be like, we need to get this side seat driver in. But hell no, this motherfucker's driving over that cliff. I'm with you, girl. I'm with you.
I don't know if anyone told you, but Joe Biden's not actually running for president.
Right.
I just want to make the point.
We got to throw it over to Sparky because we're already putting in a new guest. We're gonna bring in new guests soon, so I want to make sure Sparky gets to say something. Sparky.
Oh my God. Okay. First of all, I'm not going to use the Nobel Peace Prize as anything of any type of authority, because in 2009 they gave Barack Obama a Peace Prize for, and I quote, extraordinary
Nobel
efforts.
Peace Prize isn't the Nobel Prize, but that's
so phony.
Why mention
extraordinary efforts
in economics? It's different.
International diplomacy and cooperation between people. Why he performed over 563 drone strikes. I mean, for
how many did Trump? How many did Trump? You're against drone strikes? How many did Trump? It was more.
Did Trump get the Nobel Peace Prize for extraordinary efforts in strengthening diplomacy? No, he did not.
Because he wouldn't have earned it, right?
Because they're a bunch of liberals.
because Trump was more violent than Obama, which you agree is bad. Obama did bad, so you agree that Trump did bad if he did worse.
More violent than Obama.
He literally did drone more people than he had more drone strikes and bombings than the Obama administration in his lame duck 4 years, because he was only president the once.
Obama killed more Americans.
He did more.
Hey, Jake, hold on. Sparky, real quick.
Wait,
I just want to ask
Sparky.
you.
I just want to make I'm sorry, CTV, but Sparky didn't get to finish. I want to make sure Sparky gets to finish.
Can I
since we're
ask
gonna keep picking
Sparky?
people?
Let me ask Sparky the question so he can ask.
Let's go. Let's do
Look,
it.
I just want to know
the first 2 years.
Look, Sparky, ask him what he thinks Soleimani thinks about that.
Look.
2,243 drone strikes in the first 2 years of the Trump presidency. Over 8 years of Obama's, 1,878.
Based.
Okay.
So you must agree that if drone strikes are bad, Trump is that much worse.
I
little guys.
Obama was
Use your big brains,
Drone
Trumpies. I don't think drone strikes are bad. Now you're reversing it. Very smart.
Drone strikes are not bad.
Okay, I see they're
Drone
bringing
strikes
their
are not
best.
bad.
My guy, see,
I'm sad that we had a cancellation.
Let's let
Obama
Sparky
killed an
respond.
American
Come on,
with a drone
guys.
strike,
Come on.
remember?
Look. Let's not get too frustrated. Sparky, respond.
Look, the point was, if you're going to use Nobel laureates as a benchmark to measure things, I'm just saying Barack Obama won the Peace Prize for doing absolutely nothing and actually killing people and Americans.
Not the Nobel Prize for economics.
Hold on, Corn. Just listen, dude. If I want economic sense, I'm not going to take it from a fucking corn cob and a Harris Waltz hat. Okay. Here's the deal. You said that the American dollar is backed up by something in America. It's made the fuck up. Okay. All of our money is made the fuck up. It is not backed by a fucking thing. It is backed by the good credit score of America, and that's it. And that's
more like
just
speculation,
ridiculous.
even.
Yeah, it's quite fucking sad, and that's
So
why we're getting ready to
capitalism
go
is a
into World
fucking
War
weird
III.
game to play, isn't it? It's a weird, shitty thing.
Capitalism's way better.
I just
than
want to
the
be
bullshit
like
you want,
clear,
my guy.
okay? All these
You know,
people are
or
laughing about what the
welfare
experts are
recipient down
saying,
here.
but none of them
What do you want?
can explain to me what the balance of payments is. These people have no clue what they're talking about. They're talking about the value of the dollar now. The next thing I'm going to press them on is currency appreciation caused by tariffs, and I guarantee you none of them have any fucking clue what that even means, okay?
Here's the fucking deal.
That's unsurprising.
Sparky.
CTV, wait, CTV, you've made a splash this round. Other people have not been able to make a splash at all this round. Perpetual, you haven't been able to talk. Perpetual, right? Is it Perpetual? How do you pronounce it?
Pentuple.
Pentuple, sorry, Pentuple. I thought it was Perpetual. I'm going to throw it over to you because it seemed like you wanted to get in. And then we're going to go to our new guest who just barged in.
Bad to just derail into something else.
Just to be clear, I've only been able to react, not actually.
I was just going to say, it makes sense that you guys don't understand tariffs. You guys also don't understand diplomacy. You guys use Trump's ability to be diplomatic with global opposition as a negative, which is mind-blowing. You guys think that him having a good relationship with our global opposition is a bad thing, and you want to vote for the candidate who calls them war criminals and has no formal line of communications with them. You guys are everything you guys believe is backwards at this point. So I mean, I'll let you deal with that, I guess.
So pro-dictators.
Beautiful.
Cool.
No, not pro-dictators, pro-diplomacy, pro-understanding that these global opposition leaders exist and that we need to have a relationship with them so that we can be at the table. This idea that we can't have any sort of relationship like this with them, you're literally arguing on behalf of a candidate.
Having a relationship with
I have no idea how you guys don't see that. It's crazy.
So wait, hold on, but listen, it's not about having a speaking relationship with Putin. It's about him supporting Putin directly.
No.
Putin did nothing.
Yes, you guys all do. You're all like, let him fuck Ukraine. You guys are literally all.
Did that happen under Trump's presidency?
He supported
Did that happen under Biden's presidency? Why didn't it happen under Trump's presidency?
Obama and Biden.
Apparently, you're able to account for all of the infinite variables involved in foreign policy. Why didn't it happen under Trump's presidency?
Wait. Do you think?
What's the timeline in your mind, brother?
Listen. Do you think Vladimir Putin stands to gain more under destabilizing American politics under a left-wing president or a right-wing president?
Yes. Probably where he gets to continue the fucking war forever and get what he wants because he takes it on war, as opposed to sitting at the table with him and being diplomatic. I don't think he gets everything he wants.
There's multiple people with like really high gains on their mic, so when CTV and
that's me, I'm sorry,
Pentuple like, talk at the same time, it's like getting shot in the side of the head with a shotgun. So I just
I would argue. I'll try talking a little distance from him. I would argue he has more to gain going through the process of a war to get what he wants than having to come sit at the table with an American president. You have a president right now that calls him a war criminal. How are you supposed to open up diplomatic formal line of communication with him? 100%. He gets more what he wants if he has to go through a war to get what he wants. If he goes through a war to pursue it, he gets more than he does if we have a diplomatic conversation with him at the table, especially with Donald Trump, who's good at negotiating because he understands these things that you guys don't.
Before somebody
He's
responds,
so good at negotiating.
the vote to kick has already started.
Sorry,
Kevin
Hitler.
Logan. Good luck, Kevin.
So good.
Good
I
luck.
apologize. I got the time zone wrong. So I
It's
apologize.
okay, Kevin. I understand you're British. That comes with problems.
Before
Well,
I get
he
on,
actually thinks that the time
said
change
nothing,
already
but-
happened. That's all.
but I just want to say.
Kamala wouldn't sit with Joe Rogan. You think she's going to sit with Vladimir Putin?
Kevin?
Well, my thesis that
She
I think
literally
actually
already
the
has,
current
but
president
okay.
of the United
Sorry, I'm
States-
trying to hear Kevin. I can't
Oh,
hear
has
Kevin.
she? Source.
Hello, can
Wait,
people
has
hear me?
Kamala Harris?
No, I
swept
can,
in the
I can literally hear you because
Source.
everybody's talking over you. Guys, Kevin hasn't been able to say anything, and he might get
Kamala
kicked out.
Harris has
So
never
let's give
met
him a
with
little bit
Vladimir
of
Putin.
charity here.
The Trump people and their reaction there to Trump's love of dictators.
Go ahead and Google.
Perfectly sums up what my thesis is that Joe Biden was absolutely right to call them garbage because it's fucking true. It's just a correct fact.
Wow.
Donald Trump has cozied up to dictators around the world. Name me a democratic leader he likes and got on with, and name me a dictator he didn't warm up to. The man is an authoritarian who wants to be an authoritarian, and if you support that shit, you're fucking garbage.
Hake is garbage. Look at him.
Indeed.
Yeah. I'm
Why do you like authoritarianism though?
Anyway,
Because we're for small government, and then you have one authoritarian that's like loud about it.
You know what
Like,
the
what do you-
difference is
should
between
be
like
against
every
that,
other
CTV.
authoritarian and someone that becomes the president of the United States? Is that someone that becomes the president of the United States has a fucking constitution and an entire body of legislatures that limit the power of the fucking president. And then you're like,
So
oh, yeah.
when they expanded the presidential powers under Donald Trump Supreme, when they expanded, I have the Constitution right here.
Dylan decides to interrupt.
So-
Dylan, you interrupt? Huh?
So
I will continue until Dylan fucking quiets all you motherfuckers down. You hear me?
Okay.
Don't even fucking start. I'll finish my fucking point. Now,
What's
if
your-
you
what's your point?
think that these fucking dictators are going to slow down for one fucking second and that the person that gets elected to the presidency of the United States has the same power as them, you're a fucking moron and deserve nothing but a fucking collar and
So
to
the
be put on
claim-
your fucking
so the-
knees before free fucking men. That's
So
what.
so the claim is obviously that he's trying to gain that power, and the Supreme Court, his installed right-wing Supreme Court, has tried to grant him that power, giving him.
What is this rhetoric? This is just.
I mean, installed. He literally
He
did
followed the same
install
process
these
every
right-wing
other
Republicans
president has
refused
ever
to
followed
confirm,
to appoint a
Barron.
Supreme Court nominee. They had to go through the Senate and go through the confirmation process. What is it? You're using this
They didn't,
language to
though.
make like people who don't know what the process is to get confused. That's insane.
No, they
Right-wing
did
college
the same
Republicans
thing.
stole an appointment from Trump.
Oh my god.
Let's have.
Garland, but
I know.
okay.
Let's throw it back to Jake to respond because that was a direct
he
response to
lost
Jake.
Congress, so Congress was able to block it, and Trump had Congress, and they didn't block it. That's how it
Over to
works.
Jake.
Congress can block it if they want.
Right, so
Congress
that's a-
cannot
that's
block
a
it if they
right-wing
don't.
installation,
Because
wouldn't
they
you
blocked
agree?
Merrick Garland. No,
Wait, guys, please.
It's a right-wing installation. What are the words you're using? What is the point?
Okay, that's the first mute of the day. Jake, quick response, and we're gonna go to Kevin. Then we're gonna wrap up this round because we're starting the vote.
Well, if you don't think he wants autocratic power, then I don't understand why all the goals of like Project 2025, for instance, or the Supreme Court that he installed, keep trying to give him more and more power and centralizing it in the executive office, which seems like big government to me, buddy. And I would support any candidate who wanted to reduce those powers. Joe Biden did. He just got rid of some of the powers that he was given when he got into office. And I don't even agree with the fucking guy a lot. He's a flaming liberal. Like, they have problems. But that he did a good thing there. That was ethical. And
Why is it that
I don't
I
understand
only
how you guys
ever
are so
hear-
cut. You guys are so
Why
cut
is
by
it-
the Trump thing, and when he loses,
Why is
what,
it-
you're going to have to get new personalities. And what are you even
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
do,
yeah.
man?
Okay.
Listen, look
All
at
right.
your
So
bedroom in your mom's house. What's going to happen? She's going to make you get something new.
No, I'm going to make
try
her
this.
squirt all over
Hey, you got 4 years to get on the
That's what's
bandwagon,
gonna
baby.
Jake, if it's involving your mom, I'm going to make her squirt all over my sheets. You hear me?
Okay, that's okay. Now that we're waiting for the bed squirting, Kevin, I'm gonna throw it over to you to wrap us up for the round. Okay.
Yeah, Trump absolutely wants to be a dictator. He literally said he wants to be a dictator from day one, and he argued in court.
Can't take a joke.
The president of the United States should be above the law; that the law should not apply to him.
Do you realize how goofy you look when you say he said he wants to be a dictator on day one when it was literally on Fox News and he said it because he knew people like you would parrot it as a joke. Like it's a general. And also, why is it that I only ever hear about Project 2025 from you guys? I've been streaming pro-Trump politics for a year and a half. We want to not talk about it. Agenda 47. You guys continue to attack this stupid fucking straw man.
Over.
No
Your
reason.
punches are having no impact. Your punches are over. Your punches stop. The punches have no impact. The bell has rung. If you punch after the bell, you actually get point deductions. Okay. We had somebody voted off, and Kevin, I'm very sorry. But it seems that your poor timing did not go well with the audience at home. Danabo has told me to say sorry on his behalf. I wish we could have you, but you know, it is what it is. The Rumble is a brutal arena.
Fair, that's fair. My punctuality was not acceptable. I shall commit seppuku when we get off stream.
Understandable. Please do write a letter of deep guilt before you slice the sword. I respect.
Hey, Kevin, it was nice seeing you again.
Don't do it, man.
Yeah, much love, man. Peace out.
Okay, bye, Kevin. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it.
Sorry.
Okay, another one bites the dust, and look at the ones we still have so far. Did we think that these would be the ones that make it this far? We still have many more to bring on.
I should already be gone.
Okay, quick, before we continue, let me just go around. Non-fun, how do you feel making it this far?
Pretty good. I've had fun.
Awesome. So, okay, let's continue because we only have so much time. I just want to check with Non-fun because he's a recruitment hire.
I like Non-fun. We can make you.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Okay, who wants to bring it back? Where were we before we got derailed? I have some points here. We can start with one of the
Project 2025 real quick.
Project 2025 is not anything that Trump is endorsing, so it would be
my God, I'm very sorry.
And there's no point to bring it up.
Wait. So do you guys disagree with Project 2025?
Stop. Wait, guys.
We've never read it. We don't give a fuck about it. We have Agenda 40.
Stop! I'm muting everybody. Wait, stop!
So mad, little boy.
Wait, we gotta stop.
We're
I'm very
putting it up
sorry.
for Twitch. Let's be real.
Wait,
All
guys, come on! Don't make me have to kick you when you haven't even been voted out. Okay, Non-fun. I'm very sorry. Danabo just informed me that it was a 2-round kicker, and you were the second lowest. So
wow,
that means you're also getting voted out of the room. I feel like I just mocked you. It's like, hey man, did you think you're gonna get this far? Joking, out of the ring.
Knew the whole
man, I appreciate you coming up,
Don't pretend.
Maybe I wanted to sneak you through. I was trying to smuggle you through. but Danabo's yelling at me in DMs, and so I'm very sorry, man.
Rigged.
Hey, Non-fun, nice to meet you. And
Non-fun, you want to shout yourself out again? I'll give you an extra chance because you're coming up. Okay, shout yourself out.
Yeah, Non-fun on YouTube, NONFON, Non-fun420 on Twitch, trying to reach 1,000 subs on YouTube. That'd be very helpful. Please debate me on Terror sometimes, or any of the conservatives here. Anyway, goodbye.
Go sub him.
So was that a yeah? Was that a yeah? Was that a yeah? Non-fun? Was that a yeah?
Great.
What?
To Trump
Are we telling y'all
2024.
Yeah.
Start up.
We were going to debate. Have a conversation.
An argument they haven't heard before, and they start to shiver up.
Yeah. Like, you mean like what just happened? Or are you talking about something else?
What kind of just happened? I think with the slam dunk fucking conspiracy charge. I don't know what evidence there is that he genuinely planned. I don't think they understand what a conspiracy charge is. Like he had to have a lot of involvement in it.
Yeah, there's not. And the same thing with the fake slates thing. Like, there's nothing there. There's no evidence that Trump, like, instructed anybody to create fake slates of electors. And I don't think that he did. Like, I don't think there's just not evidence. I don't think that he did. He did explore, like, alternate slates. But that was not even, like, part of the plan to, like... There was a plan to get him back in office, but that wasn't even part of it. That was, like, a backup plan from Eastman, like, legitimately certified alternate slates. The whole Eastman plan was just that Pence would reject... the slates from any states that have ongoing investigations, and then Congress would vote outright, which has happened before with Jefferson. I don't think that it's necessarily the right thing to do, but there's precedent for it. But so you could argue it's bad. He's not going to jail for it though.
I mean, I don't think Trump came up with the plan, but like Eastman, Kenneth Chesbrough, and Jim Troupis did, right? Like that was their.
Yeah,
plan.
but they didn't instruct anybody to create false slates of electors. They explored the idea of installing alternate slates of electors that were legitimately certified by legislatures, but they never instructed or tried to get anybody to create fake slates. That was almost exactly like what happened in Hawaii with JFK and Nixon. Actually, Politico admits that the slates are almost identical.
They did like make fake slates though. Like they all signed fake certificates and sent.
Where's the evidence? Where did Trump sign anything? What did Trump sign?
Well, Trump didn't
Yeah,
sign
because we're
them, but
talking
fake slates were made.
We're talking about if he could be
Okay,
convicted
sure.
for it, not whether it's like a good or bad thing to do.
Yeah, and fake slates were made, but there's no evidence whatsoever that Trump had anything to do with it. These were like individual actors, it seems. There's no way that Trump could orchestrate this without producing some piece of material evidence, whether it be directly from him or through Eastman or somebody else. Like, there's no evidence of it.
Like there are memos from Eastman that Trump saw,
I've read the Eastman memo. It's not very long, and there's nothing in it about
Eastman memo. There
fake
are
slates.
Other memos.
Fake slates and alternate slates are not the same thing. Alternate slates are perfectly legal and exist in almost every election. Fake slates are forged and not certified by what do you call it? By legislatures. And this happened when JFK ran against when Nixon and JFK were up for election, and a false slate was forged in Hawaii that elected Nixon, and Politico even admits that these slates were almost identical to the fake slates in the 2020 election. But nobody got charged in that election, and the reason for that was because they did a recount, and JFK actually did win the state. But the act was still committed, where that fake slate was forged before the recount was finished, and it was intended to elect JFK and make him win.
My understanding of the Hawaii case is that both slates were certified.
No, they weren't. Politico even admits this. The slate for JFK was not certified. But regardless, again, there's no evidence that Trump orchestrated some plan to create fake slates. These were individual actors who wanted Trump to be president and wanted him to continue to be president. Obviously shouldn't have happened, but those people should go to jail for it, not Trump. It's just there's like very little material evidence for anything like this. I think maybe like what Jeb said, that there might be something to the Dox case, for example. But the Dox case is also so stupid because every president does this. Like every president.
No president obstructed it, right? Previously, that's the big difference, is that Trump is also charged with obstruction.
Trump was he was charged with obstruction, but it was also during the pandemic when things were like way more complicated and Trump wasn't communicating with the federal government regularly. Biden had classified documents in his garage for over a decade. What's that?
And Biden fully cooperated with authorities and handed them over immediately. Trump didn't do that. That's why Trump's being charged with obstruction, and also Biden's old.
Yeah, but that's not the base charge. The base charge isn't obstruction. The base charge is possession and obstruction. The only reason they're not charging Biden with the exact same thing minus obstruction that they're charging Trump with is because the DOJ, per the Robert Hur special counsel, said that Joe Biden wouldn't be convicted by a trial because he's too fucking stupid to be convicted by a trial. They would view him as cognitively incapable.
The report also says there are material differences between the cases, right? It doesn't just say that he was old.
That wasn't the primary reason. The primary reason that Robert Hur cited was that Joe Biden would be viewed by a jury as a good-intentioned old man with poor memory. Those are the exact words of Robert Hur. And it was an unviable case for that reason, and thus nobody would prosecute it because it was a politically unviable case.
I'll give credit to the report.
Sure, if you're a prosecutor, your job's get to get convictions. If you don't think you can get the conviction,
it was also
the
nature. It was the nature of the documents being that a lot of Biden's were like documents you could reasonably think are personal documents. Like it was his own travel itineraries and his own diaries that had like documents inside of them. So there are definitely things that outside of him being a geriatric demented idiot, but that was still, it was material. The general underlying thing that I think people get mad about with the Trump Dox thing is just that nobody ever gets prosecuted for this, and he did. And then in the New York case, nobody ever gets prosecuted for that. Andrew Cuomo said when he was AG, he would never have prosecuted Trump for that. Yeah,
of course.
And Trump got, so people
who has surprisingly become kind of conservative lately, both of them, Chris and Andrew Cuomo.
They've just become empathetic. They've done the reverse destiny where they're like, you know what, maybe we're not going to recapture these people who feel ignored by ignoring them.
Yeah, which is nice to see because Andrew used to be my governor. For most of my life, and Chris, I also hated Chris. But
where on the West Coast are you now?
Seattle.
Dude, you love living in like the most liberal shitholes.
I know, dude. It's so bad. I know. My girlfriend got a new job out here, and so I moved with her. Because I went remote.
Jeb,
what up?
You're up next. Can you find Gibbs for me?
I thought we were at 5:15.
I know. 15 minutes.
I know where Gibbs is at. Gibbs is on Wick.
Gibbs is on Wick right now, but I can message him.
Yeah, tell him to wrap up. He told me to warn him.
Yeah, I'll message him right now. I was on his channel earlier today. I kind of cleared out today for this.
He's got about 10 minutes.
Cam, are you aware of any the internal documentation of Eastman saying this plan is legally dicey because in these states they have to actually be in the capital? That doesn't suggest to you that they're fake?
Yeah, well, so first of all, Eastman just viewed the Electoral Count Act as completely
unconstitutional.
Completely constitutionally illegal due to the 12th Amendment. So he largely ignored the Electoral Count Act with the hope of challenging it constitutionally afterwards, in which case he didn't believe that it would hold up. And it really doesn't, because it directly contradicts the 12th Amendment, which takes precedent over the Electoral Count Act. And the Electoral Count Act only exists because something very similar happening in 1887 with Rutherford B. Hayes.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. So, there are memos of Eastman saying we should ignore the Electoral Count Act, but I don't view that as particularly valuable.
Well, not just the Electoral Count Act, but the state laws. And also, there's an email between Chesborough and someone else where they literally call them fake slates as well.
Where can you cite me the memo where Eastman calls it a fake slate?
It's not a memo. It's an email between Kenneth
Can you show
Chesborough
me?
and it's on page 24 of this indictment.
Yeah,
It says my
can you
comment
link
to
it to
him
me?
was, I guess there's no harm in it legally. At least we would just be sending in fake electoral
it in
votes
side
to
chat.
Pence, so someone in Congress can make an objection. Yeah, put in. Oh,
Yeah, wait, hold up. What page you say it was?
24. Oh no, well, yeah, 24. Never mind.
And is this the direct quotation from Eastman?
From Chesborough, I believe. Oh, and the Arizona attorney. So is that
Every time I turn my camera on, it forgets
between-
my fucking longitude settings.
Gotta get that Adams.
it's between
family going.
Jack Willenchick and Chesborough. Kenneth Chesborough is one of the people who helped with the J6 stuff.
Dude, speaking of sick Halloween movies, I rewatched Van Helsing last night. That shit was such a good movie.
That movie goes hard. Oh my god, CTV is
Here comes the N-word.
he's maxing out the audio levels.
Yeah, so I don't know what Chesborough is going to have to do with any of this, honestly. Chesborough is not Trump's lawyer. He's not an advisor to Trump. He is simply a Trump-aligned lawyer. So, if he did something wrong, then sure, he should go to jail. But, I don't know why that implicates Trump, considering he has no connection to Trump, really.
Well, I want to say
Same
there's no
reason
connection to
Project
Trump. Him and Troopers
2025
were the
is
ones
his
that first
agenda.
came to Trump to talk to him about the plan on December 19th.
Does that mean that Trump had a hand in it just because he came to Trump to talk to him about it? How do we know that Trump didn't reject it?
I wouldn't say. I would say that means he has a connection to Trump. The fact that he wrote this memo and then showed it to Trump.
If I talk to you, wait. So if I go do something illegal right now, and somebody pulls up this Discord chat 10 years from now and tries to implicate you with me because we talked one time, does that mean that you're guilty
I'm
of
not
doing
saying
whatever
it
I
implicates
did?
that Trump did something illegal. All I'm suggesting
Okay,
is
perfect.
that clearly these people had some type of connection.
Yeah, okay. There's lots of connections you can have with somebody, and many of them are insignificant. People did illegal things. I've conceded this from the beginning. There were fake slates of electors, but there's no evidence that Trump instructed those fake slates to be submitted. There's no evidence that Trump instructed those fake slates to be created or forged or anything like that, and there's no evidence that anybody connected to Trump did this. Directly connected, somebody who he would have communication with on a daily basis, particularly related to election stuff. There's literally nothing that will implicate and send Trump to jail related to this. The only thing I think they can catch him on is the doc stuff. But again, this is something that pretty much every president does, and I doubt he's going to get a severe jail sentence for this. Probably fines.
Okay, well, I disagree with that, but maybe we can talk more later. I gotta go edit the video.
All right, see you, man. Have a
Good job,
one.
Nonfon. You did a good job.
Yeah, good job. Sorry, I tore into you immediately.
Oh no, you're good. I appreciated it. Yeah, keep up your.
Also, props
Tim,
for using legit
I do like
sources
your.
for legal stuff.
Yeah, props for that. Seriously.
Oh, shit,
I've never
thanks.
seen a left-wing person cite just security before. They're always like citing a CNN article or something.
Oh, well, I don't like just security. They have a bunch of dumb international law stuff. They're not very friendly to Israel, but they're dumb. But anyway.
Oh wait, you support Israel?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah, let's go.
Middle ground, as they say.
Let's go.
Yeah. I actually DM'd Cam
I'm
that
the-
after he got kicked. I said, "Hey, keep up your good work defending Israel." But
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm the biggest Israel shill around.
yeah, I've heard. Anyway, I think you do a good job with some of that stuff. Obviously, we disagree about that stuff. But anyway, I gotta go at it.
Yeah, thanks, man.
This fucking video.
See you. All right, I'll see you.
Thanks. See ya. Rigged. What's up?
Oh my god. Non-fun.
Yeah.
That was a thing, okay, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
I joined in the
I wish,
middle. And it was... What were you about to say?
I wish we got to stick on terrorists for longer, just because these people have no clue what they're talking about.
Most people don't, I feel like.
Yeah, no, it's
Did
wild.
your
It's
game
like,
plan
where
go
are we
well?
going to trust the experts? And it's like, brother, like, you don't have to agree with the experts and everything, but you can't tell me what the balance of payments is, okay? So, yeah, maybe I'm going to defer to the experts here.
There was a really funny moment which you should turn into a TikTok where it's the corn dude and he's like, who's the really big Republican who was smoking? CTV, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there was a really funny moment where Corn goes, CTV, you can't even shut up for like 30, it was like for 3 minutes to understand what even Nonfon is saying. It was a really funny moment. Because
Yeah,
it was
I know,
during
yeah.
you talking about Econ, and he was like, bro, you just shut up and listen to him. And it was like, bro, you got edged. That should be your fucking clickbait title. Dylan Burns edged me, because holy shit. I was like, oh my god, he's not getting kicked.
I know, yeah. I don't know. I got subs out of it. That's what's worth it. I feel like I did better than I expected, honestly. I didn't expect.
Oh my god!
I expected.
I told you. I expected you to seem like you were in the background the entire time you were on stage. You seemed like the main person on there. Like unironically, you had the top people literally going to you. They'd be like, listen to what he's saying. You had the top people on the other side trying to combat you directly. You were being very confrontational. It was I think way better than it was expected to be. At least in my mind.
Yeah. I don't know why I got kicked out. Honestly, I feel like I feel like if I was a viewer, I would have liked to see what I had to say. But all right,
all right. Something in general. Why did you not call out to your chat?
I could have. I don't know. I feel like Oh, you know what? They are just bigger streamers than me, huh? So they probably had their chats.
Yes. Yeah, it is just a chat v chat game, okay.
Yeah, I didn't consider that.
Should have started. Listen, whoever I'm reading your chat should have started yelling "stop the count" when they would have support you. I DM Nonfon that exact joke. I said "stop the steal" to him.
I know, yeah.
But yeah, no, that was pretty amazing. What did you join after? I'm a little out of the loop.
That's the waiting room where they put people who are waiting to join in. I don't know, for some reason they didn't disconnect me. They just put me there, and I was like, okay, well, there's people here. I'll talk to them for a little bit. I have no clue what Cam means that they were the same as the Hawaii case, because they just weren't authorized.
There was also a legally challenged case that was being ruled on. The 62 that Trump
the Wisconsin.
lost.
Oh, what are you saying? Sorry.
I was talking about Hawaii. There was there was legal court cases going on with those slate of electors.
Yeah, there were actual court cases. Yeah.
When Trump lost all of his before the certification of the vote. Well, all the ones he had standing at that point. I'm
Oh, no,
taking.
I don't
I
know
worked
anything
2
about
more
that.
days.
But
in
I
a
think
row,
I built the
and
bridge. I think just because I said keep up the good work in Israel. Okay, so
that
as long
was not a
so-
good look. No, not fun. As a leftist, I'm gonna come to you. You circle jerking with the Republicans in the it was not a good look.
You build. That's how you
No, it
build the
was really funny.
bridge. Okay, it's how
It
you
was
build the
really
bridge.
funny.
How
The
you build
final
the
note
bridge,
everyone's gonna
okay?
remember you for in their channels is shilling for Israel, and that's how it should be, baby. That's how it should be.
It's how you build the bridge. If I ever get screamed at about Israel Palestine, I can be like, "Yo, my boy Cam, come argue with this person," and yeah.
But yeah, I work the next 2 days, and then I'm off the next 4, obviously for the election. I think I'm literally just gonna be streaming 24/7 for those 4 days.
Based.
Yeah, it will be my return now that I have free time. As I think I told you why I have free time now. I did, right? Why I'm able to stream.
Yeah,
again?
you did. Yeah. You DM'd it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Good. Yeah. So now I can actually come back. But I was like, it's weird. I can't just come back and like react to. I guess I could, but I gotta like do something first and then react to stuff. I can't just react to stuff in the beginning. Also, non-fun. I watched you reacting to a video on YouTube. Why the fuck was there Subway Surfers in the reaction video?
Which one?
I don't remember. I just remember thinking there's even ADHD content.
Usually I don't. It probably was the David Packman one. I think it's in that one. I don't know. I didn't expect to be uploading that one, so I didn't I didn't include it. I don't know. I did by the way, the Jubilee video that Destiny was in, I reached out to like half the conservatives in that.
That's smart.
So far, yeah, so far one of them has two of them have agreed, but one of them agreed with a thumbs up reaction and then didn't specify like a time when I asked. So who knows if that'll go anywhere, but one of them did.
What are you doing election night? You gotta set up a panel on phone. You have yet to set up panels.
Maybe. Well, I don't think I'm gonna set up a panel. I don't know. I think I probably have friends coming up, so I don't even know. I might stream with them over, but I don't even know if
you have to. Non-fun. It's our Super Bowl non-fun. It's our Super Bowl.
Yeah, but like everyone just watches the big streamers for election night. They don't care about the little guy.
Some people, you got a community. Do you think? Wait, poll your community. Would they rather watch you or like Destiny and Hassan? And then I guarantee you'll have like a good amount that would stay.
Somewhat probably, yeah, maybe. I care. Thank you, AC Vocal Local.
Also, other way you get good content. If Kamala wins, you can hit a Fortnite dance, and then boom, you can just dance on everyone. And then if Trump wins, you have a cope stream for the next hour. That's my fear, unironically, if I stream it. I'm like, if he wins, do I stay on stream or do I leave stream? I was like,
I'm feeling relatively good about Kamala's chances. I feel like I
think the polls that came out today were pretty good looking, from what I remember. I check like every day.
Yeah,
now,
I'm feeling pretty.
No point.
Right now, a lot of the if you look at like if you look at the Senate races versus the like presidential race, right? What it shows is that like the Democratic senators are leading by a lot more than like Trump is leading by. So it's like in order for Trump to win, like an unprecedented amount of split ticket voters would have to happen, which is not impossible because we live in political hell right now. But
have you seen the odds on who's gonna win like Senate majority?
Not really. I haven't followed that as
90 to
closely.
10. It's
but
90 to 10. I'll send you it. It's 90 to 10 Republican favored. Republicans win control 90 times out of 100, and Democrats win control 10 times out of 100.
I gave John Tester $10. He better win.
I know. I don't know how much you know about the Senate, but it's because the Democrats are just in defense this election season. It's like there's like 8 close elections, and they're all Democrat held seats. Unironic. It's so bad. They're just playing defense. So like from what I've seen and everything I've looked into it, it's just hard defense going on right now. There's no seats that they can really take. So yeah, it's just there's no winning. You either stay in the exact same spot you were or you lose.
Dude, my fucking chat will not pop back into my OBS. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Dude, I'm hoping Roy Cooper eventually runs for a Senate. That'd be cool. He might have a chance of winning.
I'm gonna ask you with a stupid question, okay? But okay, Are you more powerful as a representative or as a governor? I feel like as a governor you would be, right?
Oh
wait, I switched Roy. I switched Cooper and Stein. Just don't listen to me.
What? No, Cooper was governor.
Yeah, I know. I thought you were saying the person running for governor should become Senate at one point. I was
Oh,
like, why
no,
would
yeah,
you
yeah,
if you're? Sorry, listen. I'm new to this state. Okay, I'll get there. I'm getting there. I don't know if you have them, but there's Trump signs all around. Same thing with Kamala, but Trump signs are like made for like barbarians. Literally, it's like Trump. It's like gas
Trump
prices
low
high.
prices.
Yes,
Yeah, I know,
have you
yeah,
seen
it's
those?
wild, yeah. Yeah,
it's so crazy.
Dude, I have one neighbor that still has his Trump Pence sign out, and it's really funny.
I will say CTV. I don't know if you heard it because you responded kind of, but CTV did say he wanted to debate you at the end. You kind of like dodged it.
I didn't hear what he said.
I don't think you
really.
heard him.
He
Yeah.
said, I think he said, "Is that a yes?" And I was like, "Yeah, yes to what?"
Yeah.
What?
Before that, he was like, you know, me and you need to. I think he said me and you need to like talk about it sometime. And then he was like, "Is that a yes?" And you're like, "Yeah." And then someone else said something. And he was like, "Yeah, that's what I said." And then you just never responded. So you should get in contact.
Yeah, I didn't hear him. I talked to him once before. I don't know. I didn't at the end. I said like, "Hey, anyone can come talk to me about tariffs."
I only know CTV and Korn from the one Destiny debate that I saw Korn and Destiny debate on.
Yeah, I've
the
seen
Hippy Dippy.
Korn, yeah.
And then at the end of it, CTV comes in at the end because he like won something and he was gonna challenge Destiny. And that's the only way I know both of those people, and it's the same exact video. Is there anyone else in this call that's like a staple of the Hippy Dippy, or is everyone in here a staple of the Hippy Dippy that I should know?
I don't know exactly. I know who Hake is. I haven't seen him in many Hippy Dippy debates.
Is it disrespectful to say like they're a part of the Hippy? Or is that like chill?
No, I don't.
I feel like chill.
At least I hope they wouldn't take it like that.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like these people are probably bigger than like a lot of people. I'm just saying like they're part of the Hippy Dippy like thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you came off very. I was listening. No, I'm fine. I don't think I've seen you that confrontational in a hot minute. You were pretty confrontational.
Yeah, I felt like.
there.
Well, yeah, I was.
Shit slide.
Yeah, I didn't want because I was worried about like being in the background the whole time and like being on defense about like some of the conversations, and so it's like I am gonna be confrontational. I think I told you I'll reveal my strategy now, guy. I had two strategies. Okay, I had plan one. Plan one ended up
Black Ops plan.
Plan one was I've already done quite a bit of research in tariffs, so we try to get to tariffs as soon as possible, and don't let shit slide on that. Okay, be confrontational. If they don't know what the balance of payments is, I'm gonna make damn sure the audience knows these people have no fucking clue what on earth they are talking about. Okay.
You did really good at that part.
Yeah. Plan two was if that doesn't work, somehow steer to Israel and then team up with the conservatives on Israel.
If my side loses, who says I'm on my side anymore?
I know, yeah, exactly. That was the plan. It's like if my side's going down, I'm switching. I'm jumping. I'm jumping his chips.
That's why the end was so funny. It was like you hyper aggressive against conservatives, and then like you're on like the side panel, and you're like, "Hey guys, Israel, right? Dab me up, dab me up."
Hey guys. Hey, what's up? No, it's all part of. It's a very it's a very pre-planned strategy where we say we gotta. That's a backup plan. Okay, listen, it's how you build the bridge.
Yeah, listen, and it's how you just always win. Okay, if you're not on the winning
exactly.
team,
I literally couldn't have lost. Okay, because I'll just switch sides.
So are you just out now, or can you come back? Like, do they just rotate through
out.
once, or do they jump? Okay.
They're
voting.
But I don't know. I assume they'll hopefully invite me to something in the future.
Go make some very
They definitely will. Aren't you a part? He literally said you were his newest recruitment, and he seemed like he was enjoying your appearance.
Well, that's because
way
I'm
sexual than I wanted it to be. Like you being there. I don't think Dylan Byrne wants to fuck you. To be clear.
Damn. Isn't he gay?
Maybe yeah. That's actually disrespectful. Guys in chat, run a pull down fun. Does Dylan Byrne?
I feel like I don't know what I feel like. People just didn't. I feel like it was probably chat stuff. I feel like it did well. I don't know, but
do you think? Wait, do you feel confident about that? Do you feel like anyone in there was using ChatGPT? Call out on.
No, I mean chat. Sorry, no, chat versus chat as in like their chat just voting for them for me to get kicked out. Not like
I was like, call them out. Call them out. We on smoke time.
I don't know. It would have been nice
one
to
of my favorite.
press Gibbs on the stuff. Press Gibbs on stuff. It would have been nice to listen. I didn't get out first. Okay, that's what matters.
Is there anyone you wanted to talk to that you didn't?
Well, I wanted to talk. So yeah, one of the people on the panel right now. I forget his name. He's at the bottom middle.
Yeah, the one with the black flag behind him.
Yeah, I want to talk to him because he's a good based liberal in some of the J6 stuff. Gibbs, I've already talked to before, and I'm sure I will talk to again. I wanted to press him on some things because we had some unfinished business, and it would have been nice. It would have been nice if they let me team up with Econo Boy. Okay, but Econo Boy is he's in like the last group of people, and I was in the first, so I would have had to survive literally every single elimination round. But
this is what okay. I don't know. Again, don't know anything about this. So the vote was 4 people, and it was like 9 in total. How did they decide like the other 5 that were safe?
It was based on ideology. So they start eliminating conservatives, and then they eliminate like liberals next.
Oh,
and
okay,
they go back
got you. Yeah, that makes sense. I was wondering that. I was like, did they just pick and be like, hey, fuck y'all?
Yeah. Rigged. Stop the steal. Non-fun won legitimately. There was massive fraud, and allows for the suspension of all rules and regulations found in the Constitution of Hippy Dippy.
In sexual relations.
Doesn't happen.
Boy,
and everybody just took that
just opened up Wix. It says
yeah, I did. I know because I know Econo Boy's there. I was just curious.
There's voter fraud happening now, but we're catching.
Preemptively, there is.
Okay, so after the votes are cast,
there's no way.
Nothing we can do at that point.
Because you get hit with the idea
one panel
of
to the next.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, this is how. Do you have any bridges to Wix? I feel like you have to have bridges by now. Are we gonna see you on Wix TV soon?
I've talked to him twice, kind of. Just on call-ins, not on like not on like not like he reached out to me or anything. Just like public call-ins where like anyone can do a call-in. I did that. I've spoken to Econo Boy. He talks to Wick. I've spoken to Gibbs, and he talks to Wick. I've spoken to multiple people who have talked to Wick. I'm pretty sure if I look at our friends list, we probably have like 5 mutual friends. I told Admiral Gibbs, like, hey, when you have free time, we should set up a economy discussion, and it would be nice if you could reach out to Wick. And he said, okay, but I'm busy until like after Halloween because apparently he has a lot of panels and apparently a Halloween party to do. So. But yeah, if I click on Wick, we have 12 mutual friends. So I'm sure I could get there.
Jesus, yeah, you have to have some links.
It would have been so nice though to team up with Econo Boy, but
yeah,
I used to he's not here, so I can be nice about him. Nobody clip this and send it to him, okay? It's insane to me that Econo Boy's been on my stream. It really shouldn't be because it's not like he's that big or anything. It's just like because I used to watch Econo Boy, okay? I used to be a viewer, and I would watch his shit.
I was like once a wee little lad.
I know. And now it's like, now I feel powerful, okay? I can DM people, and they're like, they click on my channel, and they're like, hey, this dude actually has a few subscribers, okay? It actually might be worth talking to him. I feel powerful. At least, it'll be, I don't know. Very cool I got on the main show. That makes me feel powerful, too. That was epic and based. It was, you seen that scene in Whiplash where, like, the
Am I rushing or dragging?
No. He's talking to, like, his family at dinner, and, he's like, oh, I got in the whatever orchestra, and his family's like, oh, we don't really care. How'd your football game go? Yeah, that's how I feel when I tell my parents, I got on the Hippy Dippy show.
I actually experienced this because I was talking to my friends, and I was like, bro, because listen, I was unironically bragging about you. I was like, y'all know non-fun, because like they know my streams. And they're like, yeah. I was like, I was like, do y'all know Winterbox? And they're like, no, and I was like, oh, I was like, never mind then. I was like,
I'm
do y'all
more
know
popular
Destiny?
than Lonerbox. Confirmed.
I was like, do y'all know Destiny? And they're like, yeah. I was like, Lonerbox is like one tier down from Destiny, and I was like, that's who my boy could be on call with to be.
Hell yeah.
Did you feel like anything?
Why is my chat fucked?
Let's give you a chance to be humble. Where do you think you were the weakest tonight?
I mean, I just don't. I just like I don't know anything about like the abortion case where they were talking about like the woman who like died because of like abortion care and whether or not it was because they like misunderstood the law or anything. Like I just like I'll argue like like normatively like is abortion good or bad, but like I it's not like particularly relevant to me about like if one woman died because of abortion laws versus the doctors not understanding the laws. The argument is that there's this. I think it was a woman in like Georgia.
Are you talking about the 9-month case where she was past 9 months, or she was around 9 months, and because of bureaucratic red tape, and they didn't know how to traverse around the wall, they like had a lot of indecision that led to like harm.
Yeah, I think I don't know the specifics of it, but like yeah, I think she died because they refused to terminate the pregnancy in time or something.
Yeah, it was because they were afraid of there's not like a clear and cut case on like what or maybe it is, and maybe the doctors did make a mistake, but yeah, that's always been my argument for like the reason it should just stay completely legal is like for those reasons, like.
Sure.
But yeah, I understand what you mean. But also, yeah, I don't think you were preparing for that. I think you went in on your like strong like side and you stayed on it. I don't think you just went only going for econ, and then you dunked every time there was econ.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's so easy. They don't know anything. They don't know like.
There's a really fun Destiny clip where he was like, if you want to win any debates with Republicans, he's like, just start your own company because you'll learn very quickly that none of them have any fucking idea about taxes when it comes to companies. It seems like it's just like that.
It's just like, I mean, there's there'll be articles that make headlines about like does the about the abortion, does it cause the abortion laws cause deaths because people don't know if they're able to terminate their pregnancies or not. It's like there's always articles about that from both sides, but like there's never I doubt any of those people, the conservatives who ever like just like sat down and been like, okay, what is the balance of payments? Okay, but like logically it's just not true when he's like the dollars are going to other countries. It's like if I have dollars in China, do you think a Chinese person is going to be like, oh yeah, I'll take your dollars, which USD, I can't spend here? Yeah, like what? That's not how it works. There's only two possibilities. Those dollars either buy imports or they buy like stocks and bonds.
The sad part is that we have my bad, I cut you off. Discord, you know how it be.
I'll just say when you say you have a trade deficit, the implicit acknowledgement in that is that you also have a capital account surplus, meaning other countries are investing a lot of money in us. That's the like.
You think CTV know that?
No, exactly. Which is why I can press him on it and like.
You should have asked him just to define a trade surplus. No,
I should have. Yeah.
I think the sad part though is unironically is the way he was arguing was for his side. Like people who are on his side are gonna think like he was winning because like he was just like, do you really think this? Do you really think this? And it's like these are true things, but like two Republicans are so down the pipeline. It's like
they have no if they have no clue what I'm talking about, and he just like intuition pump. Do you really think that they spend the money?
Like, do you think the economy is really doing well? And it's like, well, I mean, in the G7, like the common talking point, like.
Yeah, but like that's not even doesn't even have to do like with my point. Like maybe the economy is doing shit right now. That doesn't make universal tariffs like welfare maximizing. Like that was like my only point.
People don't know it though. You gotta take some like teaching classes to learn how to like break it down like an educator's way and be like, listen, okay, this is this, and then when we learn, okay. Did you see? Wait, no, because I think I don't. I was gonna ask if you know how were theirs chats reacting to you? Did you see like people in the other chats?
I have no clue. I should
I'm going on God.
I don't know if Dylan streams on YouTube.
I remember when I did that. Well, I think I screenshot and sent it to you. I don't remember what it was, but it was funny. Can I just Control F and then non-font?
Oh, well, and Discord has a search bar. Like
I was gonna use it for Twitch, but
Twitch. I don't know that.
Yeah. It only goes.
Oh yeah, Hippy Dippy streaming it, so I can hopefully go back and check. I think. I don't know. Oh wait, no.
Do you think
I don't know how to see
actually
the-
you're probably recepted pretty well, right? Because it's gonna be a left-leaning audience, right?
Most of Hippy Dippy,
I think
yeah.
we talked about this before.
Oh, they do show the chat. Okay. The boy is too quiet.
The boy, bro, you are the boy.
I mean, it makes sense. I'm clearly the.
The youngest. You were the youngest there.
Yeah. Also, dude, Cam Higby's housing point was so incredibly stupid. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember what's funny is that like earlier today I was like, hey, I remember the last Hippy Dippy panel, like Cam Higby like said this and like it's just like blatantly like not true. Like, in my chat was like, well, things change, right? And then he just repeats the exact same thing today, and it's like, okay, well, clearly. It's so dumb because the Republican housing plan is even less. And like, he was like, oh, do you know what her plan is off the top of your head? And I said two things. I said tax incentive financing and encouraging local communities to cut red tape. And he was like, you think? And I was like, well, I mean, I can double check. And like, I look and like, I'm exactly right. Those are points 3 and 4 in our housing plan. It's like, what an insane standard to hold me to, but whatever. Okay.
Suck Trump cock without any critical thinking, Jeb. You're doing the same thing. You don't have to be like this. You're breaking.
Now when I look at people, like unironically, anyone now, if you go to them and you're like, I watched this person, and then you click on their like Discord profile and you just see like mutual friends, it's like that's so weird just to have.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. How many mutual friends do I have with Destiny?
I was that's literally not fun. I'm gonna take a non-fun. That's what I was looking at when I said that. That's what I was.
Yeah.
I just screenshotted my screen. That's unironically what screen I was on.
Hold on, where's Destiny server?
I'm gonna guess how many people from Wix TV and not Wix TV. How many people from the Hippy Dippy do you have? Because that's gonna be most. I feel like a lot of them have to have an ad, right? Because he's been on.
Well,
Hippy Dippy.
everyone on the recruitment panel added me. I think I on the Hippy Dippy panel right now, only one of these people has me added. Yeah. I don't have as many as I thought with Destiny. I only have 4.
Hey, you're getting closer. Okay. That would be a boring stream because there wouldn't be a lot of disagreement, but maybe there will be one day.
Well, maybe I mean we could end up on a panel together someday. Like if they like Destiny's been on Hippy Dippy before. Also, thank you Benny for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream.
Oh wow, you got a thanks. I didn't get that.
I mean, you
were in the middle of the panel. I know.
Yeah, I know. Actually, it makes it worse. What I was about to say. I was going to say I was thinking a YouTube sub, not a Twitch sub, but that actually makes it worse. That I would thank someone who did something for free and not you.
The free sub is crazy. I gotta pay to get noticed, and these people getting it for free. Okay.
Yeah, but 938 subscribers. I got like almost 20 subs out of that. I think.
I assume the 1,000 mark is the monetization mark. That's why it's the goal.
Yeah.
You need to non-fun. When are you gonna start trying to get 1,000 on TikTok so you can go live on TikTok?
I already have 1,000 on TikTok. They're bots, but I have them.
Why don't you ever go live on TikTok? You gotta start building your Dean and Parker fucking bridges, okay?
Maybe I don't know. I feel like by now, like I honestly don't know if it'd be worth it by now. Well, it might be because I hero following TikTok too. But it's just like if I have the Hippy Dippy connections, if I have the, I listen. I consider the WIC connection basically a have because I already like if I just DM him and ask like, hey, can you set something up? I'm sure he would do it. So if I already have those and like who am I like debating on TikTok? Like I don't know. It could be worth it, but.
Well, I was just saying like restream to TikTok even. You don't even have to debate on TikTok, but doing that.
Yeah, but that's oh my god, it's so.
On TikTok.
It's really hard to do that. It's like you I do stream to YouTube Shorts.
I would say, I would assume it'd be a little bit of the same, right? I know you can't. I know there's a rule that like you can't promote your Twitch in your TikTok stream or something like that. It's something stupid.
Yeah, it's really dumb. But like I went through all the steps just at the end for it to be like, hey, by the way, you can't promote your stream. Actually, I don't think I went through all the steps. It's like you have to do so many steps just to get access to live streaming. And then once you get access to live streaming, you have to like apply to a creator network. And like once you get into creator network, they have to apply on your behalf for a stream key. And that takes a while too. And TikTok has to like, vet you or whatever. And then I can't even link back to my stream. So like This is not that worth it.
I feel like here's the thing though. If every political creator like has one, there has to be some like statistics behind it that they know, right? You gotta assume that there's some.
I don't. I mean, almost everyone has one, but like what? I don't. Actually, I don't even know if anyone. I don't think they'll stream on it. I know they might post clips in it, but.
True, but that's how you grow a TikTok. Because like, other than clips, yeah, live streams are another easy way.
I don't know if the issue. I hate editing shorts so much. Like the ones I do that are like scripted are fine. I don't care about those, but like going through like a video and then like putting it in vertical format and then trying to add it's just so annoying to me. And like it's like I would rather just play Fortnite and or jerk off and or just stream and edit regular videos. And jerk off at the same time. You guys don't see what my hand is doing right now. You don't know what I'm doing.
What's the old Ludwig? Ludwig used to say he used to always have porn open on his second monitor to run the gauntlet. Oh, no, that's not what it was. He would always have his Streamlabs open when he was masturbating to porn, just in case. As like a running the gauntlet type thing.
Just in case?
Well, like, he said it unironically, he said it gave him an extra thrill, okay? He was doing it for the thrill. Just knowing you get it at all.
I mean, people would not unsub for him or anything if he was fucking watching porn, whatever. I guess if he streamed, his balls did get leaked. But I guess if he streamed his literal fucking cock, he might get banned for a little bit. But
I mean, if Hassan's not, fuck. I'm sorry, actually, I don't want to disrespect Twitch while on your Twitch. My bad. We're on Twitch. Let me give you. What do you think about the whole Israel Twitch thing? Do you think Twitch is promoting and doing some form of anti-Semitism behind the screen, non-fun?
I mean, like clearly,
you
Dan
wouldn't be
Clancy
afraid to speak out against them.
Like Dan Clancy is clearly favorable to like left-wing creators who are, often anti-Semitic.
Well, not even left wing. Sneeko got unbanned. Fresh and
Sneeko got unbanned too. Sure,
That's
Fresh and
pretty
Fit.
awkward.
Yep. Yeah. Clearly, I don't think they care. They like have their whatever moderation people like in Egypt. They took them forever to ban a lot of creators who like very obviously should have been banned, and they still won't even ban Hassan or
I was about to say.
Yeah. And they gave the other streamers like 30-day bans. From Destiny got a perma ban for what he said, which is wild.
Not that bad considering that like the clip that they thought it was so much worse.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Which I don't know.
Clips that they thought it was. I did buy a Blue Yeti, so if you're hearing me move my chair, it's because I haven't set up the Blue Yeti yet, and I have no idea like where my sensitivity is at. I'm kind of just going in raw right now with it.
Yeah.
But it was for the podcast.
You are. Oh, that makes sense.
Yes. So now I have 2 good mics. My co-host caught bronchitis though, so we have to suspend a week. I told him. Okay. I told him that if he's not good by the fucking 5th, I'm dragging his ass to the studio. Okay.
Hey, what's real
and
American?
we are getting it done.
The
I don't
national
care.
citizen-
I don't care if he dies on the mic. I am not posting my first episode after the election, unless Kamala wins. Then I can do a showboating. I'm not going on and be like, "Hey guys, welcome to the podcast. We're a leftist podcast, and Donald Trump won the 2020 mark."
So Donald Trump won the election.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that? Chat.
Yeah. What do you
what's
guys?
up with it? Yeah. I don't know. I still. Kamala's got to win. Nothing ever happens. Okay. Nothing ever happens. Okay. There's no shot. She doesn't win. No shot. Nothing ever happens.
So do you ever get? I'm a little worried right now. It's too close. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But honestly, I'm not I don't know. I feel like gut feeling. I feel like she's gonna win NC. I think the early voting looks promising in Pennsylvania, and I think those two are probably probably gonna be able to carry her to hopefully victory. I feel like.
Here's an actual question. My yawn made me forget it. This was crazy. No, I'll get it. I'll find it. Just yeah. Oh no, this is a different question, but it works. Do you get worried that like, at this point, we're at a point where like I don't even know if you can you can't trust the polls. Unironically, like, I feel like we're just in like a gray zone where I can't. It's not a good way to like feel confident about. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're.
Well, because like with Biden, it was pretty confident. Like there was a pretty good, especially because like it was pretty close before they even started counting the mail-ins. And, you know, then they started counting the mail-ins 4 times per Biden vote, and then it was like so easy.
Yeah. Yep. It was Yeah. Did you see the videos of voter fraud in Kentucky going on right now?
Is that the one where the person's trying to touch the screen and they just can't vote Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, I texted my friends who are Republican because they're. I was about to say a word that you can't say on Twitch that starts with an R. But yeah, no, I won't say that on stream. I've literally texted all of them and be like, hey, like, I know you guys are gonna see videos that you think are like election fraud. I was like, if you do, and you're actually like questioning it, just bring it to me and I will explain to you what's going on. it's just where I have to be at this point. I'm just playing defense. I had one friend that texted me like 2 nights ago, and they were like, "Aren't you ever worried that we're gonna go into war?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "I think Kamala's gonna drag us into war if they win." And I was like, "Okay, listen, man. Firstly, Kamala seems like way less likely to drag us into war when Donald Trump said he wants to bomb Iran. Okay, or wasn't he?
And Mexico, but yeah.
What was the quote? What was the one after the leak where he was like very aggressive towards them? I don't know the quote. It was right
I don't
JD
remember.
Vance.
I remember his general literally was like saying, "Hey, you're gonna start a fucking war, dude." But
but yeah, he was like very aggressive saying that. And I was like, so firstly, there's that. And I was like, also, you shouldn't even be worried. Like, I don't think we're ever gonna draft again. We probably won't. We're at a point in the war where like boots on the ground can only do so much. We're at like information warfare. We're on like we have just technology now. I was like, I don't think we'll do a draft ever again. I feel confident in saying that. I could be wrong, but I just don't see it happening. Any military experts that have any knowledge of drafts? Because when I say that, I'm just going off of my completely uneducated opinion on how I think.
Well, I feel like, listen, I feel like we had problems with the draft in Vietnam, okay? And now you're gonna tell. Now you're going to tell the Gen Zers, okay? The Gen Zers. These aren't the 1970s young people, okay? These are the grew up watching Skibbity Toilet, tablet, iPad kids. You're going to tell them they have to go to war? It's going to be even harder. They're not going to do it. They Starbucks too much.
While in the trenches. From the ring.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna get fucking friendly fired. So non-fawn, why are there 2 non-fawns? Sorry, why are there 3 non-fawns? There's non-fawn, non-fawn, and not non-fawn. The fuck's going on?
What?
There's non-fawn in the non-fawn role. There's non-fawn in the mod role. And there's
oh my fucking god, kill me.
Oh, sorry. There's actually another non-fawn. Sorry.
Yeah, they all name them. That's all my like IRL friends. They all name themselves non-fawn. That's cool, dude.
Just one second. And it's just like I just don't understand like why there's so many. I don't remember there being that many.
Thank God I gave myself the non-fawn role. I gotta revamp my server now that there's more people in it and cool people in it.
You need to start doing like community nights. I know you have you argue with people all the time. You got to be able to set up like nights where you argue with your community. That'd be amazing.
Probably, yeah.
Because there's that one dude. Who's the federal? Is it the federal? I think he talks about like the local government all the time. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Locally, I can't engage with any discussion on localist. Nope.
Bro, every time I see you talking to him, I just think of that one Drake GIF you sent me. You sent him. That one of the funniest moments.
No. There's literally nothing. For example, any economics, I could never ever talk to him on because I don't know. You might have seen me say this because I said it before. If you don't believe, for example, that as he doesn't believe that the statement the job market is better today than it was in 1933 in the midst of the Great Depression, then if you don't believe that statement has any truth value at all, then we don't live in the same reality. Clearly, there are like quantifiable metrics where we could see like people could get jobs easier today than they did in 1933 in the Great Depression. But he thinks all of that is completely meaningless. So there's nothing I could ever do to change his mind on anything because he can't engage with anything. Hello?
Hello. I was just processing.
Oh my god. He named
What?
himself non-fawn.
What do you mean?
I saw the name change. I saw it go from
It's
I
always,
dot dot dot.
I understand. You just copied me. What do you mean? I've always been non-fun.
I'm non-fun. You are not the Asian chick on Instagram who has non-fun before me, okay? She's the original non-fun. I'm the only other non-fun, okay?
I got bad news for you, bud. We're all non-fun.
Bro, if I look up Isaac Rose on YouTube right now, you're getting beat
can't find me.
by
I've changed
5.
I'm no longer. Remember, I changed it because I was like, I should make it.
What are you? Isaac goes insane.
Because I'll think of a better name at some point. But I was like, I just need to change it. Also, by the way, if you look up Isaac Goes Insane, am first. Okay, I found a category. Wait, why is there? One second, there's a Menard short that I have not seen before. 1 second, it's Isaac. I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm just
One second,
I'm just saying, when I look up Isaac Goes Insane, it is your channel first, but the video that comes up is my video. With
How many views? How many views on that stream? It's a stream. It's not even a video. That's crazy. Why is that first? Why is the one no? Oh wait, it's because it's you. If I search it, if I search it up, it's on. If I search, it was also the first one that came up. Non-fun. How the fuck is that the first one? It's a stream with 1 view. It's a live stream.
Dude, it's
not
20.
Even a video.
It's 23 seconds long too. It's just a starting.
By the way, if you look 4 down, there's my short with 2,000 views. Non-fun. How the fuck does that not get first? You're telling me me talking to a flat earther doesn't get that many? I'm cooked.
Didn't think I was gonna be seen with Minar again, bro.
Oh, this was after he like crashed out on me, and he was like, I forgot about that. That's a funny TikTok. I like it. I'm coming back. You knew what was going on. Okay. I have a really funny. Oh no, I'll say something off. I'll say something off stream.
What were you gonna say? You were gonna say.
I can just DM you. I think I've told you this before though. I might have already. Tell me if I told you this.
Oh yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah.
That was really funny. Hey, if they knew where you were at now, Non-Fawn, they would have understood. They would have understood. You know what I mean? You was like a 3 viewer Andy back then. Now you're like a 10. Okay. They just didn't have the vision.
True. Unironically,
Yeah.
we could have set up 2v2. Do you know who the Process is?
No. Not fun? Did we lose you?
No, sorry. I'm DMing a Convoy real quick.
I just realized, are you hearing me fucking play with my bottle caps?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay. Stop then. Bro, I'm a Fallout boy. Not actually. I drink Joneses and they have bottle caps with like cool little mantras on them, so I usually just keep them. I'll have a better mic settings down the next time I join, I swear. But what were you saying? Who's the prawn dude? Are you done texting?
Process, yeah.
Convoy? Yeah, you were saying something about them.
Yeah, they host panels and a lot of them like they have like open nights and open panels. I did one debate there, like I did a 1-on-1 debate about tariffs.
You love econ. I don't listen. You're a stronger man than me. I will say though, for being the thing you're passionate about, boy, do you fuck on people when it gets to econ. Okay, You're locked in when it
They
comes
don't.
to that.
I don't know. Here's what's crazy, bro. If you take econ, like macro high school econ class, like you could you could school
understand.
these people, okay?
Yeah.
I don't think they know it. Yeah, like they don't know anything. Okay.
I think I asked you where you weakest in the debate. Where do you think you're weakest, just like in general? Like, so like econ's
I'd
easily your strongest.
I'd say econ's my strongest. I would say some of the Jan 6 stuff is maybe my second strongest, and then I feel like I'm probably weak. Foreign policy, I can do some of like the talking points. I feel like I'm probably weakest in some like the culture war stuff, but like it's just never like that big of a deal to me. People will be like, "Oh, transgender athletes," and it's like, okay, you're like, you're asking, you think that the threat of like transgender athletes is so big, okay, that I should vote for Trump, who tried to overturn the last election based on transgender athletes.
Listen, I've said this from the beginning, okay? My weakness has always been econ. That's why I love being on with you, because like econ comes up and I was just like, all right, we just gonna let non-fun take center stage.
Yeah. I know. Econ way better Fresno and Terrace. I DM'd him and said like these people do not know what tariffs are or what a balance of payment is. But apparently Econoboy doesn't know what that is either. He DM'd me back. What even is a balance of payments? I don't know if he's joking or not.
Damn.
He at least understands the concept.
The guy with econ in his name.
I know, true. I mean, like, well, he definitely knows more than me. It's just like sometimes concepts are taught in specific ways to like students. So like, you know, what I'm taught is balance of payments. He probably understands the concept, but I don't think he understands. Or he might not, use the term, or like, yeah. Econoboy got to be trolling, Lil.
Okay, reasonable.
What do you mean, me or Econoboy?
You know what this genius does?
By not,
he gets in front of the entire
knowing
world
the
and
thing you
starts
just
making
said,
threats about how people aren't going to be protected. And
I would assume. He just gave me back wow when I sent him the definition. I don't know.
That's a dead internet theory right there. He's not a real person. That's dead internet theory.
Maybe he's taught like current account but no balance of payments. Yeah, he would definitely. I feel like if I say current account or capital account, he'd probably know what I'm talking about.
The one thing, okay,
or he is just trolling.
Because I don't know if you've looked into this at all, and I think I've talked to you about a little bit about this. But oh my god, Jill Stein is a fucking Russian operative. Okay, it's crazy
Probably, yep.
how less like I never see this brought up. Maybe it's just because they don't want to platform her at all on like mainstream news. But holy shit, is she a Russian operative? Okay, it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think dude, I really hope I don't think this is actually going to happen, but I saw someone tweet like ironically she's going to lose to Hawk to write-ins, and it would be really funny, dude.
Ooh, I know who I'm voting for now.
Hawk to it'd be awesome. It'd be awesome. I told you this. I did write in Joe Biden. That'd be really funny. I did. I really hope Joe Biden becomes
Senator?
The soil and water conservation supervisor for my county.
What if he loses by one vote now? That's your fault. Well, you got to support the.
It's an uncontested election,
but not the local. Oh, damn.
It was uncontested.
Now maybe if everyone writes in someone else, there's a chance Joe Biden could take the role. He's gonna be unemployed soon, so he got the opportunity.
Exactly. I figured it'd be a nice retirement job for him. You know, all he has to do is supervise the soil and water, which that's got to be.
I was talking with my parents about it, and I was like, "Listen, I think we should have had Tim Walz run for president, and then now hear me out, okay? Who does he need as a VP? He needs someone who knows how to run Congress. He needs someone with experience. He needs Joe Biden on that VP ticket, baby. That's what we should have
Exactly.
ran, okay?
Exactly.
I've said this unironically to my friends. I was like, I think in like 10 or 20 years, I think we'll look back, and I think Joe Biden will have a lot more respect to his name. And I stand by that. Not for being senile, but for making good decisions.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I honestly, I've been thinking about doing this. I don't know if I will. Like after Joe Biden, after the Kamala Harris becomes president, so after Joe Biden's term ends, like trying to set up arguments for people that like Joe Biden was the best president in the last like 40 years or something. I don't know enough about most of the presidents to make that claim, but I feel like
you should.
I might be able to make the case for it.
Here's something that'd be really fun to do: is set up like a giant. I know you hate setting up panels, but you could set up a panel, and it would be like after his election, and it would just only be about his presidency, and then every 4 years you could do it, and it'd become like a big thing.
Maybe, yeah. But I feel like I could do like the Biden best president in the last 40 years, and like that kind of, it would be cool because it would allow me like an escape hatch to be like, what about the border? It's like, well, Obama had the fucking Iraq war, dude. So which one do you care about more? It allows me to bite bullets. I'm like, well, clearly he's bad here, but like,
and who was Brock's VP, baby? Who was in the office with him?
who was
the man to force Barack Obama's campaign to be pro-gay marriage? It wasn't Barack. It was motherfucking Joe Biden, baby.
Let's go.
Which is crazy considering people think Obama is in a gay relationship.
Completely leave you to the wolves. We know full and fucking well what would happen. Ukraine would not surrender. NATO would.
They're talking about Ukraine now.
The United States. We would lose oversight over the war in Ukraine.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? And I need you to understand this when I say this. I'm not saying it in a moral sense. I'm not saying it in like a ethical sense. I'm just saying it's getting kind of boring on that side.
What do you mean? Yeah, just like nothing's happening there, or?
It's just been going on too long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not like in the sense that it should. I'm not saying it should go to an early end. Okay. I'm just saying maybe. Okay, it's a little boring to listen. Everything's already been said. There's not a lot of new developments. Like.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not especially weak on Ukraine, but I feel like I'm not as good as I could be in foreign policy altogether. Like
I'm nowhere near. I don't know. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. I could get probably demolished because I just don't know a lot. I would just do. My general defense would just be the always like, hey, like we accepted these borders.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't let another country sacrifice another country's autonomy? Just like if a country wants to join this and another country says no, like why would we ever sacrifice autonomy? But when it comes to like the Nazis arguments and all those, I don't know shit about those. I don't know what the argument is for Ukraine being full of Nazis. I've never heard it. So.
Yeah, I know. Like some of it is like, well, Azov Battalion had like maybe 700 fucking Nazis in it, and then it's like one thing you can do if like leftists is like, oh, why does ISIS exist? Like most leftists will say, well, ISIS exists because we invaded Iraq and then dissolved their military and destabilized the entire country. So when you have a bunch of military-aged men who used to be in the military, now living in an economically shithole, horrible country, it's like, well, they might just form ISIS. You could do like the same. You can apply that argument to Ukraine. It's like, well, maybe Ukraine has a Nazi problem, but maybe that's because they're being fucking invaded by Russia. Like, maybe that problem would go away. Maybe they wouldn't need nationalists if they didn't need nationalists to fight to defend their borders. Like,
speaking of nationalists, when's the Nick Fuentes stream coming out? I know that's coming soon.
I don't know if I.
Considering how you were acting with those Republicans at the end, I see it coming in your.
I don't know. I don't consider. I don't like.
Nazis?
I don't like unserious.
That's perfectly reasonable.
Well, I don't like that either. To be clear, I don't know if I consider Nick Fuentes a serious person whose mind could at all ever be changed. I feel like even though, like CTV or whatever, like I was yelling at him before, and like he's arguing for tariffs and doesn't have an understanding what the balance of payment is or like what a tariff is, so he has no clue what the fuck he's talking about. But like I feel like he, like, could maybe have his mind changed. I don't
think he could, or else he would.
I don't know.
I don't think you're the first person to mention that to him if he's on these.
Probably not.
Like,
but.
Yeah. But I feel like you're never going in to convince a person. You're going to convince an audience, right? Like if like 1% of people.
Dude, I forgot. I didn't get to do my dunk ever. I think I told you I was setting it up. I don't know if people heard me when I said it.
I'm setting up a dunk, and then I never.
I was setting up a dunk. I said these people don't know what tariffs are. I said something like that, and I was like, the next thing I'm going to push them on, or I said they don't know what the balance of payments is. The next thing I'm going to push them on is because they were talking about like the value of the dollar. I was like, the next thing I'm going to push them on is dollar appreciation, and they're not going to have any clue what the fuck they're talking about there either. And I never got to do it. So like the argument here, like just really quickly, is like tariffs make dollars stronger of the country that imposes them. So like if the U.S. imposes tariffs, it makes their dollar stronger for a number of reasons. And that makes exports more expensive for other countries to buy because our dollar is basically more expensive for them to buy. So that reduces exports, which hurts manufacturing jobs because usually when we make cars, a lot of them are, exported. But I guarantee you, they would not have known that. But I didn't get to do it. It would have been a cool dunk.
You have any one-on-one debates coming up?
So Gibbs, Admiral Gibbs, I think you know who he is, right?
About that. Like I know who he is now, but I don't know like who he is. You know what I mean? I know.
Sure. I mean, he's just a conservative streamer dude. He's been in Twitch for a little bit. Hopefully him at some point on Wick, and then hopefully, were you master debating? I was master
debating. Why do I see, not to call you out, why do I see, liked your comment, fine, you can try the strap-on next time, any comment?
Oh, shit. Oh, so basically, okay, there's this Russian... So basically, there's this girl on Instagram Reels.
You're fine. You're fine. You don't gotta explain yourself, not fun.
No, so the joke is she's Russian. Like, you can see she's Russian, but usually her videos only get promoted to English viewers. So like if I find like a video that went a little viral,
it looks like they're all Russian right now.
Here we go. Like here's one. Yes, my love, we would get the Soviet Union flag tattooed on our forearm. So like a lot of these videos get promoted to English viewers. So you can just comment, yes, oh my god, babe, yes, I never thought you asked. Like she's just speaking Russian in these. The English speakers don't know what she's saying, but they all just comment, yes, absolutely.
Listen, I understand.
So
okay.
Yeah, I commented a few things. I commented like, sure, you can try to strap on next time, and like, sure.
Not if I'm being horny on Maine.
Exactly. Sure, you can use me as a stool. Like, yeah. Yeah, but Gibbs is the person in the top middle on the Hippy Dippy debate right now. Hopefully I have a 1v1 on him and the economy, and then hopefully CTV on tariffs, I guess we can set that up, hopefully.
It would be the second episode, not fun. But if Kamala wins, are you coming to the podcast, not fun? We gotta have you on for the after Kamala wins
probably,
episode.
Again, sure. You got booted. Right. What did you do? It's a Rumble debate, so the audience votes to eliminate someone like every round. I did survive 3 rounds, technically, I think. Yeah,
you were locked in.
Yeah, I know. I would have survived longer if they didn't keep the flight. Listen. And the lefty is still there. Well, I think he probably had people. He has like 200 viewers right now, so he probably does have people who are just voting to kick me because they want to see him, which is fine. Like if I had a big chat, I would expect them to like do the same thing.
Like he's talking about Corn.
Yeah, the Corn guy. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like these people have bigger chats. It's like obviously, even if he doesn't tell them to do that, they're going to do that. That's perfectly fine. I expect that to happen. I'd imagine that's the reason. And 2, they kept shifting to not econ when I was destroying them on econ. Isaac, are you nullification pilled?
What is that? Nullifying the Constitution, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, basically, the localist guy loves it for some reason. You ever learn about the nullification crisis in school?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, so like in 1860 something, or maybe before that, I feel like it was before that. I should remember the year, 1832, maybe? South Carolina tried to nullify a law saying it was unconstitutional. It was a federal law about tariffs, and they said this law is unconstitutional, therefore it can't be enforced, so we're not going to enforce it. And the Supreme Court basically said, no, states can't do that. They can't nullify laws that the federal government makes. Yeah. Well, I should specify, can't nullify unconstitutional laws, or laws that basically they don't have the authority to determine which laws are unconstitutional. Yeah. I don't know, but I think he says they made the wrong decision there. What's up, Panelverse? Whispers,
Okay,
Blue Games.
the felon thing, it just makes the court system look bad. It just shows you that there's a bunch of blind, brainwashed juries and liberals.
Now they're talking about brainwashed juries and
that are willing to go after Trump because he was for the country and he was told the truth, and they can't have that. They can't have a real man.
The
in
truth
office.
is that he's a felon.
I'm fine with that.
A real man, a man who stands like this at an angle is what y'all. That's y'all's real man.
It's a redemption story. He went from foul to
What is the flag behind the dude that you were talking about? Bottom right. What is that flag?
I don't know actually. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was Helldivers for a minute. I won't lie to you.
It does kind of look like it.
Yeah,
I'm curious what
it's the color font. I mean, color palette.
Yeah.
They should be allowed to nullify the
To
Fed.
nullify the Fed. I think it was actually there was a. Oh no, there wasn't. No, I'm making things up. There was a different court case about the national bank, whether it was constitutional or not. Or no, I feel like, well, locals would know this. Localists, what's the thing with the wasn't there the Maryland bank or whatever? They tried to get rid of it. One of the states tried to get rid of it. Was it a state that sued the federal government? I forget. And the Fed. You guys hate the Fed for
Who is he
no
debating
reason.
right now? Who is Destiny debating right now?
Destiny. Is Destiny debating?
Yeah, someone in your chat said it. So I was like, I wonder who's debating.
Studio
and I have no idea who
setup.
the fuck this is.
Random debate. Tom Wheelwright and Caleb.
Yeah, I assume Caleb's moderator because he has like that name behind him, which is probably the show name.
Yeah, I think. But
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. He looks retarded. Sorry, said it. He looks stupid in those glasses.
he kind of does.
Yeah, bro, they're too boxy. Okay.
Do you think Destiny's
He's got money.
for
Get a
appeal?
stylist.
No. True.
Right in the sense that
He does wear. I mean, he wears contacts most of the time, right? I
Trying
think.
to cover it up, blah blah blah. People are more concerned about what he tried to steal an election. People are more concerned about what he tried to steal an election.
So you know that it doesn't matter.
The reality, I know
Well,
you don't care.
anything else? Even though it's your Discord and your stream.
No, not really. I'm probably gonna watch just the rest of this because I'm curious.
You should try to get in contact with Modern Day Debate. That's somewhere you could actually probably get into.
I definitely could. They do like open debates and stuff. Like I definitely could. I don't know. I'm in the server. I just haven't done anything in it. I probably could.
Open that. There's a flat Earth versus globe Earth debate going on right now, and I was like, oh, that'd be great to see. Come on, Nonfon, we need your flat Earth debate.
I'm not interested in that.
25% of the chat thinks the Earth is flat. Nonfon.
Fire. I'm assuming some of those people are meaning, but
I would hope.
Oh, he can, Rashad. You've already described how,
Have
because he'll just say, hey, Ukraine, we're not giving you any aid, and just let Ukraine collapse.
What'd you say, sorry?
Have you been playing the new COD?
No, I don't think I've ever really played Call of Duty. My mom said it was too violent.
Ooh, what about the zombies? Let's big multiplayer.
Okay.
The zombies.
I don't like zombies, okay? Every fucking Fortnite has a bunch of stupid zombies map. Mr. Beast made a fucking Fortnite creative zombies game mode, okay? All my friends are like, hop on Fortnite, and then they play the stupid Mr. Beast zombies game mode, okay? Or they're hop on Roblox, and we're not playing Dress to Impress. We're playing fucking Five Nights at Freddy's Halloween zombies. What?
Did you catch me playing Dress to Impress at one point?
I think. I don't know. I'd rather play Dress to Impress than fucking Roblox zombies, okay?
You said you want to play with me. The bridge is burning right now. You're lying to your chat. You said you want to play Dress to Impress with me. I said Dress to Impress stream win.
Oh. Maybe I don't remember that, but maybe I did.
I'm gaslighting you. I never said that.
Okay.
You're too trusting.
Nice
one.
one.
Become untrusting. True. When you, oh my god, can you get a Tiger King debate? You should unironically go for that. I think you could.
Is he still in prison?
Yeah, of course he is. Do you know the day it was Donald Trump's last day in office? He had a limousine outside the prison because he was so sure Trump was gonna pardon him, and then he never
Man.
did.
Damn.
It hurt to watch.
Biden never did either. Biden won't heal our nation by pardoning Tiger King.
Did you see who was? Did you see? I mean, you watched it. The part of the Jubilee video where the dude was like, "I think the best thing for Biden to do is to pardon Trump."
Yeah.
aren't most of these state crimes and can't be pardoned by the federal government?
I don't know if most of the Georgia RICO case is a state crime.
The New York one was state. The convictions were state, weren't they? Not?
Well, the convictions are state, yeah, but the ongoing ones,
Yeah.
all but the Georgia are federal. I think the documents case is federal. The election case is federal. I don't think I completely forgot about TK thinking he was getting pardoned. Why wouldn't Trump do it? All right. Well, anything else?
One more thing, okay? Have you done any research on this? I haven't, and if you haven't, I'm just gonna research it so I know, like, whenever next time I stream. But do you know the idea behind a presidential self-pardon? Because I know there's been a lot of debates about that recently. Do you have any knowledge on that?
No, not really. Nope.
Oh, well,
it's just intuitively it feels like you shouldn't be allowed to do it, but I don't know if there's any legal theory that would really go against it.
I peace out my NGGers.
Oh my god.
Yep, okay.
Okay, yeah.
All I'm saying is Europe could step in and help. If we leave, we don't gain anything but looking like doofuses and morons in front of everyone. We lose oversight over the biggest war since World War II. We don't lose any American troops. All we gotta do is send money, weapons, intel. No American troops have to die. Our grandparents in World War II wished there was a fucking NATO to stop conflicts from spiraling before they could. We have a privileged position. Let's use it to the full. Instead of marketing bullshit foreign policy to our people saying, I can end it all in 24 hours. They love me. They don't know this nigga.
Bro.
Trump bullies him. Zelensky is concerned if he's sane or not. What are we pretending like? What's going on here?
Can we jump into the... Okay. So I want to jump in.
Also, before Jeb finishes, as Jeb starts, the kick poll has gone out. Remember, the vote is the kick. The
I am
kick
not
in this
in
round
line
is
right
the
now.
righties.
I don't see
the next round will
no-
be the lefties. So you have a choice between Gibbs, Sparky, Hake, and the fantastic Jeb. Jeb?
I support Ukraine.
I see two.
And it should be accurate. If Donald Trump were to do what you think he's going to do that I don't think he's going to do, and just carte blanche say surrender or we're fucking gone, that would be bad because Europe could step in and become a friendlier partner. They will never replace the United States and NATO. NATO will always run through the United States. There just is not enough money in Europe to catch up with our defense spending that basically bankrolls most of the countries in NATO, which is why I supported Trump getting hard on the line and saying we are not going to comply with our NATO contract if you do not comply with your NATO contract.
I have to vote one?
I think it
Okay,
was a good
well, I'm just
thing,
gonna
and I
vote
think it was because Trump can be a hard-nosed
that then.
negotiator when it comes down to it. I think he will be with Russia. I think the Ukraine has made certain territorial gains in Russia that Trump can use as leverage
Wow,
in
everyone
the beginning
loves a
days.
convoy.
You're right.
Based.
I don't think he's going to finish the wars in 24 hours. I also don't think Kamala is going to build 3 million houses. I treat those lies with the same credit because neither of them have concrete plans behind them, and neither of them even have the power to do those two things. But when Trump says it,
which
what
do you
I
think is more
understand
reasonable?
definitely ending the war in Ukraine. We have more of an impact on
Is
that
easier than building houses? Okay, I
than
disagree.
the federal government being able to usurp local zoning authority? Yes, 100%. We have so
Ooh,
many
she
more
has to
areas
plan
of
worth and
place in the
down. She
United
says
States
give
being
$40 billion
supported
to local communities to make sure that they can reform their zoning
I think
laws.
it's easier to build houses.
That's not
for
usurping.
sure.
That's incentives.
You're wrong.
People respond to
It's taken a lot
incentives.
longer to build houses than it took for this war to begin and then to end if it ends in the next year. So you're wrong. Ukraine can cede some territory that they've gotten from Russia in exchange for territories Russia has from Ukraine. I think Donald Trump will be hard-nosed, and I think Donald Trump being hardline with Russia means more than Kamala being hardline with Russia because there's a positive incentive for Putin to stay in Trump's good graces, whereas Kamala has never met him, and she's been pointed that she will always be adversarial to Putin. There is no incentive for him to do something Kamala wants, whereas there is a small incentive.
To be clear, it's not usurping state and local authority to give them money in order to incentivize them to do something.
If he does comply with Trump's demands, whereas Kamala probably isn't.
Sorry, Danabo did not inform me how this round of kicking was going to go.
One righty, one lefty.
I didn't. He just. Okay. Apparently, we're kicking 4 people. We're not just kicking 2 people, and it's across the entire political spectrum. So you can choose whatever you want. Never mind. I didn't see that. So who knows who's going to get kicked out? It could be your mama, it could be your grandma, it could be anybody. Okay, continue.
That's it. That's my
Kick
point.
the host. That'd be awesome.
No, actually, well said. Look, if it's going to happen in 24 hours, I will tell you, Trump will tell Ukraine they got to cede territory. That is not something I want to see. That's not something that I think should happen. But if he's going to follow through on his promise, it is going to be a hard lined negotiation along those lines, because it's the only thing that makes sense from any strategic or tactical point. The whole problem is you think that NATO could take the spot of America. That's entirely wrong. The reason why most NATO countries have socialized medicine is because they've spent all their defense budget on that and depended on the United States to be their defense.
No.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Do you understand that defense budget spending is like a very small part of a nation's GDP? Number one.
You know
Number
how
two,
much
Donald
of the
Trump
nation's GDP
has never done anything but turn up the temperature of insanity. So for anyone to sit in this room and say, there's no way Donald Trump would abandon NATO and force Europe to take up a position they never thought they'd have to take, it's ridiculous. All Donald Trump ever does is open up new boxes of Pandora's boxes. That's basically what you and Jeb Tan are insinuating. Is that's such an insane... Y'all are insinuating it's so crazy that Trump more than likely... You're saying Trump more than likely won't do it because it's not strategic enough. He more than likely will. The reality is Donald Trump has never known anything.
Do you want him to leave NATO, though, Trump supporters?
Do you understand the difference? Do you understand that the Republican base went from being pro-NATO...
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything. Crenshaw, please finish your point.
Yeah, the Republican base went from being pro-NATO and pro-America to now shit's looking actually kind of sus. I don't know whose side they're actually on here. The reality is, if Trump does do some insane shit, which he probably will, Europe will most definitely have to step in. The reality is, Donald Trump is not like scary to Putin. The reality is, Joe Biden.
Man, how did Hake survive this long and I didn't? Is Hake
streaming? We know that because we've seen what has happened to Hamas and Russia thanks to Joe Biden. The idea that Donald Trump is scarier to Russia than Joe Biden is. Joe Biden could fall over 100 steps. He's still going to sit there and authorize weapons to go to Zelensky. We know this to be true.
Opening a door to a truck
Joe Biden could literally be in ICU and he'll lift his little finger with the last inch of breath he's got and press the button and send weapons. You know it's true. Why are we
but you yourself.
Biden does love to send weapons to people. That's
Trump
true.
apologist.
You yourself said though that Trump will not take being embarrassed on the national stage. If he made clear public demands, which you know he will to Putin. If he makes clear public demands to Putin and Putin continues to roll through like
I'll tell you why he can't.
He's been embarrassed multiple times.
I'll tell you why he can't. Russia does not respect paperwork. Russia breaks every single deal they ever fucking get. The problem is Americans in the West have been tricked into thinking that Biden and the Americans in the West have been tricked into thinking
Donald Trump is telling Netanyahu to bomb Iran.
Yes.
You understand that?
Why is that good? That's not a good thing.
That Russia has successfully convinced.
Sorry, I can't. Okay, wait. Sorry. Okay, guys. If you both talk at the same time, neither of you get to make a point, and then everybody loses, including the audience.
I empathize because Jake is like trying to jump in the middle, which he should, and I'm trying to like answer both because he hasn't even like given space.
Okay,
I don't think Jake in a minute.
I know Jake hasn't talked in a minute. I do want to make sure Jake gets a minute. How about this? Crenshaw, finish your point quickly. Jeb, you get like a 10-second response. Then we'll go to the last people who want to talk on this, and then we got to kick some people.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we're pretending that there's like any negotiations that could take place.
Everyone go vote to save a convoy. Everyone vote for Gibbs and Hake. Okay.
They will disrespect every piece of paperwork over and over and over again and keep invading. Anyone who's even read a little about this would know.
If I send this link, does it
successfully
work?
convinced Americans that they were told that they could not, that NATO could not expand to the east. Come to find out, they signed a contract saying they would allow NATO to do whatever the fuck it wants. Russia will never honor any paperwork. Donald Trump should know this, but instead he promotes foreign policy that is against any and all history.
No, that's not true because again, I asked you 7 times for a quote of him actually supporting what you're saying he supports, and you weren't able to give me one.
Kill me.
You don't want it. You're afraid to infer. You're afraid to
I didn't interrupt you. Shut the fuck up for a second. You could not
What is
give
wrong
me
with
a
these
quote
people?
of Donald
What do you
Trump saying, "Oh, Russia's going to follow this paperwork, and I'm going to make Ukraine surrender." What is likely going to happen is he's going to try to come to a deal with a land transfer between what Ukraine has taken from Russia and what Russia currently has from Ukraine. If Russia does not cease fighting, he's going to do what he did to Iran, which Jake is right. He is over-aggressive with people who defy him on the international stage, and he will likely become the biggest Ukraine fucking supporter you've ever seen the moment that Russia defies him, the same way that he was willing to kill Qasem Soleimani despite every Democrat saying that he was trying to start World War III by doing so. And he's already said...
I mean, his own generals warned that this could fucking cause World War III,
Joe
bro.
Biden was the reason
I don't think they
Hamas
said
isn't
World War
active
III,
in
they
Russia
said
anymore. Trump is more
this could start a
pro-Israel
fucking war.
funding than Biden is. So, to my credit, there is no foreign policy win I can identify from the Biden-Harris administration that Trump couldn't also achieve.
Trump funding Israel is bad. That's a bad thing.
Well,
negative for
taking
Trump.
into account is
You hate Jews. That's all that means.
I don't hate
Jews. You hate Jews.
True.
Palestine, but I don't think you're going to make it to the next round, Sparky. So I'm sorry.
Dude.
I think that's a core ideological disagreement that I don't think Rashad shares. I think Rashad and I are both generally.
I can disagree with Rashad about Israel, and we can talk about apartheid and genocide.
Yeah, I mean, like, I
Apartheid
don't care.
and genocide kill me.
There's a realistic end that Trump doesn't acknowledge. Like, Hamas is non-operational. We're done here. We're done. There will be like some pots and there will be like a few, fighting.
I think
here
we need
and
to
there,
talk about
but there's no need to go
systemics,
harder.
and I think that you would come around and agree with me maybe, but like, it's about Zionism being a bad thing. Nationalism is bad. Israel is encouraging apartheid. That's a bad thing.
What Jeb isn't taking into account in his analysis is the fact that Trump just likes Vladimir Putin. I mean, that's one thing that we have to keep in mind is that Trump really likes Putin. And so when Putin comes to Trump and says, well, listen, Donald, we have to do these things. Well, listen, Donald, we have to do these things because Ukraine's filled with Nazis, and technically this territory used to be ours. He's just gonna believe Trump, or he's just gonna believe Putin and just go along with it. After all, why is he parroting Putin?
But let's just say
you claim.
We do have evidence that that's the case because despite the fact
Econ has not talked that much. Jeb, Econ has barely talked this round. Let him.
Jeb.
Sure.
No, it's okay. I mean, look, Jeb, Trump is never going to come out and say, I just love Vladimir Putin. Now, to be fair, he did write that love letter to Kim Jong-un, and he did say that the authoritarian leader of Hungary is the best leader in Europe, and he has been very complimentary of Xi Jinping and Putin. He's never said the words, I just love Vladimir Putin. He's the greatest guy on the planet. But obviously, we have evidence that number one, Okay, Jeb, we have to use some amount of evidence here. Okay, so as I was saying, when he was in office, he opposed additional sanctions on Russia. Even after all the RussiaGate stuff, he said, "Fuck that, that's terrible." Even though his party overwhelmingly supported those additional sanctions, he didn't veto it because he knew that they had a veto-proof majority to pass additional sanctions against Russia. He opposed that. He got in trouble. It was a national scandal for like one day because that's how things work with Trump. When he actually shared top secret information with the Putin regime, right? And
True. He also leaked that the satellite picture from Iran. We had like a satellite picture of an Iranian military base. Trump leaked it on fucking Twitter, I think, and it revealed that we had more advanced satellites than Iran thought.
Yeah. Jeb, where's the proof that he's going to be the most aggressive person as soon as Putin steps out of line? You're baking in the fact that Putin has. You're baking in the fact that. He's never been pro-Iran. He's one of the most aggressive.
Under Biden leaked penis.
But we're talking about Putin here. We can't compare two different countries.
We have an example of him standing tall. Hold on. We have an example of him standing up to Putin. We have the battle in Syria where we have Russian mercenaries get wiped out.
Whatever evidence he wants from.
No, yeah, it's a moving goalpost. But we have an example of American troops killing Russian mercenaries in Syria. 300 of them. Under Trump, so this idea that he's not
we also have Trump pulling out of Syria and then Russia going back into that area after he pulled out.
Listen, it's such
literally,
these other countries
guys.
You're mad that we forced them to pay.
Donald Trump.
That sounds like
Hunter Biden likes anti-colony news on Instagram alone. Really? It makes sense. She stole Biden's position. His rightful dynasty, Hunter Biden's rightful place as the next president of the United States, was stolen by Kamala Harris.
In Ukraine when he just fucking invaded
Jake, where did he say that he loves Putin? Did he say that?
And JD Vance has gone so far to say he doesn't have JD Vance, his running mate, has said, listen, JD Vance, his running mate, has said that he does not care what happens in Ukraine. These are the people that you're going. He's dismissed
Zelensky as a great salesman, and then went on to boast about his good relationships with President Putin while talking shit about Zelensky. I mean, if you can't like fucking understand when people are talking to you, like you just can't read. You can't understand people when they're saying words to you, man.
Okay, wait. We gotta shut this down because the votes. Sorry, I'm shutting it down. Shutting it down because the votes have come in, and I know the 4 people that are getting kicked, and there's no rigging here. These are the audience votes, and you know I cannot control this. You know I can't. You know we don't have the electoral college here. It's all popular vote here. It's all popular vote.
It's terrible.
Pixel, Econ, Gibbs, and Hake. I'm very sorry.
Oh, wow.
You are all lovely people, and I appreciate you coming on. Hake, you had a hell of a run. We were at the start, and you got to the final 8, so I gotta respect that. Pixel, I appreciate you coming on here as an Australian, which is a kneecap being a foreigner talking about American politics, and you still did well, and I appreciate it.
Australian.
And I want to say to Gibbs and Econ, well, first Gibbs, you were very rowdy. You went in there and you rumbled, and I appreciate that. And Econ boy, you know, the points you did make, they were good. And you didn't rumble, but you made good points. And that's good.
Can I give a brief public service announcement before I leave?
He has a Conaway syndrome, damn.
Look, if you're out there and you haven't voted yet, remember, if you're a Democrat, you can vote 2 or 3 times. They won't even check, okay? Just go in there, vote 2 or 3 times, bring all your undocumented friends to go and vote. If you're a Republican, remember, Election Day is on November 7th. I believe that's a Wednesday. Be sure to vote before then, guys. All right, have a good one.
Okay, thank you very much. Hey, do you have any final words?
A lot of these guys don't seem to care about the hundreds of thousands of people killed by these wars. Trump is a man of peace.
Dude.
Vote for Trump, but thank you all. Love you.
Do what you
Take care. And can you kick me out? I'm kind of a boomer. I have to run over to my computer.
You know what? Hey, I can absolutely do that. Bye-bye, man.
Bye.
Or I cannot, and Danabo has to do it. Never mind, I cannot do it. I thought I could. Oh, thank you, Dan. And these, wait, no.
I'm so glad Sparky made it.
No. This is the final 4. You have all made it. Congratulations. Jake and
I'm not that interested in
Crenshaw, you've done it since the very beginning. Congratulations on that.
No, Crenshaw came in later.
Wait, you were Crenshaw. You came in. When
yeah, don't worry about it.
Do you think I would win this debate? No. Okay, well, people are insane. They don't know comparative advantages. They don't know what would crush you on tariffs. I don't believe that's true. I don't think you have a localist. Do you know what the balance of payment is? Do you know what that one is? Localist, if you want to set up a tariffs debate, we can absolutely do that. Okay, I will absolutely debate you on tariffs. I don't think you have a good actually, I'll do it, but I'm going to make it clear to the audience that you literally have no you don't know. Localist party exporting tariffs to capital account. Yeah, I bet. Like there's no, like for example, you probably think the statement that tariffs increase inflation is meaningless because you think the statement that inflation is going up is meaningless. You think the statement that inflation is lower today than it was in 1980 is meaningless. Okay, so you have no. To be clear, localists, is your position that universal tariffs are welfare maximizing? That's the position I'm interested in debating, not like the cucked out, like is some tariff sometimes good. I don't really care about that. Tariffs don't cause inflation. Inflation does. Okay, so that answer my question. My question was: is your position that universal tariffs maximize economic welfare? That's the position I'm interested in debating. Which, by the way, did anyone ever fucking DM me back from the Jubilee shit? That guy didn't.
Does anyone else feel like everything is designed to waste your time?
Fuck you, Drew. Get in. The guy I messaged on TikTok didn't. So only one guy did. Damn, fuck. Okay, well, shut up that at some point. And we'll do Gibbs or whatever. What's up, Bob Marley? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. How are you? Okay, well. Wouldn't need tariffs if we didn't have the Fed consumption pumping up imports driving our current account deficit. True. We have a current account deficit, and it's based, otherwise known as a stuff surplus. Okay? Well, I'm going to just raid Dylan Burns. So, you go over to that. Thanks. Bye-bye, people. Bye-bye, chat. Thanks, everyone new here who subbed. YouTube subs especially really help right now. If you're new on Twitch, exclamation point YouTube in chat, go to YouTube, NONFON, non-fun. Really help out. Thank you guys very much. See you guys tomorrow. Bye, chat. Bye, chat. See you guys tomorrow. Follow so you see me tomorrow. Bye, chat. Love you guys. Bye.